Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso. Thomas Sankara steps out of a council meeting and into gunfire. He is 37 years old. 4 years earlier, he had been almost unknown outside his own army. Sankara took power on August 4th, 1983, in a coup that lasted less than a day. He was a captain, a paratrooper, a man who had trained in Madagascar and flown planes for fun. What he did next was not typical of a soldier who seizes a government. Within a year, he renamed the country. Upper Volta, a name left over from French colonial maps, became Burkina Faso, the land of upright people. He renamed the capital streets. He renamed the future he wanted for 4 million citizens who had one of the lowest incomes on earth. Sankara moved fast because he believed history was already against him. He ordered a mass vaccination campaign that reached 2.5 million children in 2 weeks. He launched a campaign to plant 10 million trees to hold back the desert creeping south from the Sahara. He built schools, clinics, and railways using local labor instead of foreign contractors, because foreign contractors meant foreign debt. Then he turned to his own government. He sold the fleet of Mercedes sedans used by ministers. He replaced them with the cheapest available car, the Renault 5. He cut his own salary and he published it so every citizen could see exactly what their president earned. He banned forced marriages, he banned genital cutting, he appointed women to his cabinet at a time when almost no African government did, and he ordered men to shop for groceries to show the country that domestic work was not only a woman's burden. What nobody outside Burkina Faso expected was what came next. In 1987, Sankara stood before the Organization of African Unity and asked the continent's other leaders to stop paying colonial-era debt, calling it a trap set by the same countries that had once ruled them. He said that if Africa refused to pay together, no single lender could punish them all. The room applauded. Then 3 months later, he was dead. The coup was led by Blaise Compaoré, his closest friend since their days training together as young officers. They had fought together, plotted together, and shared a house in the capital. On the afternoon of October 15th, soldiers loyal to Compaoré surrounded the meeting where Sankara sat with his aides. 12 men, including Sankara, were killed within minutes. His body was buried the same day in an unmarked grave without an autopsy. For years, the official death certificate listed the cause as natural causes, despite the bullet wounds counted by those who prepared the body. Compaoré took power the following day and ruled Burkina Faso for the next 27 years, reversing many of Sankara's policies and restoring ties with the same foreign lenders his predecessor had rejected. Sankara's name became difficult to say aloud in public buildings. His picture stayed on the walls of ordinary homes instead. In 2014, a popular uprising forced Compaoré from power, and he fled across the border to Ivory Coast. The following year, investigators exhumed the grave marked with Sankara's name. What they found did not match a death from natural causes. In 2021, a military tribunal in Ouagadougou finally opened a trial into the killing. 34 years after it happened, Compaoré did not appear. He had never been extradited, and he never faced the courtroom in person. In 2022, the tribunal convicted him in absentia, sentencing him to life for his role in his friend's death. He remains in Ivory Coast today. The Renault 5 is gone, The trees he ordered planted have grown into a forest belt across the country's north. His salary slips are still cited in economics classes as an example few leaders have repeated. The grave marked with his name was empty of answers for 28 years.
Live from Timbuktu. And before you think of this place as just a city in the desert, look around me. This was one of Africa's great intellectual and commercial centers. It was filled with scholars, manuscripts, libraries, and people pursuing knowledge. Now I'm entering the world that made Timbuktu famous. Scholarship preserved through generations of written knowledge. These manuscripts weren't decorations. They recorded law, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, literature, history, and religious scholarship. And this courtyard leads us into Sankore, one of Timbuktu's most famous centers of learning. This was not simply a place where people gathered. It was part of a culture where advanced knowledge was studied, debated, written down, and passed forward. Look closely at these calculations. Mathematics and astronomy were not abstract ideas here. They helped scholars understand time, calendars, geography, navigation, and the heavens. And when we look at this sky, we should remember that African scholars were observing the same universe, asking serious questions, calculating patterns, and contributing to a much wider world of knowledge. And this is another reason Timbuktu became so powerful. Knowledge traveled alongside trade. Caravans didn't just carry goods across the Sahara. They carried manuscripts, ideas, languages, legal traditions, astronomy, literature, and stories. Timbuktu was connected to an enormous intellectual network. Follow me. We're going somewhere that reveals why Timbuktu's reputation as a city of learning has survived for centuries. These manuscripts are more than old pages. They are evidence that generations of African scholars were producing, preserving, and transmitting written knowledge. Imagine the responsibility of protecting centuries of knowledge. Scholars preserved manuscripts through political upheaval, environmental threats, and enormous historical change. And this is why these manuscripts matter today. They challenge anyone who thinks Africa's intellectual history is something that began somewhere else. One more thing becomes clear when you follow these manuscripts. Timbuktu was never an isolated African city, disconnected from the rest of the world. Ideas moved across the Sahara with people, manuscripts, merchants, scholars, and travelers. Timbuktu was part of a vast network of African and international intellectual exchange. Standing here, you can finally see the scale of it. Timbuktu wasn't simply a place where knowledge survived. It was a place where knowledge was actively pursued. And perhaps that did not lack intellectual traditions. Timbuktu proves that African societies built institutions where knowledge could be created, preserved, debated, and shared. So when I call Timbuktu one of Africa's greatest universities, I'm not talking about a slogan. I'm talking about a living intellectual tradition. Timbuktu reminds us that Africa has always had thinkers, writers, teachers, libraries. The evidence is here, the manuscripts are here, and the story deserves to be told.
I'm standing in present-day Sierra Leone, in the homeland of the Mende people. It's heartbreaking to know that Sengbe Pei and many others were captured here, being forced into the Atlantic slave trade. Our people are being taken. We pray they will one day return. I promise their story will never be forgotten.
Sierra Leone, watching peaceful life unfold. They don't know what's coming. And that makes this moment heartbreaking.
The raid has begun. These are not nameless figures from a textbook. They are people being torn away from their homes, communities, and their freedom. Watch the way they look at one another. Even in this terrifying moment, they are trying to protect trade, and history must never reduce it to a statistic.
These are people being torn from their homes, freedom, and community. This is the human cost of slavery.
Every step takes them farther from home. But look closely. Even under these chains, their dignity and determination remain. This is the Tekara. Imagine being trapped below deck like this, with no freedom, no space, and no choice about where you're going. This was the reality of the Atlantic slave trade. Now they've reached Cuba, but freedom is still out of reach. They are transferred onto Love Dad, another ship, carrying them farther from home.
Then Sengbe Pia makes a decision that changes everything. He refuses to accept captivity and leads a desperate revolt aboard La Amistad. This is resistance. They believe they're sailing toward Africa, but the crew is secretly changing course at night, steering north instead. Sengbe Pia is being deceived. They escape slavery, but freedom still isn't secure. An American naval vessel intercepts La Amistad, and now their struggle will move from the ocean into the courtroom. Now the question is bigger than one ship. Are these Africans property or free human beings who fought for their lives? Their freedom is on trial. Sengbe Pia's story is more than a courtroom victory. It is a story of resistance, dignity, and a reminder that enslaved Africans fought to reclaim their humanity.
By 1900, European flags covered nearly every inch of African soil. But two nations refused to fall, and one of them defeated a European empire outright. This is the untold story of Ethiopia and Liberia, the two African nations that stood against the tide of empire and never fell under colonial rule. How did they do it? When nations far larger and wealthier collapsed under European conquest within a single generation. The answer lies in diplomacy, unity, terrain, and one extraordinary battle that shocked the entire colonial world. This is that story. Between 1881 and 1914, European powers carved up 90% of the African continent in what historians call the scramble for Africa. Ancient kingdoms, powerful empires, and proud peoples fell one after another to rifles, railways, and treaties signed in rooms they never entered. Yet in the highlands of the Horn of Africa, one ancient empire prepared not to negotiate away its future, but to defend it. And on the West African coast, a different story of resistance to full colonization was unfolding. One built by settlers, not soldiers. Ethiopia, then known as Abyssinia, was no fragile frontier state. It was a Christian empire with roots stretching back over 1,000 years. Its rulers claimed descent from ancient royal lines, its highlands were nearly impenetrable, and its people had survived centuries of invasion before. By the 1880s, Italy had set its sights on the Horn of Africa, eager to join Britain and France in the race for empire. Italy established a foothold at the port of Massawa, then pushed inland, believing Ethiopia would be as easily overrun as its neighbors. Meanwhile, Liberia's story began decades earlier, founded in 1822 by freed African Americans seeking a homeland free from bondage and colonial rule. Two very different paths, one continent and one shared outcome. Independence preserved while nearly every neighboring territory fell to European control. At the center of Ethiopia's defense stood Emperor Menelik II, a shrewd ruler who understood both warfare and the games of European diplomacy. Menelik quietly acquired modern rifles and artillery from rival European powers, playing their competition against each other to arm his own empire. Beside him stood Empress Tetu Betu, a fierce strategist whose counsel shaped military decisions and whose resolve never wavered before the invaders. Regional commanders like Ras Alula Ngida brought decades of battlefield experience, uniting fractured provinces into a single formidable defensive force. Across the ocean's edge in Liberia, Joseph Jenkins Roberts became its first president. guiding a young republic through fragile early independence. Italian General Oreste Baratieri commanded the invasion force, confident that superior weaponry alone would guarantee a swift and decisive colonial victory. Ordinary highland farmers and herders answered Menelik's call to arms, transforming villages into a vast, unified, continent-spanning defensive army. These leaders, soldiers, and settlers together form the human core of a story too often left out of the colonial narrative. In 1889, Ethiopia and Italy signed the Treaty of Wuchale, but the Amharic and Italian versions told two very different stories. The Italian text claimed Ethiopia as a protectorate. The Amharic text promised only friendly cooperation. The deception would not stay hidden long. When Menelik discovered the deception, he renounced the treaty entirely, declaring to the world that Ethiopia's sovereignty was not negotiable. Italy responded by expanding its military presence, moving troops deeper into Ethiopian highlands, confident that resistance would quickly collapse. Menelik issued a nationwide call to arms, summoning warriors from every corner of the empire to defend their sovereign homeland. Over 100,000 soldiers gathered from across the empire, an unprecedented mobilization that stunned Italian intelligence officers monitoring the highlands. Supply lines stretched across brutal terrain as women and support workers carried grain, water, and ammunition to the gathering army. Italian forces, overconfident and underestimating the scale of Ethiopian mobilization, pressed forward toward the fortified town of Adwa. On the night of March 1st, 1896, both armies prepared for a confrontation that would decide the fate of an entire continent. At dawn, Ethiopian forces launched a coordinated assault across three fronts using their intimate knowledge of the mountainous terrain. Italian columns, separated by rugged ridges and faulty maps, found themselves isolated and unable to reinforce one another in time. Empress Taitu personally directed reserve forces and water supplies, ensuring exhausted fighters could hold their positions through the long battle. By midday, the Italian line collapsed entirely. Thousands surrendered, retreated, or fell across the unforgiving highland battlefield of Adwa. The Battle of Adwa became the most decisive African military victory over a European colonial power in the 19th century. The Treaty of Addis Ababa followed in October 1896, with Italy formally recognizing Ethiopia's full and unconditional independence. News of the victory traveled across oceans, inspiring anti-colonial movements and black intellectuals from Harlem to the Caribbean and beyond. Meanwhile, Liberia navigated its own path, balancing relationships with European and American powers to preserve its fragile sovereignty. By the dawn of the 20th century, two African nations stood as living proof that colonization was never truly inevitable. Few know that Menelik's arms came partly from France and Russia, nations hoping to weaken Italian ambitions in the region. Ethiopian intelligence networks tracked Italian troop movements for months, using local traders and travelers as an informal spy network. Liberia's founding is rarely discussed honestly. Its settlers sometimes clashed with indigenous communities already living along the coast. That complicated relationship shaped Liberia's internal politics for generations, a nuance often erased from simplified independence narratives. Some Italian soldiers captured at Adwa remained in Ethiopia for years, a detail largely omitted from European accounts of the war. Italy attempted conquest again in 1935 under Mussolini, this time succeeding briefly through chemical weapons banned under international law. Yet even that occupation lasted barely 5 years, ending with Ethiopian resistance restoring the emperor to his rightful throne. Ethiopia's victory at Adwa became a permanent symbol of black sovereignty, referenced by liberation movements across Africa for a century. The name Ethiopia itself became shorthand for black pride and independence in movements stretching from Jamaica to the United States. Liberia, despite its complexities, remained a founding symbol of African self-governance and a rare seat at early Pan-African gatherings. Both nations later became founding members of the Organization of African Unity, shaping the continent's post-colonial political future directly. Addis Ababa itself would later host the headquarters of African Unity, a direct legacy of its founders' hard-won sovereignty. Historians today still study Adwa as a case study in strategy, unity, and the power of a people defending their homeland. The legacy endures not as myth, but as documented proof that African resistance could and did defeat European colonial ambition. The story of Ethiopia and Liberia teaches us that unity among rival factions can overcome forces that seem entirely unstoppable. Diplomacy proved as powerful as any weapon as Ethiopian leaders turned rival empires' ambitions against one another to secure survival. Sovereignty, once nearly lost everywhere else on the continent, proved that it could be preserved through preparation and collective will. This hidden history reminds us that Africa's story was never only one of conquest, but also one of resilience and triumph. If this hidden history moved you, subscribe to Africa Hidden History, where forgotten stories of resistance and triumph come to light. There are countless more stories like this one waiting to be told. Stay with us. The next hidden chapter begins soon. In 30 BC, Rome conquered Egypt. It was the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, the death of Cleopatra, and with Egypt secured, Rome turned its hungry eyes southward, toward Nubia, toward the kingdom of Kush, toward the vast wealth of the Nile's upper reaches. Rome placed a prefect named Gaius Petronius in charge of Egypt and its southern frontier. He levied heavy taxes on the Kushites. He expected submission. He had not yet met Amanirenas. Amanirenas was Kandake, the title for queen or queen mother of the kingdom of Kush, ruling from the great city of Meroe, where the pyramids of Nubia still stand today. She was described in Roman sources as a fierce and formidable woman who had lost one eye, either in battle or through disease, and who commanded her forces personally in the field. The Romans called her one-eyed. She called herself queen. In 27 BC, while Petronius was occupied elsewhere with only 3 Roman cohorts guarding the southern frontier, Amanirenas struck. She led a Kushite army northward across the Egyptian border and attacked 3 Roman-held cities simultaneously, Syene, Elephantine, and Philae. The raid was a military success. Thousands of Egyptians were taken prisoner. Roman statues, including a great bronze head of the Emperor Augustus, were seized as war trophies. That bronze head of Augustus, Amanirenas had it buried beneath the steps of a victory temple in Meroe, so that every Kushite for generations would literally walk over the face of the Roman emperor as they entered their holy place. It was not just a military act. It was a profound political and spiritual statement. You are beneath us. Rome, of course, retaliated. Petronius brought an army south, retook the cities, and pushed deep into Kushite territory, capturing the sacred city of Napata. But Amanirenas did not break. She mounted a second campaign while the Romans were occupied fighting in other theaters. She struck again, and this time The damage was significant enough that Rome decided a diplomatic solution was preferable to continued war with this persistent one-eyed enemy in the south. In 22 BC, Kushite ambassadors met with the Emperor Augustus himself on the island of Samos. The peace treaty they negotiated was extraordinary. Rome agreed to withdraw from Nubian territory. The taxes that had ignited the war were abolished. The Kushite prisoners taken in Petronius' raids were released. Amani Reynaz, one-eyed warrior queen of Africa, had fought the Roman Empire, the most powerful military force on earth, to a negotiated draw on her terms. 1400 years after Amani Reynaz, another African queen took up arms against an invading empire, but this time the invaders came not from the north but from the east, and they came carrying a new religion that would reshape the entire world. The Arab Islamic conquest of the 7th century transformed the Middle East and North Africa with breathtaking speed. Within decades of the Prophet Muhammad's death in 632 AD, Arab armies had swept through Persia, Syria, Egypt, and were pushing westward across North Africa, the region the Romans had called the Maghreb. Most populations they encountered either accepted the new faith or were conquered outright. But in the Ores mountains of what is today Algeria, they met a force they had not anticipated. Her name was Dihya. The Arab armies who faced her called her Al-Kahina, the prophetess, the sorceress. She was a queen of the Jarawa Berber tribe, and she possessed something rarer than military force: the loyalty of multiple competing Berber confederacies and a reputation for prophetic foresight that made her soldiers believe she could not lose. In 688 or 689 AD, Dihya's forces met the Arab general Hassan ibn al-Numan at the Battle of Meskiana. The result shocked the Arab world. They were defeated, completely routed. Hassan fled back to Egypt and did not return for nearly 5 years. For that half-decade, Dihya effectively ruled North Africa west of Egypt as a sovereign power. But then she made a decision that historians still debate. Knowing that the Arabs would return, knowing that their ultimate strength was too great, she ordered a scorched earth policy across the fertile northern coastal regions. She destroyed towns, burned food supplies, stripped the land of everything an invading army might use for sustenance. Her reasoning was stark and logical. An army that cannot feed itself cannot fight. This decision alienated some of her Berber allies, particularly those with deep roots in the coastal settlements she was now burning. And when Hassan ibn al-Numan returned around 703 AD with a massively reinforced army and the offer of generous terms to Berbers who would join him, some did. Dihya's final battle took place near a well in a region that became known in her memory as Bir al-Kahina, the well of the prophetess. She died fighting. According to Arabic sources, she instructed her sons before the battle to join the Arab forces and ensure that Berber culture survived even within the new political order. She understood that culture can outlast conquest. She was right. Berber culture, the Amazigh people, still exists today. Their language, their traditions, their identity have survived 1400 years of Arab, Ottoman, and French colonial rule. Dihya did not stop the conquest, but she bought her people time, and she showed them that resistance on your own terms is itself a form of dignity. Now we cross to West Africa, the 16th century, a world of powerful city-states, trans-Saharan trade, and Islamic scholarship, a world of iron, cavalry, and commerce, and a woman whose name is still sung in praise songs across northern Nigeria today. Amina was born around 1533 to Queen Bakwa Turunku, herself a queen regnant of Zazzau, making Amina from birth a child of female power. From a young age, she was trained not just in the arts expected of a royal woman, but in warfare. According to the Hausa historical records, the Kano Chronicle and the Abuja Chronicle, she was a military prodigy. By 16, she was already serving in her grandmother's court, receiving gifts and honors from warriors who recognized their exceptional gifts. When her brother Karama became king, Amina served as his chief military commander. It was in this role that she honed the skills, strategic planning, logistics, cavalry command, siege warfare that would define her reign. When Karama died and Amina ascended the throne of Zazzau around 1576, she made an immediate declaration of intent. She spent 3 months consolidating her court and her alliances, then personally led her armies into the field. And she did not stop campaigning for 34 years. Amina's military campaigns expanded Zazzau's territory to the greatest extent in its history. She pushed east, west, and south, bringing the kola nut trade routes and the coastal salt routes under Zazzau's control. Hausa historians record that she campaigned as far as Kwara Rafa in the east and to the edge of the Niger River in the west. But Amina's most lasting military innovation was architectural. Wherever her armies camped for extended periods, often during prolonged sieges or after conquest, she ordered the construction of defensive earthwork walls around the camp perimeter. These became known as Amina's walls, Ganuwar Amina in Hausa. Many of these earthworks still survive across northern Nigeria today, identifiable by archaeologists across hundreds of kilometers. Amina reportedly never married. According to tradition, she took a husband in each territory she conquered, keeping him as a consort for a time before releasing him and moving on with her army. Whether this is historical fact or legendary embellishment, the message it carries is clear. Amina answered to no man. Her power was not defined by any male relationship. She was sovereign, absolutely and entirely on her own terms. Perhaps no African queen in history navigated a more treacherous political landscape with more brilliance than Anna de Sousa Nzinga Mbande. She was born in 1583 in the kingdom of Ndongo, a Mbundu kingdom in present-day Angola, the daughter of King Ngola Kilombo Kia Kasenda and a slave concubine. The Portuguese had been on the Angolan coast since 1483. By Nzinga's birth, they controlled the coastal city of Luanda and were engaged in the systematic destruction of Ndongo sovereignty, using a combination of military force, manipulated alliances with rival African chiefs, and the devastating machinery of the Atlantic slave trade to dismantle interior kingdoms piece by piece. Nzinga grew up watching this. She watched as the Portuguese picked apart her world, and she learned every detail of how they did it, so that she could figure out how to stop them. In 1622, Nzinga's brother, now King Ngola Mbandi, was under severe military pressure from the Portuguese. He sent Nzinga to the Portuguese governor in Luanda to negotiate. The governor, in a calculated insult, offered her no chair, hoping to make her stand before him as a supplicant. Nzinga commanded one of her attendants to kneel on hands and knees and used them as a living throne. She sat, and she negotiated a peace treaty that temporarily halted Portuguese aggression. Imagine you are standing in the desert. The year is 2560 BCE. Before you rises a structure so precisely engineered, so mathematically exact, that modern architects, using the most advanced computer software available today, cannot fully explain how it was built. It is taller than a 40-story skyscraper. It covers the area of 10 football stadiums. It contains 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 80 tons. And yet, every corner is a perfect right angle. Every side is aligned to within a fraction of a degree to true north, south, east, and west. This is not a coincidence. This is not primitive luck. This is mathematics, African mathematics, perhaps the most sophisticated demonstration of mathematical precision in all of human history. Today, we go inside the numbers. We decode the geometry. We restore the credit that was always owed to the people of ancient Egypt, to the architects of the Nile, to Africa. In this documentary, we are going to do something that most history programs have never attempted. We are not going to simply show you the Great Pyramid and say it is mysterious. We are not going to shrug and say no one knows how it was built. We are going to read the mathematics. We are going to examine the precision, number by number, measurement by measurement. And we are going to show you what these numbers reveal about the minds, the culture, and the civilization that produced them. We will cover 4 key areas. First, the historical and cultural world of ancient Egypt. Who were these people? What did they believe? Why did they build? Second, the architects, the engineers, and the laborers. The actual human beings behind the pyramid, men and women whose names have been almost entirely erased from popular history. Third, we will walk through the mathematics itself, the dimensions, the ratios, the alignments, the encoded constants. We will show you why scholars who study this structure speak of it in hushed, reverent tones. And fourth, we will examine what has been hidden, suppressed, or conveniently left out of mainstream narratives about this wonder. And we will restore it to its rightful place in African and world history. By the end of this documentary, you will never look at the Great Pyramid the same way again. Let us begin. To understand the Great Pyramid, you must first understand the land that produced it, Africa's northeastern corner, a continent within a continent, a river unlike any other on earth, the Nile. The Nile runs for over 6,600 kilometers, making it the longest river in the world. Every year, without fail, it floods, and when it retreats, it leaves behind a thick black deposit of the richest soil imaginable, a soil the ancient Egyptians called Kemet, meaning the black land. They named their entire civilization after this soil. Not the desert, not the sun, the black earth. This was the foundation of everything. The ancient Egyptians were not desert people, they were river people. They were agricultural people. They were astronomers, farmers, builders, and above all, mathematicians driven by their intimate relationship with natural cycles. The annual flood taught them to measure. It forced them to survey land anew every year. It demanded that they record, calculate, and predict. This is where Egyptian mathematics was born, not in a palace, in a field on the banks of the Nile. The Great Pyramid of Giza was built during the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, around 2560 BCE, give or take a few decades. Scholars place this construction window across approximately 20 years. Think about that, 20 years, to build the largest stone structure in human history, a structure that, if disassembled, could build a wall around France. The Old Kingdom is often called the Age of the Pyramids. Egypt at this time was at the height of its first great civilizational peak. It was unified, organized, wealthy, and possessed of an administrative, religious, and scientific sophistication that would not be seen again for centuries. The pharaoh sat at the top of a highly stratified but functional society. Below him were the viziers, the priests, the architects, and the scribes, the intellectual class. Below them were the skilled craftsmen, the copper tool makers, the surveyors, and the master builders. And at the base, not slaves, as Hollywood has insisted for decades, but organized teams of paid workers, men who received wages in bread, beer, meat, and linen, men who had names, families, and graffiti on the stones they laid. In 1990, archaeologists discovered an entire workers' village at the foot of the Giza Plateau. It had bakeries, breweries, fish processing facilities, sleeping quarters, and a medical center where evidence of healed injuries, including brain surgery, was found. These were not slaves dragging stones in misery. These were specialists. These were Africa's first industrial workforce. To understand why the pyramid was built, and why it was built so precisely, You must understand the Egyptian spiritual worldview. The ancient Egyptians believed that the universe was governed by Ma'at, a concept that is difficult to translate into a single English word. It means truth, justice, balance, harmony, order. Ma'at was not just a value, it was a cosmic law. The universe operated on mathematical order. The sun rose and set in perfect cycles. The stars moved in predictable patterns. The Nile flooded on schedule. The Egyptians believed the pharaoh, upon death, would ascend to the stars, specifically to Orion, which they identified with Osiris, the god of resurrection and eternal life. The pyramid was not merely a tomb, it was a launch pad, a machine for transcendence, and a machine to function perfectly must be built perfectly. Mathematical precision was not aesthetic preference, it was a spiritual requirement. To build imprecisely was to dishonor Ma'at. To dishonor Ma'at was to threaten the cosmic order itself. Perfection was not a choice. Perfection was sacred duty. And so when we marvel at the precision of the Great Pyramid, when we measure its alignments and find them accurate to fractions of a degree, we are not just looking at engineering, we are looking at theology, we are looking at a civilization's understanding of the universe encoded in stone. This is the context, this is the world. Now let us meet the people. His name was Khufu. In Greek, he was known as Cheops. He was the fourth pharaoh of the fourth dynasty, and he ruled Egypt for approximately 23 to 27 years, though some scholars argue longer. Khufu is one of the most consequential individuals in human history, and yet we know almost nothing about him as a person. The most complete portrait we have is a tiny ivory statuette, barely 7 centimeters tall, discovered in the city of Abydos in 1903. For a man who commanded the construction of the largest building in human history, it is a humbling monument to how much time erases. What we know of Khufu comes from inscriptions, administrative records, and accounts written centuries after his death. He was described as a strong and decisive ruler, a centralizer who brought Egypt's resources to bear on a single monumental project. The decision to build the Great Pyramid was not simply vanity, it was a declaration, a statement that this pharaoh, this dynasty, this civilization commanded the forces of the earth. Khufu chose the Giza Plateau deliberately. Its bedrock of solid limestone was perfect for supporting millions of tons of stone. Its proximity to the Nile enabled mass transport of materials, and its position on the western bank, the side of the setting sun, the side of the dead, was sacred. But it was not Khufu who designed the pyramid. The man who held that honor was Hemunu, Khufu's nephew and his vizier, the highest administrative position in Egypt below the pharaoh. Hemunu's title was overseer of all construction projects of the king. His tomb is located beside the Great Pyramid itself, an honor reserved for the most trusted and important individuals of the age. His statue survives. It sits today in a museum in Germany. He is heavy-set, confident, seated. His eyes have the look of a man who has spent his life solving problems that would break lesser minds. Hemunu was responsible for one of the most complex feats of project management in ancient history. He had to coordinate the quarrying, transport, and precise placement of 2.3 million stone blocks. He had to manage a workforce estimated at 20,000 to 30,000 workers. He had to solve the engineering problem of lifting massive stone blocks to increasingly great heights. And he had to do all of this while maintaining mathematical precision that 4,500 years later still astounds modern engineers. We do not know exactly how he did it, but we know that he did. The proof stands on the Giza Plateau. The proof is still standing today. Behind Hemunu was an entire class of intellectual workers, the scribes. In ancient Egypt, being a scribe was among the most prestigious occupations available. Egyptian scribes studied for years, sometimes decades. They learned language, administration, religion, astronomy, and above all, mathematics. They were the engineers, the accountants, the surveyors, the architects of ancient Egypt. They calculated using a system that was both elegant and limited. They had no concept of zero as we understand it. They used unit fractions that always had the number 1 in the numerator, such as 1/2, 1/3, 1/7. And yet, working within these constraints, they performed calculations of extraordinary complexity. The Rhind mathematical papyrus, dating to around 1550 BCE, is one of our best windows into how ancient Egyptian mathematicians thought. It contains 84 mathematical problems, including calculations of areas, volumes, slopes, and proportions, all of which would have been essential tools for pyramid construction. One remarkable entry in the papyrus deals with the calculation of the slope of a pyramid using a measurement called the zeked, essentially a gradient ratio. This tells us that Egyptian architects thought carefully about slope, angle, and proportion, precisely the calculations needed to build a structure as exact as the Great Pyramid. And then there were the workers, thousands of them. Archaeologist Mark Lehner and his team have spent decades excavating the workers' village at Giza. What they found overturned centuries of colonial mythology about the pyramid builders being enslaved people. The workers were Egyptians, men drawn from every region of the country. They were organized into gangs with names: Friends of Khufu, Drunkards of Menkaure. These names were found painted in red ochre on blocks deep inside the pyramid, the world's oldest workplace graffiti. They were organized into a permanent skilled corps of around 4,000 workers, supported by rotating crews of seasonal laborers who came from across Egypt during the flood season, when agricultural work was impossible anyway. They received salaries in the form of bread, beer, meat, fish, vegetables, and cloth. They received medical attention. They were buried with honor when they died. Their tombs, modest compared to the pharaohs, were discovered near the pyramid itself. These men built something that outlasted their civilization, their language, their religion, and every empire that has risen and fallen since. Their names are unknown, but their work is eternal. The first mathematical decision was the site itself. The Giza Plateau sits at approximately 29 degrees 58 minutes north latitude. Some researchers have noted with fascination that this is tantalizingly close to 30 degrees north, a position exactly 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. Whether this was intentional or coincidental remains debated, but what is not debated is that the site was carefully chosen for its solid limestone bedrock, its elevated position above floodlines, and its geographical relationship to the Nile. The pyramid builders were not guessing, they were selecting. Once the site was chosen, the first task was orientation. The pyramid had to be aligned to the 4 cardinal directions: north, south, east, west. With extraordinary precision, the alignment achieved by the ancient Egyptians is breathtaking. The 4 sides of the Great Pyramid are aligned to true north, true south, true east, and true west, with an error of less than 3/60ths of 1 degree. To put that in modern context, the Meridian building at the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, London, built in 1806 with precision instruments, has a greater angular deviation than the Great Pyramid does. How did they do it? The answer most likely lies in the stars, specifically in circumpolar stars, those northern stars that never set below the horizon from the latitude of Giza. Researcher Kate Spence, in a landmark 2000 paper published in the journal Nature, proposed that the Egyptians used the simultaneous transit method tracking the moment when two specific stars, one above and one below the celestial North Pole, aligned perfectly with the horizon. By bisecting the angle between these two stars, you could determine true north with extraordinary accuracy. It was mathematics, it was astronomy, and it was available to anyone with patience, intelligence, and clear desert skies, all of which ancient Egypt had in abundance. Other researchers have proposed the use of a circular enclosure to track the rising and setting of stars, bisecting the arc to find north. Regardless of the exact method, the conclusion is the same. The ancient Egyptians possessed an applied knowledge of astronomy and geometry that enabled them to achieve stellar-grade orientation without computers, without satellites, without any technology that modern people would recognize as such. Only mathematics, applied patiently and intelligently under the African sky. Before a single building block was laid, the bedrock of the Giza Plateau had to be leveled. The base of the Great Pyramid covers approximately 55,000 square meters. That is roughly 10.5 American football fields. And across that entire area, the ancient Egyptians achieved a flatness that, when measured today, varies by no more than 2.1 centimeters from corner to corner. 2.1 centimeters across 230 meters. In the ancient world, in sand, the most likely method used was water leveling. Channels or trenches were cut into the rock and filled with water. Since water always finds its own level, it provided a perfect horizontal reference. The rock was then cut down to match that reference, and the channels were filled. It was elegant, it was simple, it was profoundly mathematical, and it worked with an accuracy that shames most modern road construction projects. Now we arrive at the heart of this documentary, the numbers themselves. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, as originally constructed, had the following measurements. Original height, approximately 146.5 meters, equivalent to a 48-story skyscraper. A base length of each side, approximately 230.4 meters. Base perimeter, approximately 921.6 meters. Angle of slope on each face, approximately 51 degrees and 51 arc minutes. Total estimated mass, approximately 5.9 million tons for 3,800 years from its construction until 1311 CE, when the Lincoln Cathedral spire was completed. The Great Pyramid was the tallest human-made structure on the face of the earth. 3,800 years. The entirety of recorded Western civilization from ancient Rome to today spans just over 2,000 years. The pyramid held that record for nearly twice that long. But the measurements tell an even deeper story, because when you begin to analyze these numbers, to divide them, multiply them, compare them, you start to find something extraordinary. You start to find that the ancient Egyptians encoded mathematical constants into the structure itself. Here is the first extraordinary discovery. If you take the perimeter of the base of the Great Pyramid and divide it by twice the height, you get a number very close to pi, the mathematical constant 3.14159. The calculation, 921.6 meters divided by 293 meters equals approximately 3.14159. Pi accurate to 4 decimal places in a structure built 4,500 years before modern mathematics formalized this constant. How is this possible? Some researchers believe the Egyptians used a practical device and a drum roller, essentially a wheel of known circumference, to measure distances on the ground. As they counted the rotations of the wheel, They converted secular measurements into linear ones, naturally encoding the pi ratio into their calculations. Others believe they arrived at it through pure mathematics, through their fraction-based numerical system, through the second calculation of slopes, through repeated surveys and corrections. But the result is undeniable. Pi is there, encoded in the very proportions of the structure, present in the stone. Pi is not the only mathematical constant encoded in the Great Pyramid. The second great discovery involves the Gordon ratio, known by the Greek letter phi, which equals approximately 1.618. The Gordon ratio appears throughout nature, in the spiral of a nautilus shell, in the arrangement of seeds in a sunflower, in the proportions of the human body. Ancient Greeks and Renaissance artists considered it the mathematical embodiment of beauty. Now look at the pyramid. If you take the slant height of a face, the distance from the base midpoint to the apex measured along the face, and divide it by half the base length, you get a number astonishingly close to phi, 1.618. The slant height is approximately 186.5 meters. Half the base is approximately 115.2 meters. 186.5 divided by 115.2 gives approximately 1.619, within 1,000th of phi, encoded in one of the oldest structures on Earth. Was this intentional? The debate continues. Some mathematicians argue these ratios emerge naturally from the second slope ratios the Egyptians used. Others argue that the precision is too consistent to be accidental. But here is what no one debates. The ratios are there. The mathematics is real, and the civilization that produced it was African. Now we step into territory that is more controversial, but equally fascinating. In recent decades, researchers have pointed out a remarkable numerical coincidence involving the geographic coordinates of the Great Pyramid. The latitude of the Great Pyramid, expressed in decimal degrees, is approximately 29.979245, 8 degrees north. The speed of light in a vacuum in meters per second is 299,792,458. The decimal expansion of the pyramid's latitude matches the speed of light to a remarkable degree of precision. Now, this could be extraordinary coincidence. The modern meter was not defined until 1793 CE, so the ancient Egyptians could not have been encoding the modern speed of light using a modern unit of measurement. The metrical system simply did not exist. What this demonstrates is either a remarkable numerical coincidence, or it raises profound questions about whether the geographic positioning of the pyramid was more calculated than we assume. We do not claim this as proof of ancient advanced knowledge. We present it as one of those numerical relationships that makes the careful student of mathematics pause, look again, and remember that the universe is stranger than we imagine.
The mathematics of the pyramid extends beyond the structure itself and into the heavens above it. In 1994, Belgian engineer Robert Bova published his Orion correlation theory, proposing that the three pyramids of Giza were intentionally positioned to mirror the three stars of Orion's belt, the constellation the Egyptians associated with Osiris, god of the afterlife. When the positions of the three stars are overlaid on the positions of the three pyramids, the match, including the slight offset of the third, smaller pyramid, just as the third star in Orion's belt is offset, is visually compelling. Inside the pyramid itself, there are shafts,
narrow passages built into the structure that point with extraordinary precision toward specific stars. The northern shaft of the king's chamber, inclined at approximately 32.5 degrees, points toward the circumpolar stars, specifically toward Thuban, which was the pole star at the time of the pyramid's construction. The southern shaft of the king's chamber, at approximately 44.5 degrees, points toward Orion's belt at its culmination point around 2560 BCE. The Egyptians literally aimed their pyramid at the stars. They calculated the angles necessary to achieve this alignment. They built them into stone. This is not decoration. This is engineering. This is applied mathematics in service of sacred cosmology. The external mathematics of the pyramid is extraordinary, but the interior is equally astounding. The grand gallery, the enormous sloping corridor leading to the king's chamber, is approximately 47 meters long and 8.5 meters tall. Its corbelled ceiling, where each course of stone steps slightly inward to support the weight above, represents one of the earliest uses of the corbelled arch in history. The king's chamber itself is constructed entirely from red granite, quarried 900 kilometers away in Aswan and transported to Giza by boat and sledge. The chamber measures 10.5 by 5.2 meters with a height of 5.8 meters. Above the king's chamber are 5 relieving chambers, hollow spaces stacked on top of each other designed to distribute the enormous weight of the pyramid above and prevent the burial chamber from being crushed. These chambers were not discovered until 1765. For over 4,000 years, they sat hidden, doing their jobs silently, protecting the chamber below from the weight of millions of tons of stone pressing down from above. The structural engineering required to design this solution, to calculate the forces, to understand load distribution, to place these chambers in exactly the right positions, is not the work of primitive builders. It is the work of advanced structural engineers, engineers who worked in ancient Africa.
Let us address the greatest lie told about the Great Pyramid. For centuries, particularly in the colonial and post-colonial era of European historical scholarship, the prevailing narrative held that the pyramids were built by enslaved people. Enslaved Israelites, specifically as popularized by the 1956 Hollywood epic, The Ten Commandments. This narrative serves a particular ideological function. It removes African agency. It suggests that the greatest achievement of the ancient world was built by people who were not willing participants under the direction of a cruel tyrant against their own will. The evidence says otherwise, completely otherwise. The workers' village at Giza, excavated since 1990 by Dr. Mark Lehner and Dr. Zahi Hawass, contains no evidence of slave quarters, chains, or coercive living conditions. It contains evidence of a large, well-fed, medically cared for organized labor force. The skeletal remains found in the workers' cemetery show healed fractures, injuries treated by a functioning medical system. Orthopedic surgery was being practiced on the builders of the Great Pyramid. Workers who received medical care were not slaves. Workers who received wages in food and cloth were not slaves. Workers who were buried with honor were not slaves. They were professionals, they were Africans, and they chose to be there. The second great concealment in the history of the Great Pyramid is the erasure of Egyptian identity. For much of European historical scholarship, Egypt has been treated as a civilization apart from Africa, geographically in Africa, but culturally, racially, and intellectually of somewhere else. This is not an accident. It is a consequence of a worldview that struggled to reconcile the greatest civilization of the ancient world with an African people. But the ancient Egyptians described themselves clearly. In their own inscriptions, they called their land Kemet, the Black Land, and they depicted themselves with dark skin. Ancient Egyptian artwork consistently shows its people with brown and dark brown complexions.
The Egyptians were Africans. The builders of the Great Pyramid were Africans. The mathematicians who encoded pi and phi and stellar alignments into stone were Africans. This is not a political statement. It is an archaeological and historical one, and it matters profoundly. Because when we look at the mathematics of the Great Pyramid and stand in awe of its precision, we are standing in awe of African intellectual achievement. We are standing in awe of what African civilization at its peak was capable of. A third element that mainstream history obscures is the chronological relationship between African and Greek mathematics. When we study mathematics in school, we are typically taught that the ancient Greeks invented it. We learn of Pythagoras, Euclid, Archimedes. We are given the impression that mathematics sprang fully formed from the Greek world. This is historically false. The Pythagorean theorem, relationships between the sides of a right triangle, was known to and used by Egyptian engineers for over 1,000 years before Pythagoras was born. The 3-4-5 right triangle, which perfectly embodies this theorem, was a standard tool of Egyptian surveyors. Egyptian surveyors, called rope stretchers or hapedonaptai, used knotted ropes to create perfect right angles. A rope with 12 equal segments laid out as 3, 4, and 5 units creates a perfect right triangle. They use this technique to lay out temple foundations, field boundaries, and pyramid bases. The so-called Pythagorean theorem was African knowledge first. Used practically, applied at scale, embedded in the greatest stone structure in history, centuries before Pythagoras was born. What other African mathematical traditions have been labeled with European names? What other African discoveries have been adopted, rebranded, and returned to us as Western knowledge? These are not comfortable questions, but they are necessary ones. One of the most powerful pieces of evidence for sophisticated African mathematical thinking is the Seked system itself. The Seked was the ancient Egyptian measurement of pyramid slope, essentially a gradient ratio. It measured how many palms of horizontal run corresponded to 1 cubit of vertical rise. The Seked calculation in the Rhine Papyrus shows us that Egyptian architects were working with what we would today call trigonometry, calculating the relationship between rise, run, and angle using their own original system long before Greek trigonometry existed. The Seked of the Great Pyramid corresponds to a slope of approximately 51 degrees and 51 minutes, the precise angle of the pyramid's face. This was calculated, this was deliberate, this was the mathematical target, and the builders hit it. Different system, different notation, different language, but the same underlying mathematical reality. African mathematics and European mathematics, separated by millennia, arrive at the same geometric truths, because mathematics is not cultural, mathematics is universal, but its discovery, its earliest and most spectacular application, happened in Africa. The mathematical knowledge embedded in the Great Pyramid did not stay in Egypt. It traveled. Ancient Greek scholars, including Thales, Pythagoras, Solon, and Plato, are documented in their own writings as having traveled to Egypt to study. Herodotus wrote that Greek geometry was learned from the Egyptians. Aristotle wrote that Egypt was the birthplace of mathematics. The knowledge of Egyptian mathematics, surveying, astronomy, and architectural engineering flowed northward through the ancient world. It was absorbed by Greek thinkers, combined with the Babylonian knowledge, and eventually codified into the formal geometric and algebraic systems that underpin Western science. The European Enlightenment, the philosophical and scientific revolution of the 17th and 18th centuries, built upon Greek knowledge. Greek knowledge built upon Egyptian knowledge. Egyptian knowledge was African knowledge. When Newton formulated his laws of motion, he stood, as he himself famously said, on the shoulders of giants. Among those giants, invisible in the mainstream telling, were the anonymous African mathematicians who, 4,500 years earlier, had leveled 55,000 square meters of desert rock to within 2.1 centimeters and aligned a 1,000,000-ton structure to the stars. The Great Pyramid's influence on architecture and engineering has never ceased. The pyramid shape itself, broad base tapering to a point, maximizing stability and structural efficiency, is recognized as one of the most sound architectural forms in nature. It distributes weight perfectly. It resists lateral forces. It is why the Egyptians built pyramids and why modern engineers still study them. In 1989, the French architect I.M. Pei completed his famous glass pyramid for the Louvre Museum in Paris. It sits in the center of one of the world's greatest museums, a direct homage to the mathematical elegance of the ancient Egyptian form. Engineers designing skyscrapers today study the Great Pyramid's core for insights into load distribution. Architects studying ancient precision use the Giza Plateau as a benchmark. The Great Pyramid is not a relic, it is a living reference point, but the deepest legacy of the Great Pyramid's mathematics is not architectural, it is not academic, it is personal. For over 2 centuries, the dominant narrative of world history has systematically excluded or minimized Africa's contributions to human civilization. African people have been told implicitly and explicitly that their history is one of primitivism, simplicity, and waiting to be developed by external forces. The Great Pyramid refutes this completely, absolutely, without qualification. It is a structure built by African people in Africa using African mathematics and African engineering that is so precisely designed that modern technology can still not fully explain its construction methods that encodes mathematical constants, pi, the golden ratio, that Western mathematics would not formally define for thousands of years. This is not about national pride or political point scoring. This is about an accurate accounting of human history. And accurate accounting matters because children who learn that their ancestors built the mathematical marvels of the ancient world grow up differently than children who are taught that their ancestors contributed nothing. The legacy of the Great Pyramid's mathematics is a legacy of possibility. If African minds created this 4,500 years ago, imagine what African minds are capable of today and tomorrow and in the centuries to come. The story of the Great Pyramid is not finished. We are still discovering it. In 2017, an international team of scientists using a technique called muon tomography, which uses cosmic ray particles to image the interior of solid stone the way X-rays
image the human body, discovered a previously unknown large void inside the Great Pyramid. It is located above the Grand Gallery. It is at least 30 meters long. It has never been accessed. No one knows what is inside. The Great Pyramid has kept this secret for 4,500 years. It is still keeping it. The discovery was made using technology that did not exist a decade ago, which raises a profound question. If modern 21st century technology is only now beginning to reveal what is inside the pyramid, what else is in there that we have not yet found? What mathematical or architectural secrets remain encoded in stone, waiting for instruments that have not yet been invented? The pyramid is patient. It has been waiting 4,500 years already. It can wait longer. Let us take a moment to step back from the numbers and ask the larger question. Why does this matter? We live in a world that moves at extraordinary speed. Technology changes by the month. The news cycle turns over in hours. Ancient history can feel impossibly remote, irrelevant to the challenges of the present. But the Great Pyramid teaches us something that no quarterly earnings report, no social media trend, no political headline can. That the highest achievements of the human mind are built slowly, deliberately, and in deep collaboration with nature's own mathematical laws. The builders of the Great Pyramid did not work fast. They worked carefully. They measured twice, 3 times, 10 times. They leveled the ground over months. They oriented to the stars over seasons. They built across decades. And what they built has outlasted every empire that has ever tried to claim ownership of history. The lesson of the pyramid's mathematics is not simply that the ancient Egyptians were brilliant, though they were. The lesson is that precision, patience, and a commitment to truth, to ma'at, can produce things that endure beyond imagination. When you stand at the base of the Great Pyramid and place your hand on a 2.5-ton limestone block, a block that was quarried, transported, lifted, and set in perfect position by human hands 4,500 years ago, you are touching the longest-lasting proof in human history that mathematics is a universal language spoken first and most magnificently in Africa. Khufu is gone. Emeunu is gone. The workers who laid those 2.3 million stones are gone. Their names mostly are lost, but their mathematics remains. Their precision remains. Their monument to Ma'at, to truth and order and cosmic balance, still stands. Still perfectly oriented to the stars, still perfectly leveled, still perfectly precise. Africa was not waiting to be discovered. Africa was building things that the world is still trying to understand. You have just witnessed one of the greatest stories never properly told. The story of African mathematical genius encoded in stone, standing in the desert, waiting for the world to finally see it clearly. If this documentary moved you, challenged you, or made you look at history differently, please like this video. Share it with someone who needs to hear this story, and subscribe to Africa Hidden History so you never miss an episode. Every week, we pull back the curtain on the chapters of African history that have been hidden, minimized, or forgotten. Because the full story of Africa is the full story of humanity. And that story deserves to be told in its entirety. Next time on Africa Hidden History, we journey to the ancient kingdom of Kush, the African empire that conquered Egypt, produced iron before Europe, and built more pyramids than any other civilization on earth. The story of Nubia.
Africa's forgotten superpower. Until then, keep questioning, keep seeking. The truth about Africa's past is more extraordinary than anything they taught us in school. The Atlantic Ocean, July 1839. Night falls across the water like a curtain drawn over a secret. On the deck of a Spanish schooner named La Amistad, meaning friendship, something extraordinary is about to happen. Something that the slave traders could not have imagined. Something that would shake the courts of America, rattle the halls of power in Spain, and echo through the long, painful history of the African diaspora. Among the hundreds of human beings crammed into the hold of that ship, one man had made a decision. His name was Sengbe Pie. You may know him as Joseph Sinke. And on this night, on this ship, he was not a slave. He was a warrior, a father, a leader, a man who refused to die in chains. This is not just the story of one man. This is the story of 53 Africans, Mende people, kidnapped from their homeland in West Africa, who rose up, took control of a slave ship, and fought their way through one of the most dramatic legal battles in American history. This is the Amistad. Welcome to Africa Hidden History. Today we journey into one of the most remarkable, most inspiring, and most frequently misunderstood chapters in the history of the African people. The year is 1839. The transatlantic slave trade, though officially banned by Britain and the United States, is still raging along the West African coast. Thousands of African men, women, and children are being captured, sold, and shipped across the ocean every year. In this world of violence, greed, and human misery, a group of Mende people from the region we now call Sierra Leone are ripped from their homes, their families, their entire world. They are taken to Havana, Cuba, one of the last great hubs of the illegal slave trade, and then loaded onto a small coastal vessel called La Amistad. But what happens next will change history forever. In this documentary, we will walk through every chapter of this incredible saga. We'll explore who the Mende people were, their culture, their values, their homeland. We'll follow the journey of Sengbe Pie, from rice farmer and father to revolutionary leader. We'll witness the uprising, the blood, the bravery, the impossible gamble for freedom. We'll sit in the courtrooms of America, where the fate of these Africans was decided by judges who had never walked the forests of Sierra Leone, and we'll reveal the hidden truths, the stories that mainstream history has minimized, distorted, or simply left out. Stay with us, because this story belongs to Africa and it is long overdue. To understand the Amistad, we must first understand the world from which Sengbe Pie came. The early 1800s in West Africa, specifically in the region that forms modern-day Sierra Leone, was a world of immense cultural richness, complex politics, and deep spiritual tradition. The Mende people were one of the largest and most organized ethnic groups in this region. Their homeland stretched across dense rainforests, rolling hills, and the fertile valleys of the Sierra Leone interior. The Mende were not isolated. They were deeply connected to broader West African networks, trade routes that carried rice, iron, gold, and cloth across hundreds of miles. They had their own political structures, their own courts, their own systems of justice. Rice was the foundation of their economy. Mende farmers were masters of cultivation, flooding fields, rotating crops, reading the seasons. A man who could grow rice was a man who could sustain life. Sengbe Pie was one such man, a rice farmer, a husband, a father of 3 children. The Mende world was structured around family, community, and the sacred Poro and Sunday societies, secret institutions that governed initiation, education, law, and spiritual life. The Poro society was for men.
Through it, young men were initiated into adulthood, taught the values of their community, and trained in the responsibilities of leadership. The Sunday society was for women, equally powerful, equally important. Women in mandate society were not passive. They were economic actors, spiritual leaders, and community organizers. The Mende believed in a supreme being called Ngewo, a creator god, as well as a world of ancestors and spirits who remained connected to the living. Justice, community, and spiritual balance were central to their moral universe. Warriors were respected, but wisdom was revered even more. A man who could negotiate peace was worth more than a man who could only wage war. Sengbe Pie would need to be both. But there was a shadow falling over this world. The transatlantic slave trade had been devastating West Africa for over 300 years. By 1839, entire communities had been shattered. Millions of people, estimates range from 12 to 15 million souls, had been torn from their homes and shipped across the Atlantic. By the early 1800s, both Britain and the United States had officially banned the transatlantic slave trade. Britain even deployed a naval squadron, the West Africa Squadron, specifically to intercept slave ships. But the ban had not stopped the trade. It had only made it more violent, more secretive, and more profitable. Slavers adapted, ships became faster to outrun the British Navy, captives were packed even more tightly to make each voyage more profitable, and the interior of West Africa, away from the coastal patrols, became a hunting ground. African rulers, warlords, and traders participated in this system, sometimes under coercion, sometimes for profit, sometimes both. The slave trade corrupted everything it touched, and in 1839, it touched Sengbe Pie. To understand the second half of our setting, we must cross the Atlantic to Cuba. In 1839, Cuba was a Spanish colony and one of the most profitable sugar-producing territories on earth. The demand for enslaved African labor on Cuba's sugar plantations was insatiable. Spain and the United States had signed treaties agreeing that transatlantic slave trading would be abolished. But in practice, Cuba's slave market was booming. The Spanish colonial government looked the other way. Money flowed, people suffered. New Africans, people just captured from the continent who had never been enslaved before, were known as bozales. They were technically illegal under Spanish law, but they were profitable. And profit in 1839 was stronger than law. It was here, in the slave market of Havana, that Sengbe Pie and his companions arrived in 1839. They had survived the Middle Passage, but their journey was not over, it was just beginning. We do not know exactly when Sengbe Pie was born. We know he was a young man, perhaps in his mid-20s, when he was captured in 1839. He came from the town of Mani in the interior of Sierra Leone. He was a Mende man, a farmer, a husband to a woman whose name has not been preserved by history, a father to 3 children whose names we also do not know. This is one of the cruelties of the historical record. The names of the enslaved are so often erased, even in stories where they triumphed. What we do know is this: Sengbe Pie was not a chief or a warrior by former title. He was an ordinary man in the finest sense of that word, someone whose community depended on him and who took that responsibility seriously. When he was captured, taken by fellow Africans in a local raid, orchestrated by the broader slave trade, his first thought was not of himself, it was of escape, it was of return. That focus, that singular drive to get back to his family would drive every decision he made from that day forward, and it would make him a legend.
Sengbe Pierre was not alone. He was one of 53 captive Africans aboard the Amistad when the rebellion occurred. These were not a random collection of individuals. They were mostly Mende with a shared language, shared values, and a shared understanding of what it meant to be free. Among them were men of different backgrounds, farmers, hunters, a blacksmith. Some had been enslaved before within Africa. Others, like Sengbe, were newly captured. And among the 53 were 4 children, 3 girls and 1 boy. Their presence on that ship is a reminder of the full monstrous scale of what the slave trade was. It stole children from their mothers and shipped them across oceans. The children's names, or the names we know them by, were Teme, Kagne, Kale, and Magru. Magru, the girl who later went by the name Sarah Kinson, would survive the Amistad saga and return to Africa, where she later attended college in Sierra Leone. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. On the other side of this story are 2 Spanish nationals, Don Jose Ruiz and Don Pedro Montes. Ruiz was a young Havana planter who paid roughly $450 per African, a fortune at the time, for 49 of the captives. He intended to transport them to his sugar plantation at Puerto Principe on the eastern coast of Cuba. Montes was an older trader who purchased 4 of the children for his own use. To conduct this illegal transaction legally on paper, Cuban authorities provided fraudulent Spanish passports for the Africans, documents that falsely identified them as Spanish-speaking, Cuba-born enslaved people. This legal fiction would become a central battleground in the trials to come. The Amistad itself was a 120-ton black schooner, a fast, sleek ship designed for coastal trading. Her captain was Ramon Ferrer, a Spaniard of middling reputation who earned his living ferrying people and cargo between Cuban ports. The crew consisted of 2 sailors, a cook named Celestino and Captain Ferrer himself. There was also 1 other passenger on board, Antonio, a young enslaved boy belonging to Captain Ferrer, who served as a cabin servant. Antonio's role in the events to come would be complicated and his ultimate fate tragic. Half a world away, as in the United States, another set of characters would be drawn into this story. Louis Tappan was a wealthy New York merchant and one of the most committed abolitionists in America. When news of the Amistad reached him, he immediately organized a legal defense committee. Roger Sherman Baldwin was a Connecticut attorney who would serve as the Africans' primary legal counsel. And in the most dramatic legal move of all, Tappan eventually persuaded former President John Quincy Adams, then 73 years old and serving in Congress, to argue the Africans' case before the United States Supreme Court. On the other side stood President Martin Van Buren, whose administration was under intense pressure from both Spain and southern slaveholders to hand the Africans back, which would mean certain death or re-enslavement. These were the forces that would collide in American courtrooms. But before any of that, before lawyers and judges and presidents, there was a single knight on the open sea. There was Sengbe Pierre with a nail in his hand and freedom in his heart. Early in 1839, Sengbe Pierre was walking along a road near his village when he was seized by a group of men. The details are murky, as they so often are when the enslaved tell their own stories and are not believed. What we know is that he was taken by force, bound, and marched to the coast. This was a process that could take days or weeks. Captives were chained together and marched through the forest in long lines, what historians call coffles. Each step took Sengbe Pierre farther from everything he had ever known. He was brought to the slave trading post of Lomboko, a fortress on an island off the Sierra Leone coast, operated by a Spanish-Cuban slave trader named Pedro Blanco. Lomboko was the largest slave trading operation in West Africa at the time. Thousands of Africans pass through its dungeons each year. At Lomboko, Sengbe Pierre would have encountered other captives from across the region, people speaking different languages from different communities, all united by the same terrifying uncertainty. He was held here for weeks, possibly months. Then he was loaded onto a Portuguese slave ship, the Tecora, and the Middle Passage began. The Middle Passage was the name given to the second leg of the Triangle trade, the journey that carried enslaved Africans from the West African coast to the Americas. It was one of the most horrific journeys in human history. Captives were packed into ships so tightly they could barely move. Many were chained, lying on wooden shelves just 18 inches high. They lay in their own filth. They breathed foul air. Disease spread rapidly. Those who died were thrown overboard. The journey could last anywhere from 3 weeks to 3 months, depending on the winds and the route. For Sengbe Pierre and his companions, the Tecora carried them across the Atlantic in the dead of spring, 1839. Some captives chose death over this journey, refusing to eat or throwing themselves into the sea when brought above deck. Others prayed, others plotted, others simply endured. Sengbe Pierre endured, but he was already thinking. June 1839, Havana, Cuba. The Tecora arrived in Havana Harbor under the cover of night, a common practice used to avoid detection by the anti-slave trade patrols that occasionally operated in Cuban waters. Sengbe Pierre and his companions were taken to an illegal slave depot, possibly the El Baracun, where they were held, examined, and put up for sale. This is where Don Jose Ruiz and Don Pedro Montes entered the picture, purchasing the 53 Africans and arranging for them to be transported on the coastal schooner La Amistad to Puerto Principe. False documents were created. The Africans were given Spanish names on paper and declared to be Cuban-born, Spanish-speaking slaves, Ladinos, a legal category that would have made their transportation legal under Spanish law. The documents were lies. The men producing them knew it. The men buying the documents knew it. And in a few weeks, the entire world would know it. On June 28, 1839, the 53 Africans were loaded onto the Amistad. The ship set sail for Puerto Principe. It was expected to be a 3-day journey. It would become a journey that lasted years. There are different versions of what happened in the days before the uprising. What all accounts agree on is this. Sengbe Pierre found a loose nail, or perhaps a spike, somewhere in the hold of the ship. With this single piece of metal, he picked the lock of his chains. He was free, at least from the iron, but the ship still carried armed guards and the ocean still stretched in every direction. Sengbe Pierre moved carefully. He freed the man next to him, then another and another. Moving through the darkness, he spread not just freedom from chains, but the seed of a plan.
In the cargo hold, the Africans discovered a crate of sugarcane machetes, tools intended for the plantation work they were being taken to. The brutal irony, the weapons of their future enslavement would become the weapons of their present liberation. The uprising began in the dark hours before dawn on July 2nd, 1839. Sengbe Pierre led the charge. Captain Ramon Ferrer fought back. He was killed during the struggle, along with the ship's cook Celestino, who had reportedly taunted the captives by telling them they were going to be eaten. The 2 sailors jumped overboard and swam away into the night. Don Jose Ruiz and Don Pedro Montes were captured, wounded but alive. Sengbe Pierre made the decision to spare them. This was not weakness, it was strategy. He needed someone who could navigate. Sengbe Pierre's plan was clear. Sail east toward the rising sun, sail back to Africa, return to Sierra Leone, return to family.
He forced Montez, who had sailing experience, to navigate. He watched the sun during the day, ensuring the ship moved eastward. But at night, when Sengbe could not see the stars well enough to check their course, Montez secretly altered their heading. He sailed north and west toward the United States. This deception continued for weeks. The Amistad zigzagged through the Atlantic on a bizarre, erratic course that would later puzzle American authorities. The weeks at sea were brutal. Food and water ran low. Several of the Africans died from illness and dehydration during this period. The ship grew rancid. Hope, which had surged on the night of the rebellion, began to ebb. But Sengbe Pierre held his community together. He rationed resources, he maintained order, he kept the captives' morale alive through force of personality and shared purpose. In late August 1839, the Amistad limped into the waters off the coast of Long Island, New York. Sengbe Pierre and several of the men came ashore to find fresh water and food. They encountered local residents, white Americans, who stared in shock and fascination at these gaunt, free African men who had appeared seemingly from nowhere on a battered Spanish ship. Word spread quickly. On August 26, 1839, the USS Washington, an American naval survey brig commanded by Lieutenant Commander Thomas Gedney, spotted the Amistad drifting off the coast of Long Island. Gedney brought his ship alongside and boarded the Amistad. What he found astonished him. A battered vessel crewed by Africans with two bound Spanish men below deck. Ruiz and Montez immediately claimed they were victims of a murderous mutiny. They presented their fraudulent documents. They demanded the Africans be arrested. Gedney, sensing an opportunity for prize money rather than justice, took the Amistad into custody and sailed it to New London, Connecticut, specifically choosing Connecticut over New York because Connecticut law would allow him to claim salvage rights to the ship and its cargo. The 53 Africans were taken to New Haven, Connecticut and imprisoned while American authorities debated what to do with them. The greatest legal battle in antebellum American history was about to begin. Within days of the Amistad's arrival in Connecticut, a complex legal and political crisis erupted. Multiple parties were claiming rights over the Africans and the ship. Lieutenant Commander Gedney wanted salvage rights, a percentage of the ship's value. Don Jose Ruiz and Pedro Montez wanted their property returned. The Spanish government, citing the Treaty of 1795, demanded the ship, its cargo, and the Africans be returned to Spain. President Van Buren's administration, desperate not to offend either Spain or southern slaveholders, wanted to quietly deport the Africans, and the abolitionists, led by Louis Tappan, wanted the Africans recognized as free people who had been kidnapped illegally. The central legal question was deceptively simple and explosively complex. Were these 53 people enslaved people and therefore property, as the fraudulent Spanish documents claimed, or were they free African-born people who had been kidnapped illegally and therefore had the right to defend themselves even with deadly force? Louis Tappan's Amistad Committee hired attorneys Roger Sherman Baldwin and Seth Staples to represent the Africans. They also made a powerful decision. They would bring the Africans' own voices into the courtroom. But first, someone had to talk to them. And no one in Connecticut spoke Mende. The abolitionists searched desperately for someone who could communicate with the Africans. They tried interpreters in New York and Boston. None could speak Mende. Finally, through the help of British anti-slavery contacts, they located James Covey, a young Mende man who had been liberated from a slave ship by the British Royal Navy and was now serving as a sailor in New York Harbor. When James Covey walked into the New Haven jail and spoke to Sengbe Pierre in Mende, their shared mother tongue, it was one of the most emotionally significant moments of the entire saga. Sengbe Pierre could finally tell his story. Through Covey, he gave testimony that would form the backbone of the Africans' legal defense. They were not Cuban-born Ladinos. They were Mende people newly taken from Africa. The documents were lies. Sengbe's story, the capture, Lomboko, the Tekora, the Middle Passage, Havana, and the uprising was carefully recorded and would be presented in court. The world, for the first time, was listening to an African man who had been enslaved tell the truth about what had happened to him. And it was devastating. The case went to the United States District Court in Hartford, Connecticut in January 1840 before Judge Andrew Judson. This was an ironic choice of Judge. Judson was well known as an opponent of black education and African rights. Just years earlier, he had prosecuted a Connecticut school teacher for daring to educate black girls. But the law in this case was on the African side. And Judson, whatever his personal prejudices, was bound to follow the evidence. The defense presented their case methodically. The Africans were not Cuban-born. They did not speak Spanish. They were recent arrivals from Africa, specifically from Sierra Leone. The documents were fraudulent. The illegal importation of Africans was a violation of treaties that Spain itself had signed. The Van Buren administration argued for extradition to Spain. The abolitionists argued for freedom. On January 13th, 1840, Judge Judson ruled. The Africans were free people who had been kidnapped from Africa. They were not property. They were not subject to Spanish jurisdiction. They should be returned to Africa. It was an extraordinary ruling, but President Van Buren was not finished. Within days, the administration appealed the ruling. The case would go to the Circuit Court, and from there, if necessary, to the Supreme Court of the United States. The fight was not over. The road to freedom would be longer and harder than anyone hoped. When the Circuit Court upheld Judge Judson's ruling in April 1840, the Van Buren administration appealed again, this time to the United States Supreme Court. The stakes could not have been higher. If the Supreme Court ruled against the Africans, they would be handed to Spain, tried for murder, and almost certainly executed. Louis Tappan needed the best legal mind available. He approached former President John Quincy Adams, the 73-year-old son of John Adams, a man who had once been among the most powerful in the nation. Adams initially hesitated. He was old. His eyesight was failing. He had not argued before the Supreme Court in decades, but he agreed because he believed in the cause. Adams spent months preparing. He read every document, every transcript, every piece of evidence. He met with Sengbe Pierre and the other Africans in Connecticut. He corresponded with abolitionists across the country. And on February 24th, 1841, John Quincy Adams stood before the Supreme Court of the United States and began one of the most famous legal arguments in American history. Adams spoke for nearly 8 hours across 2 days. He was brilliant, furious, and deeply moral. He appealed not just to law, but to the founding principles of the nation, that all men were created equal, that freedom was a natural right, that the Constitution of the United States, whatever its compromises, could not be used to return kidnapped people to slavery or death. He quoted the Declaration of Independence. He quoted international treaties. He pointed at the executive branch with barely concealed contempt, accusing Van Buren's administration of bending to slave power politics. On March 9th, 1841, the Supreme Court issued its ruling, 7 justices to 1.
The Amistad Africans were free people. They had been kidnapped. They had the right to use force to regain their liberty. The United States government had no legal obligation to return them to Spain. Sengbe Pierre and his companions had won, but even after the Supreme Court victory, the Africans could not simply go home. They had no money, they needed a ship, they needed supplies, and the abolitionists who had championed their cause, good people, but not without their own complicated motives, wanted something in return. The Amistad Committee organized fundraising drives. They took Sengbe Pierre and several of the Africans on speaking tours across New England, charging admission. White Americans paid to see and hear the famous Amistad Africans in person. Sengbe Pierre was eloquent, powerful, and deeply uncomfortable with the spectacle. He tolerated it because he needed the money. He needed to go home. The abolitionists also saw an opportunity for missionary work. The Mende Missionary Mission was established. Several American missionaries accompanied the Africans on their return journey. This too was complicated. It is, as we shall explore later in this documentary. On November 25th, 1841, more than 2 years after the Amistad's capture of Long Island, Sengbe Pierre and 35 surviving Africans boarded a ship called the Gentleman and set sail for West Africa. They were going home, or what was left of it.
On January 15th, 1842, the ship carrying Sengbe Pierre and the surviving Amistad Africans arrived at Freetown, the capital of the British colony of Sierra Leone. For many of the men, the return was joyous. For some, it was devastating. Sierra Leone had been torn by years of conflict and the ongoing raids of slave traders. Some of the men found that their villages had been destroyed. Others found their families scattered. Some found that those they loved had themselves been taken into slavery while they were away fighting for their own freedom, i.e. in American courts. The cruelest blow fell on Sengbe Pierre himself. When he made his way back to the Mani region, back to his homeland, he discovered that his wife, his children, and much of his extended family had disappeared. They had either fled the ongoing slave raids or had been taken themselves. Some sources say he searched for years and never found them. Others suggest his family may eventually have been located, though the historical record is ambiguous. This is the part of the story that gets left out of the triumphant Hollywood version. Sengbe Pierre fought for his freedom. He won, and what waited for him on the other side of that victory was grief. History does not give us a tidy ending for this man. It gives us only what he did, and what he did was extraordinary. Here is the first hidden truth about the Amistad story. It is consistently told as though the Africans were rescued by white Americans. In the popular imagination, reinforced by Steven Spielberg's 1997 film, the heroes of the Amistad are John Quincy Adams, the abolitionists, and the American legal system. But let us be precise about who saved Sengbe Pierre and the Mende captives. They saved themselves. The Africans staged the uprising. They kept each other alive for weeks at sea. They navigated the psychological and political labyrinth of American law without being broken. They gave testimony under conditions of extreme duress. John Quincy Adams gave an important speech, but he did not pick the lock with a nail in the dark hold of a ship. The abolitionists were essential allies, but allies support a struggle. They do not define it. Sengbe Pierre was not rescued, he was the rescuer. The forged identity papers at the heart of the Amistad case reveal something crucial about how the slave trade operated in 1839. The illegal transatlantic slave trade had created an entire industry of falsification. Cuban authorities were complicit. Spanish colonial officials were bribed, documents were manufactured, the law existed on paper. Reality was something else entirely. This was not an aberration. This was the system. The slave trade could not have functioned without legal corruption at every level. And this is why the defense strategy in the Amistad case was so powerful. It did not just argue for the freedom of 53 people. It exposed the fraudulent machinery of the entire slave trade's legal infrastructure. Here is a truth that makes some people uncomfortable, but which history requires us to acknowledge. Some Africans participated in the slave trade. The men who captured Sengbe Pie on that road near Mani were almost certainly African. The traders who sold him to the Portuguese at Lomboko were likely African. Pedro Blanco, the Spanish operator of Lomboko, worked through networks of African intermediaries. This does not create moral equivalence. The transatlantic slave trade was driven by European and American demand for cheap labor. European nations built the ships, funded the operations, created the markets, and consumed the product. Without that demand, there would have been no trade of this scale. But acknowledging the complexity, acknowledging that some African leaders made devastating choices to participate in the trade for their own gain, is part of telling the full truth. The Mende people were caught in a system that was larger than any single group, and the ones who suffered most were the ones least responsible for it. Ordinary people like Sengbe Pie, going about their lives until violence arrived at the door. The 4 children aboard the Amistad are among the most overlooked figures in the whole story. They were caught between whales in ways the adult men were not. They had been separated from their families at even younger ages. They were kept with the adults throughout the legal proceedings, imprisoned, examined, displayed. The abolitionists educated them in Connecticut during the long legal proceedings. They learned to read English. They were baptized, some willingly, some under social pressure that a child in a foreign country, imprisoned and dependent, could not easily resist. Magru, who took the name Sarah Kinson, is perhaps the most documented of the 4. After returning to Sierra Leone, she later attended Oberlin College in Ohio, one of the first colleges to accept women and black students, and returned to Sierra Leone as a teacher. She spent her life in the country that had once allowed her to be stolen. Her story is extraordinary, and almost no one knows it. The Amistad case gave American abolitionists more than a legal victory. It gave them a platform, a mission, and a purpose. The Mende Mission, established by the Amistad Committee, sent American missionaries to Sierra Leone following the Africans' return. They built schools, churches, and hospitals. Some of this work was genuinely beneficial. It provided education, medical care, and community infrastructure that Sierra Leoneans themselves used and built upon. But it also came with an ideology, the belief that African people needed to be civilized and Christianized, that African spiritual traditions, the Poro and Sande societies, the worship of Nyewo, the reverence for ancestors were inferior and needed to be replaced. This was a form of cultural colonization, well-meaning perhaps, but colonization nonetheless. The Amistad saga, which began as a story of African agency and resistance, was partially converted into a story about American Christian benevolence. This is what happens when the victors control the narrative. Among the most overlooked figures in the Amistad saga is Antonio, the enslaved cabin boy who belonged to Captain Farah. Antonio was an enslaved person of African descent who had grown up in Cuba. He spoke Spanish. He had worked for Captain Farah, and during the uprising, he did not join the rebels. He was kept by them as a witness and interpreter. After the Amistad was captured by the Americans, Antonio was treated not as a free person, but as property, specifically as the property of Captain Farah's estate. Antonio eventually escaped, reportedly with the help of abolitionists, and fled to Canada,
where he lived out the rest of his life as a free man. His story is a reminder that the Amistad was not just a story of Mende freedom. It was a story that touched many lives, and not everyone had the same outcome. The Amistad case did not end slavery in America. Let us be completely clear about that. It did not even shift official American policy immediately. But what it did was force a public conversation that the country desperately needed to have, a conversation about the fundamental contradiction at the heart of American democracy. A nation that declared all men to be created equal was the same nation that allowed human beings to be bought and sold. The Amistad case put that contradiction on trial. The case energized the abolitionist movement. It showed that the legal system could sometimes, under the right circumstances, with the right arguments, reach the right conclusion. It showed that enslaved and formerly enslaved people were not passive victims, but active agents in their own liberation. It brought anti-slavery arguments into the mainstream press in ways that earlier abolitionist efforts had not been able to achieve. And it drew John Quincy Adams, one of the nation's most respected elder statesmen, firmly into the abolitionist camp, giving the movement a credibility it had previously lacked with the establishment figures. Historians debate how much the Amistad case directly influenced the Civil War and emancipation, but there is no doubt it was part of the accumulating moral pressure that made slavery unsustainable. The Amistad Africans showed that enslaved people would fight, had always been fighting for their freedom. This was not a comfortable fact for Southern slaveholders. The case also helped solidify the argument, later made in the Supreme Court's Dred Scott decision absurdly in the opposite direction, that the legal status of black people in America was not settled. It was contested, and it would not be settled until the Civil War resolved it through blood. In Sierra Leone, Sengbe Pie is a national hero. His image appears on currency. Streets are named after him. A statue stands in his honor in Freetown, but his legacy in his homeland is more complicated than the hero's welcome might suggest. After his return in 1842, Sengbe Pie fades from the historical record. Some sources suggest he worked with the Mende mission for a period, trading goods between the mission and interior communities. Others suggest he became involved in the local trade economy in ways that were not entirely admirable. There are even accounts, disputed and possibly exaggerated, that Sengbe Pie later participated in the internal African slave trade. These claims are contested and may be politically motivated distortions, but they illustrate how difficult it is to maintain a simple hero narrative for any human being who lived a complex life in a complex time. What is beyond dispute is this: Sengbe Pie died on the grounds of the Mende mission in Sierra Leone in approximately 1879. He lived to old age. He had survived everything. He was buried in African soil. The Amistad rebellion sits within a long tradition of African and African American resistance to enslavement. It is connected to the rebellion of Natena in Virginia in 1831, to the escape networks of the Underground Railroad, to the oratory of Frederick Douglass, to the quiet daily acts of resistance carried out by millions of enslaved people who refused to surrender their humanity. What the Amistad added to this tradition was visibility and legal precedent. It demonstrated in the highest court in the land that Africans who had been kidnapped could not be legally held as slaves under international law. This principle would not be applied broadly or consistently. The American legal system would continue to fail black people in catastrophic ways for more than a century. But the principle existed. It had been stated. It could not be entirely erased when the civil rights movement of the 20th century made its own legal arguments before the same Supreme Court in the same language of human rights and natural law. They were standing on ground that the Amistad Africans had helped to claim. The Amistad case immediately captured the imagination of artists and writers. In 1840, painter Nathaniel Jocelyn, a committed abolitionist, created a stunning portrait of Sengbe Pie that became one of the most iconic images in American abolitionist history. Jocelyn painted him not as a victim or an exotic figure, but as a man of dignity and power in classical pose, looking slightly upward toward freedom. This image was radical for its time. It insisted on Sengbe Pie's full humanity in an era when American culture systematically denied that humanity to black people. In the 20th century, the Amistad story was memorialized in poetry, theater, and novel. In 1997, Steven Spielberg's major Hollywood film brought the story to a global audience, though critics noted that the film centered white protagonists over the African ones. The film was important for raising awareness, but as with all Hollywood treatments of African history, it required the viewer to supply what the film left out: the fullness of Mende culture, the interiority of the African characters, the complexity of Sengbe Pie as a man, not just a symbol. Today, the Amistad story is taught in schools across the United States and increasingly in Sierra Leone and West Africa. The Amistad Center for Art and Culture in Hartford, Connecticut, maintains one of the most significant collections of African American art and history in the nation. A full-scale replica of the Amistad ship, named the Freedom Schooner Amistad, was built in 2000 and has sailed as an educational vessel, traveling to ports around the Atlantic world, telling the story of its namesake. In 2015, the United States issued an Amistad commemorative stamp featuring Sengbe Pie. And in Sierra Leone, the story of the Amistad is woven into national memory in a reminder that this small West African nation produced a man who, in the most desperate circumstances imaginable, chose freedom. What do we take from this story? Let us not reduce it to a simple moral. History is not a fable, and the people in it are not characters placed here to teach us clean lessons. But there are truths in this story that demand to be acknowledged. The first truth is about agency. Sengbe Pie was not lucky. He was not saved by providence or white allies alone. He was a man who, in the darkest possible circumstances, used his mind, his courage, and his community to fight for his own freedom. African people have always been the primary architects of African liberation. The Amistad is a perfect example. The second truth is about the power of community. Sengbe Pie did not free himself alone. He freed his neighbors. He built a coalition in the hold of a ship. He kept 52 other people alive for weeks in impossible conditions. This was not individual heroism. This was collective African solidarity. The third truth is about narrative. Whoever controls the story controls the legacy. For too long, the Amistad has been presented as a story about American justice, about white abolitionists, about the progressive arc of American law. These things happened, but they are not the center of the story. The center of the story is a Mende man with a nail in his hand and his family in his heart. The Amistad tells us that freedom is not given, it is taken, it is argued for, it is sailed toward, even when the navigator is lying to you about the direction. It is fought for in courts and on decks and in the long, quiet spaces of a man's mind when he refuses to accept that his life belongs to someone else. Sengbe Pie was an African man, a Mende man, a farmer, a father, and one of the greatest freedom fighters in the history of the world,
Remember his name, not Joseph Tsinke, the name the slavers' documents gave him, Sengbe Pie. That is who he was. That is the story of the Amistad, the story of 53 Mende men, women, and children who refused to become property. The story of Sengbe Pie, a man who carried the weight of his community's freedom across an ocean and into history. This story belongs to Africa, and now it belongs to you. If this documentary moved you, if it showed you something new about who African people are and what they have always been capable of, please take one moment to like this video, subscribe to Africa Hidden History if you haven't already, and share this with someone who needs to know this story, because representation matters, because truth matters, because the names we remember and the names we allow to be forgotten shape the world our children will inherit. We will not allow Sengbe Pie to be forgotten on this channel. Coming up next on Africa Hidden History, the Kingdom of Dahomey and the Agoji, the legendary all-female warriors who defended one of West Africa's most powerful empires. Their story is fiercer, more complex, and more surprising than anything Hollywood has shown you. That documentary is coming soon. Until then, stay curious, stay proud, and remember, Africa's history is your history. March 1st, 1896. The sun rises over the rugged mountains of northern Ethiopia, casting long shadows across a landscape about to witness something the world believed impossible. 17,000 Italian soldiers, armed with modern artillery and the confidence of European supremacy, stand ready to crush what they see as just another African kingdom. They have no idea they are about to face the greatest military disaster since the fall of Rome. By sunset, the bodies of nearly 7,000 Italian soldiers will lie scattered across these hills. An African army will have shattered the European invasion force, and the entire narrative of colonialism, the idea that Africans could not resist European conquest, will be rewritten in blood and courage on this single battlefield. This is not a story of noble savages getting lucky. This is a story of brilliant strategy, modern weaponry, ancient unity, and an emperor who understood that Africa's freedom hung in the balance. This is the Battle of Adwa, the day Ethiopia proved to the world that African independence was not a dream, but a reality worth fighting for. Welcome to Africa Hidden History. Today we journey to the highlands of Ethiopia in 1896 to explore one of the most significant military victories in African history, and indeed in the entire story of resistance against European colonialism. The Battle of Adwa was not just a military engagement. It was a defining moment that proved African nations could defend their sovereignty against European powers during the age of the scramble for Africa. While nearly every other African territory was falling under European control, Ethiopia stood firm, and on the mountains near the town of Adwa, they made their stand. Over the next hour, we will explore how this victory came to be. We will meet Emperor Menelik II, a strategic genius who modernized his army while preserving Ethiopian unity. We will understand Empress Taitube II, a warrior queen whose intelligence gathering and political wisdom proved essential to victory. We will walk through the diplomatic chess game that led to war, examine the weapons and tactics that decided the battle, and discover why this single day in March changed the course of African history. We will also uncover the hidden elements of this story, the role of women warriors, the spiritual beliefs that sustained Ethiopian soldiers, the intelligence networks that outmaneuvered Italian spies, and most importantly, we will explore how ADWA inspired anti-colonial movements across Africa and the diaspora for generations to come. This is not just a story about one battle. This is a story about dignity, sovereignty, and the power of a united people to defend their homeland against impossible odds. To understand the significance of ADWA, we must first understand the world in which it occurred. The late 19th century was the age of European imperialism, a period when industrial powers carved up the entire African continent like a piece of property to be divided among themselves. In 1884 and 85, European powers met in Berlin, Germany, for a conference that would determine Africa's fate. No African representatives were invited, no African voices were heard. European leaders simply drew lines on maps, dividing kingdoms, splitting ethnic groups, and claiming ownership over lands they had never seen. By 1896, almost the entire continent had fallen under European control. The Horn of Africa, however, remained partially independent. Ethiopia, known historically as Abyssinia, had existed as a sovereign Christian kingdom for over 1500 years. Its emperors traced their lineage back to King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, a heritage that gave the nation a profound sense of historical continuity and divine purpose. Ethiopia's geography provided natural defenses. The country consists of rugged islands, deep valleys, and mountains that reach heights of over 4,000 meters. This terrain made invasion difficult and allowed Ethiopian rulers to maintain independence even as neighboring territories fell to European powers. The climate varies dramatically from region to region, creating a landscape that Ethiopians knew intimately, but that proved treacherous for foreign invaders.
In the 1880s, Ethiopia was ruled by Emperor Johannes IV, a capable military leader who had successfully defended the country against Egyptian and Sudanese invasions. However, Johannes faced constant challenges from regional nobles who commanded their own armies and governed their territories with significant autonomy. Ethiopian unity was always fragile, always dependent on the strength and wisdom of the emperor. The European power most interested in Ethiopia was Italy, a nation that had only recently unified itself in 1871. Italy arrived late to the colonial competition and desperately wanted an African empire to match those of Britain, France, and Germany. Italian leaders believed that conquering Ethiopia would establish Italy as a major European power and provide resources, prestige, and strategic control over the Red Sea region. Italy's entry into the Horn of Africa began with the port of Massawa on the Red Sea coast, which they occupied in 1885. This gave Italy a foothold in the region and control over Ethiopia's primary access to the sea. From Massawa, Italian forces gradually expanded inland using a combination of military force and diplomatic manipulation to establish what they called Eritrea as an Italian colony. The Italians employed a strategy they had used successfully in North Africa, making treaties with local rulers that contained deliberately ambiguous language. These treaties appeared to be agreements of friendship and cooperation in one language, but claimed to establish Italian control when translated into Italian. This duplicity would become central to the conflict that led to ADWA. Ethiopian society in this period was deeply influenced by Orthodox Christianity, which had been the state religion since the 4th century. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church maintained ancient traditions, used the Ge'ez language in liturgy, and preserved texts and customs that connected Ethiopia to the earliest days of Christianity. This religious identity was not merely spiritual but political.
It defined Ethiopia as a Christian kingdom in a region increasingly influenced by Islam and European colonialism. The church owned vast amounts of land and wielded significant political influence. Priests blessed armies before battle, carried sacred relics into combat, and provided spiritual justification for resistance against foreign invasion. For many Ethiopians, defending their land was not just a political act, but a sacred duty, a defense of their Christian heritage against those they saw as invaders threatening their faith. Ethiopian society was organized into a feudal system where regional nobles called Ras or Dejazmak, depending on their rank, controlled territories and commanded private armies. The emperor's power depended on his ability to maintain loyalty among these nobles, who could choose to support or oppose him depending on their interests. This system created internal competition, but also meant that when united, Ethiopia could field enormous armies drawn from across the empire. The Ethiopian military tradition emphasized individual courage and skill in combat. Warriors trained from youth in horseback riding, spear fighting, and later rifle marksmanship. Military service was a source of honor and social status. Men who distinguished themselves in battle could rise in rank and receive land grants. This martial culture meant that Ethiopia could mobilize large numbers of motivated, experienced fighters when threatened. By the early 1890s, the situation in the Horn of Africa had reached a critical point. Emperor Johannes IV died in 1889 fighting against Sudanese Mahdist forces, leaving a succession crisis. Multiple claimants emerged, each backed by different regional nobles. The outcome of this power struggle would determine whether Ethiopia could maintain unity in the face of Italian expansion, or whether it would fracture into competing factions that Italy could conquer piecemeal. The man who would lead Ethiopia to victory at Adwa was Emperor Menelik II, one of the most brilliant leaders in African history. Born in 1844 as the son of the king of Shewa, a region in central Ethiopia, Menelik spent his youth as a political prisoner of Emperor Tewodros II, who had conquered his father's kingdom. This experience taught young Menelik patience, political strategy, and the importance of building alliances. When Menelik escaped and returned to Shewa in 1865, he began a methodical campaign to rebuild his power. He understood that Ethiopia's future depended on modernization while maintaining traditional sources of authority and respect for Ethiopian culture. Menelik imported modern weapons from Europe, established factories, built roads, and created a more centralized administration. He was a man who could navigate between tradition and modernity, using both to strengthen his position. Beside Menelik stood Empress Taitu Betu, a woman whose importance to the Adwa victory cannot be overstated. Taitu was not merely the emperor's wife, but his closest advisor, a political strategist, and a military leader in her own right. Born into nobility around 1850, Taitu was educated, multilingual, and deeply knowledgeable about Ethiopian politics and regional dynamics. Taitu was a fierce advocate for Ethiopian independence and was more suspicious of Italian intentions than Menelik. When the emperor sometimes favored the diplomatic solutions, Taitu pushed for military readiness and resistance. She organized intelligence networks, managed supply lines for the Ethiopian army, and even commanded troops in battle. Taitu understood that independence was non-negotiable and that Ethiopians must be willing to sacrifice everything to preserve it. Together, Menelik and Taitu formed a formidable partnership. Where Menelik was patient and diplomatic, Taitu was direct and uncompromising. Where Menelik sought to modernize gradually, Taitu pushed for immediate action. This balance of temperaments and strategies made them more effective that either would have been alone. Supporting Menelik and Taitu were regional leaders who commanded their own armies and controlled vast territories. Ras Alula Engida, a legendary military commander from Tigray, had already defeated Italian forces in smaller engagements and understood European military tactics. Ras Makonnen Voldemir, governor of Harar and Menelik's cousin, brought sophisticated diplomatic skills and a well-trained army. Ras Mikael of Volo commanded forces from the Muslim regions of Ethiopia, demonstrating that the defense of Ethiopia transcended religious divisions. These regional leaders had their own ambitions and interests. Uniting them behind a single cause required extraordinary political skill. Menelik achieved this through a combination of diplomacy, marriage alliances, strategic appointments, and the distribution of modern weapons. He convinced these powerful nobles that their individual interests were best served by collective defense of Ethiopian sovereignty. On the Italian side stood General Oreste Baratieri, the governor of Eritrea and commander of Italian forces in the region. Baratieri was a career military officer who had fought in Italy's wars of unification and had experience in colonial warfare in Africa. However, he was also a man driven by political ambition and pressure from Rome to achieve a decisive victory that would justify Italy's colonial expenses. Baratieri faced a difficult situation. His government demanded results but provided limited resources. His troops included Italian soldiers, but also large numbers of Eritrean askari, local soldiers recruited to fight for Italy. The loyalty and effectiveness of these askari would prove questionable when facing fellow Africans. Baratieri also underestimated Ethiopian capabilities, a common European prejudice that assumed African armies were inherently inferior regardless of their actual strength or organization. The Italian army in the Horn of Africa numbered about 25,000 men, with roughly 17,000 available for the march toward Adwa. These forces were equipped with modern rifles, artillery pieces, and machine guns. They had a European military training and organization. On paper, they appeared superior to any African force, but numbers and equipment tell only part of a military story. The Ethiopian forces that would gather to face Italy numbered over 100,000 warriors, the largest army Ethiopia had ever assembled. This force included professional soldiers armed with modern rifles purchased from European arms dealers, traditional warriors carrying spears and swords, cavalry units, and even artillery pieces. The Ethiopian army was diverse in weapons and training, but united in purpose. What made the Ethiopian force particularly formidable was its motivation. These were men fighting to defend their homeland, their emperor, their faith, and their independence. They were not conscripts forced into service, but volunteers who understood what defeat would mean. They fought on familiar terrain with supply lines to local communities and with knowledge of the landscape that no foreign army could match. Often overlooked in historical accounts are the Ethiopian women who participated in the Adwa campaign. Beyond Empress Taitu, thousands of women accompanied the army, not just as supporters but as active participants. Women managed logistics, transported ammunition and supplies, treated wounded soldiers, and in some cases fought directly in combat. Ethiopian martial tradition did not exclude women from military roles, and at Adwa, their contributions proved essential to victory. The path to Adwa began not with military action but with a treaty and a translation. In May 1889, shortly after Menelik consolidated his power as emperor, he signed the Treaty of Wuchale with Italy. This treaty, also known as Uchiali in Italian, appeared to be a friendship agreement that would bring Italian support for Menelik's rule in exchange for commercial and diplomatic cooperation. However, the treaty contained a fatal discrepancy. Article 17 of the treaty, as written in Amharic, Ethiopia's language, stated that the emperor could use Italian assistance in dealing with other European powers if he wished. The Italian version of the same article stated that the emperor must conduct all foreign relations through Italy, essentially making Ethiopia an Italian protectorate. When Italian diplomats began telling other European powers that Ethiopia was now under Italian protection, Meneliku was outraged. He had been deceived through deliberate mistranslation. The emperor protested vigorously, arguing that he had never agreed to surrender Ethiopian sovereignty. The Italians insisted their version was correct and began acting as though Ethiopia was their colonial possession. This diplomatic crisis revealed fundamental differences in how the two sides viewed the relationship. Italians assumed African rulers would accept subordinate status to European powers. Menelik understood that accepting such status would destroy Ethiopian independence and ultimately lead to full colonization. Throughout 1890 to 1893, diplomatic tensions escalated as both sides prepared for the conflict they increasingly saw as inevitable. Menelik used this period brilliantly. He imported massive quantities of modern weapons from France, Russia, and other European powers willing to sell arms despite Italian protests. He stockpiled ammunition, trained soldiers in modern warfare, and built alliances with regional leaders. The emperor understood that if war came, Ethiopia needed to be ready, not just with traditional warriors, but with modern military capabilities. Empress Taitu played a crucial role during this period. She established networks of informants throughout Eritrea and Italian-controlled territories, gathering intelligence about Italian military plans, troop movements, and internal divisions. This information allowed Ethiopian leaders to understand Italian capabilities and weaknesses better than the Italians understood Ethiopia. In January 1895, Italian forces under Major Pietro Toseli advanced into Ethiopian territory and occupied the town of Amba Alagi. Ras Makonnen led Ethiopian forces that surrounded and destroyed this Italian position in December 1895, killing Toseli and demonstrating that Ethiopian forces could defeat Italian units even when the Italians held fortified positions. This victory convinced many Ethiopian nobles who had been skeptical that resistance could succeed. The Amba Alagi defeat created a crisis in Rome. Italian newspapers demanded revenge. Politicians attacked Baratieri for weakness. The Italian government, led by Prime Minister Francesco Crispi, sent messages demanding aggressive action to restore Italian prestige. Baratieri found himself trapped between the reality of Ethiopian strength and political pressure from home that demanded immediate victory regardless of military circumstances. In September 1895, Emperor Menelik issued a proclamation that would change African history. The message went out to every corner of Ethiopia, carried by messengers on horseback, read in churches, and spread through traditional networks of communication. The emperor called every able-bodied man to gather at the capital, Addis Ababa, with weapons and provisions for a campaign to defend the empire. The response was extraordinary. From Shewa, Gojam, Begemder, Wollo, Tigray, and every other region, warriors began the march toward the capital. Some traveled for weeks, bringing their own weapons, food, and even cattle for sustenance. Regional leaders brought their private armies, some numbering in the thousands. What gathered at Addis Ababa was not just an army, but the entire fighting strength of the Ethiopian nation. By mid-October 1895, an estimated 100,000 soldiers had gathered. This created enormous logistical challenges. Feeding such a massive force required careful organization of supply lines. Empress Taitu
took personal charge of these logistics, ensuring that food, water, and ammunition reached the troops. Traditional systems of community support, where local populations provided supplies for passing armies, supplemented organized logistics. On October 17, 1895, the Ethiopian army began its march northward toward the Italian positions. This was not a rapid military advance, but a deliberate movement of an entire mobile city. Soldiers, camp followers, women supporting the war effort, livestock and supply trains stretched for miles. The march was timed to avoid the heavy rains that would make mountain roads impassable, but it still required careful coordination to move such a massive force through difficult terrain. The Ethiopian strategy was sophisticated. Menelik did not rush directly toward Italian positions, but moved methodically, gathering additional forces as he marched through different regions, establishing supply depots and ensuring his army remained fed and equipped. The emperor also sent messages to regional leaders who had not yet committed, making clear that now was the moment to stand with Ethiopia, or be remembered as those who abandoned their country in its hour of need. Religious ceremonies accompanied the military preparations. Orthodox priests blessed the army, carried sacred relics, including pieces of the true cross according to Ethiopian tradition, and conducted services that reinforced the spiritual dimension of the conflict. For many Ethiopian soldiers, they were not merely fighting a political war, but defending their Christian faith against foreign invaders. This spiritual motivation created a level of commitment that purely professional armies rarely achieve. Italian intelligence completely failed to understand the scale of what was developing. Barateri's reports to Rome estimated Ethiopian forces at perhaps 30 to 40,000 men, less than half the actual number. Italian scouts and spies operating in unfamiliar territory among a hostile population could not accurately assess the gathering storm. This intelligence failure would prove catastrophic. In December 1895, under intense pressure from Rome and facing criticism in Italian newspapers, General Barateri ordered his forces to advance from their positions in Eritrea into Ethiopian territory. This advance was motivated more by political necessity than military wisdom. Barateri hoped that aggressive action would satisfy his critics and perhaps intimidate Menelik into accepting Italian terms without a major battle. The Italian force moved slowly through mountainous terrain, establishing fortified camps and attempting to secure their supply lines back to Eritrea. Barateri spread his forces across several positions, occupying the towns of Adigrat, Makale, and other strategic points. This dispersion of forces was tactically problematic, as it prevented the Italians from concentrating their strength and made each position vulnerable to being surrounded by superior Ethiopian numbers. Ethiopian forces under various commanders began surrounding and isolating Italian positions. At Makale, Ethiopian troops besieged an Italian garrison, cutting off supplies and slowly starving the defenders.
The siege lasted from January 7th to January 20th, 1896. Inside the fort, Italian soldiers and their Eritrean askari suffered from limited water, dwindling food supplies, and the psychological pressure of complete isolation. Outside, Ethiopian forces maintained discipline, prevented resupply, and demonstrated that they could sustain military operations for extended periods. When the Makale garrison finally surrendered, Menelik demonstrated strategic wisdom that many European leaders lacked. Rather than massacring the defeated Italians or treating them brutally, he allowed them to withdraw with their personal weapons and provided food and water for their march back to Eritrea. This magnanimity served multiple purposes. It demonstrated Ethiopian civilization to potential European observers, encouraged other Italian garrisons to surrender rather than fight to the death, and upheld Menelik's view of himself as a Christian emperor, treating defeated enemies with mercy. However, this mercy had limits that events would soon test. The fall of Mekelle created panic among other Italian positions. Baratieri ordered the general withdrawal to more defensible positions closer to Eritrea. This retreat was militarily necessary but politically disastrous. In Rome, newspapers attacked Baratieri as a coward. Prime Minister Crispi sent a telegram implying that Italy's honor demanded attack regardless of military circumstances. By late February 1896, Italian forces had concentrated around the town of Adigrat, about 25 kilometers from the Ethiopian positions near Adwa. Baratieri now faced an impossible situation. Military prudence demanded remaining in defensive positions and waiting for Ethiopian supply difficulties to force Menelik to disperse his army. Political pressure from Rome demanded immediate attack to restore Italian prestige. Baratieri's officers were divided. Some urged caution, others, eager for glory or promotion, pushed for aggressive action. On February 28th, Baratieri called the Council of War. His brigade commanders, aware of the political pressure and believing that European military superiority would prevail regardless of Ethiopian numbers, voted to advance and attack the Ethiopian positions. Baratieri, despite his own reservations, agreed. Their decision was made. On the night of February 29th to March 1st, Italian forces would march through the darkness to surprise the Ethiopian army at dawn. This decision was built on multiple miscalculations. The Italians still underestimated Ethiopian numbers. They relied on outdated maps that showed incorrect terrain features and distances. They assumed that a night march through unfamiliar mountains would proceed smoothly, and most fundamentally, they believed that Ethiopian forces, despite recent victories, would break when facing a concentrated Italian assault with modern artillery. On the night of February 29th to March 1st, 1896, Italian forces began their march toward the Ethiopian positions. The plan called for 4 separate brigades to advance along different routes through the mountains, converge before dawn, and launch a coordinated attack at daybreak. In theory, this would allow the Italians to use their superior artillery and military organization to defeat the Ethiopian forces before they could fully mobilize. In practice, the night march became a disaster even before battle began. The maps Italian commanders used were inaccurate, showing valleys where there were ridges and passes where there were cliffs. In the darkness, brigades lost contact with each other. Some units marched faster than others, destroying the careful timing of the plan. Communications broke down as messengers could not find the units they were meant to reach in the dark mountain landscape. The Italian forces were organized into 4 brigades. The brigade under General Dabo Mida was supposed to take a position on the Italian right flank. The brigade under General Albertone was assigned to the center left. General Arimondi commanded the center. General Elena held reserves. This division of forces made sense for a coordinated battle, but became catastrophic when the coordination fell apart in the darkness and confusion. Ethiopian scouts, watching from hills around Italian positions, observed the night march immediately. Messengers raced back to Menelik's camp with news that the Italians were advancing. Rather than being surprised, Ethiopian forces had hours of warning to prepare. As the first light of dawn broke on March 1st, Ethiopian commanders were deploying their forces while Italian brigades were still scattered across the mountains, lost and separated from each other. Empress Taitu, who had positioned herself with observation units on a height overlooking the battlefield, sent continuous updates to Menelik about Italian positions and movements. This intelligence advantage meant that Ethiopian commanders understood the battlefield situation better than their Italian opponents, a remarkable reversal of the usual colonial military dynamic where Europeans held information advantages. General Albertonin's brigade, advancing ahead of the others, found itself at dawn not in a coordinated position for attack but isolated on a ridge called Kidan Meret, facing not a surprised Ethiopian camp but an awake, alert, and mobilizing army many times its size. Albertone sent desperate messages to Baratieri asking for support and clarification, but communications had broken down. The battle was about to begin, and the Italian forces were already in disarray. At approximately 6 in the morning on March 1st, 1896, Ethiopian forces under Razalula and Ras Makonnen attacked General Albertone's isolated brigade. The assault came from multiple directions simultaneously, a testament to Ethiopian tactical coordination. Thousands of Ethiopian warriors, many armed with modern rifles, opened fire from the hills while other units moved to encircle the Italian position. Albertone's brigade, consisting of about 3,000 men, including Italian soldiers and Eritrean askari, fought desperately to hold their position. Italian artillery fired into the approaching Ethiopian masses, and modern rifles cut down attackers at long range. But the sheer numbers overwhelmed Italian defensive capabilities. For every Ethiopian soldier who fell, 10 more advanced. The Eritrean askari, facing fellow Africans and recognizing the Ethiopian cause, began to waver and then to break. Within 2 hours, Albertone's brigade was surrounded and being systematically destroyed. Ethiopian forces captured Italian artillery pieces and turned them against other Italian positions. Albertone himself was wounded and captured. His brigade effectively ceased to exist as a fighting force. Of the 3,000 men, fewer than 1/4 would survive the day. This catastrophic defeat happened not in the climax of the battle but in its opening hours. General Baratieri, located several kilometers away with the main Italian command, received confused and contradictory reports about what was happening. Some messages reported success, others spoke of disaster. The breakdown in communications meant that Italian commanders could not coordinate a response to the developing crisis. Each brigade commander had to make decisions based on incomplete information while facing an enemy that seemed to be everywhere at once. Ethiopian tactical doctrine, developed through generations of internal wars and conflicts with neighboring powers, emphasized mobility and envelopment. Rather than fighting linear battles in European style, Ethiopian commanders sought to surround enemy positions and attack from multiple directions. At Adwa, this approach proved devastatingly effective against an enemy whose brigades were already separated and unable to support each other. By 9 in the morning, the battle had expanded across a front of several kilometers. General Arimondi's brigade in the Italian center found itself engaged with massive Ethiopian forces under the direct command of Emperor Menelik. General Dabomida's brigade on the Italian right was also under attack and critically had become separated from the other Italian forces by a valley that Ethiopian troops had filled, cutting Dabomida off from any possibility of retreat or reinforcement. As the morning progressed toward midday, the Battle of Adwa reached its terrible climax. Ethiopian forces, numbering over 100,000 warriors, pressed attacks across the entire Italian line.
The sound of gunfire became a continuous roar that echoed through the mountain valleys. Smoke from tens of thousands of rifles and artillery pieces obscured the battlefield in a haze that made command and control even more difficult. General Arimondi's brigade fought with desperate courage in the center. Italian soldiers, many of them veterans, understood they were fighting for survival. They formed defensive squares, poured rifle fire into Ethiopian attackers, and used their artillery to devastating effect. Ethiopian casualties mounted into the thousands. The ground became littered with the dead and wounded. But still the Ethiopian forces came on, driven by determination that European observers would later struggle to comprehend. What the Italians failed to understand was that Ethiopian forces were not mindless attackers throwing themselves at fortified positions. Ethiopian commanders coordinated their assaults, concentrated forces at weak points, and used their numerical superiority to rotate fresh troops into battle while allowing exhausted units to rest. This was not primitive warfare, but sophisticated military operations on a massive scale. Empress Teitu, from her observation point, continued to send updated intelligence to Ethiopian commanders. When she saw that Dabomida's brigade was isolated and vulnerable, she directed forces to cut off any retreat route. When she observed Italian artillery positions being established, she sent cavalry to threaten their flanks. Titu's role as battlefield coordinator often goes unrecognized in military histories, but her contribution to Ethiopian victory was substantial. By noon, Italian ammunition supplies were running critically low. Soldiers who had marched through the night and fought all morning were exhausted. The wounded had nowhere to go, as Ethiopian forces controlled the ground between Italian positions and any potential medical stations. Water became scarce under the hot sun. Italian morale, which had started the day with confidence in European superiority, began to crack under the reality of imminent defeat. General Dabomida, realizing his brigade was cut off and facing annihilation, attempted to fight his way toward the other Italian positions. This movement turned into a running battle through a valley that became known as the Valley of Death. Ethiopian forces on the heights poured fire down into the Italian column. Cavalry units attacked the flanks. Artillery that Ethiopians had captured earlier in the day was turned against the fleeing Italians. Dabomida himself fell in the fighting along with most of his officers. His brigade was destroyed as a cohesive unit. Survivors scattered into the hills, trying to escape as individuals rather than as soldiers. Many would be captured or killed in the following days. The annihilation of Dabomida's brigade removed any possibility that Italian forces could rally or mount a coordinated defense. By early afternoon, the battle was effectively over. General Baratieri recognized that his army was destroyed and ordered a general retreat, but retreat in the face of a victorious enemy with superior numbers is one of the most difficult military operations. The Italian retreat from Adwa became a rout, with units breaking formation and soldiers fleeing individually toward the perceived safety of Eritrea. Ethiopian cavalry, fresh and eager, pursued the fleeing Italians. Traditional Ethiopian practice in warfare included the taking of trophies from defeated enemies, and many Ethiopian warriors sought to prove their valor by capturing weapons, equipment, or prisoners. This pursuit turned the Italian retreat into a nightmare of constant fear and sporadic violence. Some Italian units maintained discipline and conducted fighting retreats, using rearguard actions to allow their main forces to escape. These units suffered heavy casualties but saved others from complete destruction. Other units simply dissolved, with soldiers throwing away weapons and equipment to run faster.
the roads back toward Eritrea became littered with abandoned artillery, ammunition supplies, and the bodies of those who could not maintain the pace.
Ethiopian forces captured enormous quantities of Italian military equipment. Estimates suggest 11,000 rifles, 56 artillery pieces, and millions of rounds of ammunition fell into Ethiopian hands. This captured equipment would strengthen the Ethiopian military for years to come and provide tangible proof of the victory's magnitude. As sunset approached on March 1st, the scale of the Italian disaster became clear. Of the approximately 17,000 Italian and Eritrean soldiers who had marched to battle, about 7,000 were dead, 1,500 wounded, and 3,000 captured. Italian officer casualties were particularly severe, with many brigade and battalion commanders killed or captured. This loss of leadership made reorganizing surviving forces extremely difficult. Emperor Menelik, viewing the battlefield as night fell, could scarcely believe the completeness of the victory. An African army had not merely defeated but annihilated a European invasion force. Ethiopia had proven what many thought impossible, that African peoples could defend their sovereignty against European imperial powers using both modern weapons and traditional courage. The day after the battle presented Emperor Menelik with difficult decisions about prisoners and wounded. Approximately 3,000 Italian soldiers had been captured, including numerous officers. Ethiopian forces had also captured wounded Italians left behind in the retreat. According to the norms of European warfare at the time, these prisoners should be treated humanely and eventually exchanged or ransomed. Menelik chose to uphold international norms despite some of his commanders arguing for harsher treatment. The emperor understood that how Ethiopia treated prisoners would affect how the world viewed the victory. Massacring defeated enemies would confirm European prejudices about African savagery. Treating prisoners with dignity would demonstrate that Ethiopia deserved recognition as a civilized nation entitled to sovereignty and respect. The captured Italians were marched to Addis Ababa, where they would be held until arrangements could be made for their repatriation. During this captivity, which lasted several months for some, prisoners received adequate food and medical treatment. Some were ransomed by their families, others were eventually released as part of diplomatic negotiations. This treatment surprised many Europeans who had expected African victors to behave with cruelty. In Rome, the news of Adwa created political chaos. Prime Minister Crispi resigned in disgrace. Italian newspapers initially refused to believe the reports, then erupted in anger and calls for revenge. But cooler heads recognized that Italy lacked the resources and will for a prolonged war in Africa against an enemy that had proven formidable. Diplomacy would have to replace military conquest. On October 26, 1896, 7 months after the battle, Italy and Ethiopia signed the Treaty of Addis Ababa. This treaty formally nullified the Treaty of Wuchale and its false claims of Italian protectorate status. Italy explicitly recognized Ethiopia's absolute independence and sovereignty. The border between Ethiopia and Italian Eritrea was established through negotiation rather than Italian diktat. The treaty represented an extraordinary diplomatic achievement. Ethiopia had not only won a military victory, but had forced a European power to recognize African sovereignty through a negotiated peace treaty between equals. This was unprecedented in the age of colonialism. No other African nation had achieved such recognition of their independence from European powers. The standard historical narrative of Adwa focuses on male leaders, military tactics, and grand strategy, but this narrative obscures crucial elements that made victory possible.
The role of women in the Adwa campaign was far more significant than most accounts acknowledge. Beyond Empress Taytu's leadership, thousands of Ethiopian women participated directly in the war effort. Women transported ammunition and supplies, sometimes carrying loads equal to those of male porters across difficult mountain terrain. Women established and managed field hospitals where wounded soldiers received treatment. Women served as scouts and messengers, using their ability to move through communities without attracting Italian attention to gather intelligence. Some women fought directly in combat. Ethiopian martial tradition did not absolutely prohibit women warriors, and historical accounts mention women who took up rifles and fought alongside men. While the exact numbers are disputed, the presence of women combatants at Adwa is documented in both Ethiopian oral traditions and some contemporary accounts.
The spiritual dimension of the battle is another often overlooked element. For Ethiopian soldiers, Adwa was not merely a political or military conflict, but a sacred war defending their Christian faith. Orthodox priests accompanied the army, conducted services before battle, carried sacred relics, including pieces of the true cross, according to Ethiopian tradition, and blessed soldiers before they entered combat. This religious motivation created a level of commitment that purely secular armies rarely achieve. Soldiers believed they fought with divine support and that death in defense of their faith would bring spiritual rewards. This belief system made Ethiopian warriors willing to accept casualties that might have broken the morale of armies fighting for less transcendent causes. Ethiopian intelligence gathering before and during the campaign demonstrated sophistication that challenges stereotypes about African military capabilities. Empress Taytu established spy networks in Eritrea and Italian-controlled territories that provided detailed information about Italian troop strength, movements, internal divisions, and even personal conflicts between Italian commanders. This intelligence allowed Ethiopian leaders to exploit Italian weaknesses and make informed strategic decisions. The unity achieved by the Ethiopian forces was remarkable, given the country's regional, ethnic, and even religious diversity. Emperor Menelik commanded Christian forces from the highlands, but Muslim leaders like Ras Mikael of Wollo also brought their armies to fight for Ethiopian independence. Different ethnic groups speaking different languages and with histories of conflict with each other united against the common Italian threat. This unity was not automatic or inevitable. It required careful diplomatic work, strategic marriages between ruling families, distribution of captured weapons to regional leaders, and Menelik's ability to convince provincial nobles that their individual interests aligned with collective defense. The achievement of this unity might be Menelik's greatest accomplishment, even more significant than the military victory itself. Another hidden element is the extent to which European arms dealers enabled Ethiopian victory. While European governments officially supported each other's colonial ambitions, European businesses happily sold weapons to anyone who could pay. Menelik used Ethiopia's coffee trade, gold, and other resources to purchase modern rifles, artillery, and ammunition from French, Russian, and other European suppliers. By the time of Adwa, Ethiopian forces possessed approximately 100,000 modern rifles, many of them equivalent to or better than Italian army weapons. Ethiopian soldiers had been trained to use these weapons effectively. The stereotype of African warriors armed only with spears facing European machine guns simply did not apply at Adwa. This was a battle between modern armies, one of which happened to be African. The treatment of prisoners after the battle reveals another dimension often overlooked. While the Ethiopian forces generally followed Menelik's orders to treat Italian
prisoners humanely. There were exceptions. Some Eritrean Askari who had fought for Italy were treated more harshly than Italian soldiers, as Ethiopians viewed them as traitors to African interests. The complexity of these attitudes, where African soldiers fighting for European colonizers faced different treatment than European soldiers themselves, reveals the sophisticated understanding Ethiopians had of the political dimensions of colonialism. Finally, the psychological impact of the victory on both Ethiopians and observers around the world is often underestimated. For Ethiopians, Adwa became a defining moment of national identity, proof that they could defend their sovereignty and maintain independence in a world of imperial conquest. The battle became central to Ethiopian national mythology, celebrated annually and remembered as the moment that defined what it meant to be Ethiopian. For people of African descent globally, Adwa provided inspiration and hope during an era of racial oppression. African Americans celebrating the victory saw it as proof that the racist ideologies justifying colonialism and segregation were false. Colonized Africans learning of Adwa through oral traditions and written accounts found inspiration for their own resistance movements. The battle demonstrated that European conquest was not inevitable, that African peoples could successfully resist if they unified and fought strategically.
The immediate impact of Adwa was the preservation of Ethiopian independence. While every other African nation except Liberia fell under European colonial control by the early 20th century, Ethiopia remained sovereign. This independence was not merely symbolic but had profound practical consequences for Ethiopian development and political autonomy. Ethiopia's independence allowed the country to modernize on its own terms. Menelik used the post-Adwa period to build infrastructure including telegraph lines, roads, and the railroad from Addis Ababa to Djibouti. He established schools, promoted education, and created administrative systems that strengthened the central government control. While Ethiopia faced many challenges and limitations, it developed as an independent nation rather than as a colony designed to benefit European economic interests. The psychological impact within Ethiopia was transformative. The victory at Adwa became central to Ethiopian national identity, a source of pride and proof that Ethiopia was exceptional among African nations. Annual celebrations of Adwa reinforced this identity across generations. Ethiopian leaders, even during subsequent struggles and conflicts, could point to Adwa as evidence that Ethiopians had the strength and unity to overcome seemingly impossible challenges. For Emperor Menelik himself, Adwa secured his position and allowed him to rule until his death in 1913. He used this stability to expand Ethiopian territory, particularly in the south and west, creating the borders that roughly correspond to modern Ethiopia. While this expansion involved the conquest of other peoples and raises its own historical questions, it occurred under Ethiopian rather than European control, a significant difference from the colonial context affecting the rest of Africa. Empress Taitu continued to play a significant political role after Adwa, though her influence would eventually lead to conflicts with other political factions. Her legacy as a fierce defender of Ethiopian independence and as a woman who exercised power in her own right inspired generations of Ethiopian women. The recognition of her contributions to the Adwa victory, while sometimes obscured in male-dominated historical narratives, has grown over time. The impact of Adwa extended far beyond Ethiopia's borders. In Italy, the defeat led to political upheaval, the fall of Crispi's government, and a temporary retreat from aggressive colonial expansion. Italian public opinion turned against colonial adventures, seeing them as expensive and humiliating. This attitude would not last forever, as Italy would return to Ethiopia under Mussolini in 1935, but the Adwa defeat shaped Italian politics and military thinking for a generation. For the broader anti-colonial movement, Adwa became a symbol and source of inspiration. W.E.B. Du Bois, the great African-American scholar and activist, wrote about Adwa as proof of African capability and dignity. Marcus Garvey's Pan-African movement celebrated Ethiopia as the symbol of African independence and pride. The phrase, "Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hands unto God," from Psalms became a rallying cry for African liberation movements, explicitly connecting Ethiopian independence to broader African aspirations. In colonized African territories, news of Adwa spread through oral traditions, songs, and written accounts that circulated despite colonial censorship. The knowledge that an African army had defeated a European power inspired resistance movements and challenged the psychological foundations of colonial rule. While these movements would take decades to achieve independence, the memory of Adwa sustained hope during the darkest periods of colonial oppression. The battle also had diplomatic consequences for how European powers approached Ethiopia. After Adwa, European nations recognized that conquering Ethiopia would require massive military investment with uncertain results. Diplomatic relations replaced military confrontation. Ethiopia received diplomatic recognition, established embassies in European capitals, and participated in international affairs as a sovereign nation. This diplomatic status was unique for an African nation during the colonial period. Ethiopia's international standing allowed it to join the League of Nations in 1923, the first African nation to achieve this recognition. While the League would ultimately fail to protect Ethiopia from Italian invasion in 1935, Ethiopia's membership demonstrated the country's status as a recognized sovereign state. Emperor Haile Selassie's famous speech to the League in 1936, denouncing Italian aggression and warning of the consequences of allowing fascist conquest, resonated precisely because Ethiopia had earned its place through the victory at Adwa. The cultural legacy of Adwa within Ethiopia remains powerful today. The battle is commemorated every year on March 2nd as a national holiday. Songs, poems, and stories about Adwa are part of Ethiopian cultural heritage, passed down through generations. The battle site near the town of Adwa has become a place of national pilgrimage. For Ethiopians, Adwa represents not just a military victory, but the core of national identity and pride. The legacy extends to how Ethiopians view their place in the world. The victory at Adwa contributed to a sense of Ethiopian exceptionalism, the belief that Ethiopia has a special destiny and unique status among nations. This belief has shaped Ethiopian politics, foreign policy, and cultural attitudes. While it has sometimes led to problematic isolation or resistance to external influences, it has also sustained Ethiopian independence and cultural preservation through periods of immense external pressure. For African and diaspora communities globally, Ethiopia's status as the one African nation that successfully resisted colonial conquest has made it a symbol of African pride and resistance. The Rastafarian movement, which emerged in Jamaica in the 1930s, incorporated Ethiopian symbols and regarded Ethiopia as the spiritual homeland of African people. This connection, while based on specific religious interpretations, reflects the broader symbolic importance of Ethiopian independence for people of African descent worldwide. The military lessons of Adwa have also influenced subsequent conflicts and military thought. Ethiopian military success demonstrated that non-European armies could adopt modern weapons and tactics while maintaining cultural and organizational distinctiveness.
The battle showed that numerical superiority, terrain knowledge, intelligence gathering, and leadership could overcome technological advantages. These lessons have been studied by military theorists and resistance movements around the world. During the mid-20th century wave of African decolonization, independence leaders explicitly invoked Adwa as proof that African self-governance was possible and desirable. Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya, and other independence leaders pointed to Ethiopia's successful defense of sovereignty as evidence that colonial rule was not inevitable or permanent. The memory of Adwa sustained the belief that African peoples could and should govern themselves. The complexity of Ethiopia's own internal politics and the contradictions within Ethiopian history do not diminish the significance of Adwa, but do require honest acknowledgement. Ethiopia maintained independence from European colonialism, but had its own internal hierarchies, ethnic tensions, and systems of domination. The expansion of Ethiopian territory under Menelik involved the conquest of other peoples. Ethiopian independence served Ethiopian interests, but did not automatically translate into justice for all people within Ethiopian borders. Yet this complexity is part of what makes Adwa's legacy important. The victory demonstrated that African nations could be historical actors with agency, making their own decisions and shaping their own futures. Ethiopia's independence was not perfect or without contradictions, but it was independence nonetheless, something denied to the rest of the continent during the colonial period. What does the Battle of Adwa teach us about history, about Africa, and about the nature of resistance to oppression? At its core, Adwa demonstrates that the narratives of inevitable European dominance and African inferiority that justified colonialism were always false. These were not historical truths, but self-serving myths designed to rationalize conquest and exploitation. Ethiopian victory at Adwa proved that African peoples, when unified and properly led, could defend their sovereignty using both modern technology and traditional knowledge. The battle showed that military success depends not solely on technology, but on strategy, leadership, intelligence, logistics, and the will to fight. Ethiopian commanders demonstrated tactical and strategic sophistication that matched or exceeded their European opponents.
The victory also teaches us about the importance of leadership that combines respect for tradition with openness to innovation. Menelik's genius lay in his ability to modernize Ethiopian military capabilities while maintaining the cultural and social systems that motivated Ethiopian warriors. He did not try to make Ethiopia European, but rather used whatever tools were necessary to preserve Ethiopian independence and identity. Adwa demonstrates the power of unity in the face of external threat. Ethiopian society had deep internal divisions along regional, ethnic, and sometimes religious lines. These divisions did not disappear, but they were subordinated to the greater cause of national defense. The ability to forge unity without erasing diversity, to create common purpose while respecting difference, was essential to victory. The battle teaches us about the role of women in history, even when that role is often obscured or forgotten. Empress Taytu's contributions to intelligence gathering, logistics, and strategic decision-making were crucial to victory. The thousands of Ethiopian women who supported the war effort, transported supplies, cared for wounded, and sometimes fought directly, demonstrate that war and resistance involve entire societies, not just male soldiers. History that ignores women's contributions is incomplete and inaccurate. Adwa also reveals the contradictions of European colonialism and the diversity of European responses to African resistance. European arms dealers supplied the weapons Ethiopia used to defeat a European army. European nations competed with each other in ways that created opportunities for African leaders to play them against each other. The unity of European colonial interests was never as complete as colonial propaganda suggested. Perhaps most importantly, Adwa teaches us that resistance matters, even when it seems futile. In 1896, European colonialism appeared unstoppable. Nearly the entire continent had fallen or was falling under European control. It would have been understandable if Ethiopian leaders had accepted the inevitable and negotiated the best terms possible for subordination. Instead, they chose to fight, to risk everything on the possibility of victory, and they won. This choice to resist and the success of that resistance inspired countless others. Every anti-colonial movement, every independence struggle, every fight for dignity and self-determination in the 20th century could look back to Adwa as proof that victory was possible. The psychological impact of knowing that Africans had successfully defended their sovereignty provided hope during the darkest periods of colonial rule. Adwa also teaches us about the importance of memory and how history is remembered. Ethiopian celebration of Adwa kept the victory alive in national consciousness across generations. This memory sustained Ethiopian identity and pride through subsequent challenges, including the Italian invasion of 1935. The act of remembering resistance, of honoring those who fought for freedom, itself becomes a form of resistance against narratives of defeat and submission. Finally, Adwa demonstrates that African history is not a story of victimization, but of agency. Africans were not passive recipients of colonialism, but active participants in history who made choices, developed strategies, and shaped outcomes. The history of Africa includes conquest and colonization, but it also includes resistance, victory, and the preservation of independence. Both dimensions must be acknowledged for history to be complete. The lesson of Adwa is not that Ethiopia was exceptional or unique, though it was certainly unique in successfully maintaining independence during the colonial period. Rather, the lesson is that what Ethiopians achieved was possible precisely because they were not exceptional. They were human beings using their intelligence, courage, and determination to defend what they valued. If Ethiopians could achieve this victory, it suggested that other African peoples could also resist and ultimately overcome colonial domination. On March 1st, 1896, on the mountains near the town of Adwa, Ethiopian forces achieved what the world believed impossible. They defeated a European invasion army, preserved their nation's independence, and proved that African sovereignty was not a dream but an achievable reality. The victory came at enormous cost, with thousands of Ethiopian soldiers giving their lives for their country's freedom. But their sacrifice was not in vain. Emperor Menelik II, Empress Taitube II, and the countless soldiers whose names history has forgotten changed the course of African history. They demonstrated that colonialism could be resisted, that European conquest was not inevitable, and that African peoples had the capability, courage, and right to govern themselves. The legacy of their victory extends far beyond Ethiopia, inspiring liberation movements across the continent and throughout the African diaspora. Today, Ethiopia faces different challenges than those of 1896, but the spirit of Adwa remains central to Ethiopian national identity. The battle reminds us that seemingly impossible victories can be achieved through unity, strategic thinking, and unwavering commitment to freedom and dignity. If you've learned something from this documentary about the Battle of Adwa, please subscribe to Africa Hidden History for more episodes exploring the forgotten stories, untold achievements, and hidden narratives of African history. Share this video with others who should know this story. The history of African resistance and victory deserves to be as widely known as the history of colonial conquest. In our next episode, we'll explore the Kingdom of Kush and how this ancient African civilization conquered and ruled Egypt, turning the tables on one of history's greatest empires. Or if you're interested in more recent history, check out our documentary on the Maji Maji Rebellion in German East Africa, another powerful story of African resistance. Remember, African history is world history. The stories we tell shape how we understand ourselves and our possibilities. Adwa teaches us that courage, unity, and strategic wisdom can overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. That lesson remains as relevant today as it was in 1896. Thank you for watching Africa Hidden History. Until next time, keep exploring the hidden stories that change how we see the world. August 22nd, 1791, midnight. The sky above Saint-Domingue split open with thunder. In the tropical darkness, thousands of enslaved Africans gathered in secret. They had been whipped, branded, worked to death in the sugar fields. They were considered property, less than human. But on this night, something changed. Within days, they would burn 500 plantations to ash. Within years, they would destroy the most powerful army in Europe. Within 13 years, they would achieve the impossible. They would become the first and only people in human history to successfully overthrow slavery through armed revolution and establish a free Black Republic. This is the story the world tried to forget. The revolution that terrified every slave-owning nation on earth. The uprising that proved Black people could govern themselves, could defeat white supremacy, could be free. This is the Haitian Revolution, and it changed everything. You've heard of the American Revolution, you've studied the French Revolution, but there's another revolution, one that came between them, that history books conveniently ignore. The Haitian Revolution, from 1791 to 1804, enslaved Africans in the French colony of Saint-Domingue fought one of the most brutal and complicated wars in human history. They faced the French Empire, the Spanish Empire, the British Empire, and even armies sent by Napoleon Bonaparte himself. They were outnumbered, outgunned, starved, diseased, betrayed, and yet they won. Today, we're going to uncover the full story of this revolution. Not the sanitized version, not the version that makes Europeans comfortable. The real story. We'll meet the brilliant generals who outsmarted Napoleon, the priestesses who used African spiritual power to unite the rebels, the ordinary people who chose death over slavery. We'll explore the conspiracy of silence that buried this history for 2 centuries. And we'll discover why this revolution still matters today to Africa, to the Caribbean, to Black people everywhere, and to anyone who believes in freedom. This is not just Haiti's story. This is the story of African resistance, African genius, and African liberation. Let's begin. Before the revolution, Saint-Domingue was the richest colony in the entire world. The French called it the Pearl of the Antilles. It produced more wealth than all 13 American colonies combined.
sugar, coffee, cotton, indigo. By 1789, Saint-Domingue generated 60% of all the coffee consumed in Europe and 40% of the sugar. The colony's exports were worth more than those of the entire United States. This wealth built Paris. It funded the French monarchy. It made fortunes for thousands of European families. But this prosperity had a foundation, the blood and bones of enslaved Africans. To understand the revolution, you must first understand the horror that preceded it. Between 1680 and 1776, French slave traders kidnapped nearly 800,000 Africans and shipped them across the Atlantic to Saint-Domingue. They came from Congo, Angola, Dahomey, Senegambia, from sophisticated kingdoms with their own systems of government, science, and culture. In Saint-Domingue, they were stripped of their names, their languages, their humanity. They were branded with hot irons like cattle. They were worked 18 hours a day in the sugar mills and fields. The death rate was so high that planters calculated it was cheaper to work enslaved people to death and buy new ones than to let them rest. Life expectancy for a newly arrived African, 7 years. The punishments were deliberately sadistic. Enslaved people were buried alive up to their necks near ant nests. They were roasted over slow fires. They had gunpowder inserted into their rectums and ignited. Women were raped systematically. This wasn't random cruelty. This was a calculated system designed to break the human spirit. But it didn't work. Saint-Domingue society was organized like a pyramid of oppression. At the very top, about 40,000 white colonists divided into two groups. The Grand Blancs, big whites, were wealthy plantation owners. Many had never done physical labor in their lives. They lived in luxury, surrounded by enslaved servants while their plantations ran on terror. Below them were the Petits Blancs, small whites, who were overseers, artisans, and merchants. They were often poor, resentful, and violently racist to maintain their status above people of color. The middle tier was occupied by the gens de couleur libre, free people of color. These were mixed race descendants of white planters and enslaved African women, and some were formerly enslaved people who had purchased their freedom. Many gens de couleur owned property. Some even owned enslaved people themselves. They were educated, wealthy, and culturally French. But under the Code Noir, the Black Code, they faced over 100 legal restrictions.
They couldn't wear the same clothing as whites. They couldn't sit with whites in church. They couldn't hold political office or testify against whites in court. Despite their wealth, they were considered inherently inferior because of their African blood. This created a bitter resentment that would later fuel the revolution. At the bottom of the pyramid, about 500,000 enslaved Africans. They were the majority. They produced all the wealth, and they remembered freedom. Many had been born in Africa. They spoke Kikongo, Fon, Wolof, Bambara. They practiced Vodou, a sophisticated spiritual system that combined West African religions with elements of Catholicism. And they knew something the planters had forgotten. They outnumbered their oppressors more than 10 to 1. On July 14th, 1789, revolutionaries in Paris stormed the Bastille prison. The French Revolution had begun. The revolutionaries proclaimed liberty, equality, and fraternity. They declared the rights of man, but they didn't mean all men. When the gens de couleur in Saint-Domingue demanded equal rights based on these revolutionary principles, the white colonists refused. When enslaved people heard about liberty and equality, they asked a simple question: does this apply to us? The white planters panicked. They knew their entire society rested on a lie. that black people were naturally inferior and suited for slavery. If that lie was exposed, if enslaved people believed they deserved freedom, the whole system would collapse. They tried to suppress the news from France. They increased punishments, they tightened surveillance. But information spread through the slave quarters like wildfire, whispered in Creole, encoded in songs, carried by travelers. The enslaved people of Saint-Domingue were watching, listening, waiting, and they were planning something extraordinary. His birth name was François Dominique Toussaint Breda. He was born into slavery around 1743 on a plantation near Cap Français. But he was different from the beginning. Toussaint was educated, highly unusual for an enslaved person. He could read and write in French and Creole. He studied European military tactics, philosophy, and history. He read Julius Caesar's campaigns and analyzed European warfare. He worked as a coachman and steward, positions that gave him access to information and the trust of his enslaver. By 1791, he was in his late 40s, awed by the standards of enslaved people in Saint-Domingue. When the revolution began, Toussaint didn't immediately join. He helped his former enslaver's family escape, showing the complexity of his character, honor, and strategy intertwined. But once he committed to the revolution, he became its greatest military and political genius. The Europeans called him the Black Spartacus and the Black Napoleon. But Toussaint was neither. He was uniquely himself, a brilliant strategist who understood that military victory alone wouldn't guarantee freedom. Toussaint believed in discipline, organization, and international diplomacy. He played European powers against each other, Spain against France, France against Britain, always maneuvering for the best advantage for his people. He transformed desperate slaves into a professional army. He negotiated with kings and generals as an equal, and he drafted a constitution that abolished slavery forever. But his story would end in tragedy, betrayed by the very nation whose ideals he believed in. Where Toussaint was diplomatic, Jean-Jacques Dessalines was fire. Born into slavery around 1758, Dessalines endured the worst brutalities of plantation life. His back was covered with scars from whippings. He had seen family members tortured and killed. This created in him an uncompromising hatred of slavery and those who defended it. Dessalines was Toussaint's most effective general, fearless in battle, ruthless with enemies, beloved by his soldiers. He understood viscerally what Toussaint sometimes forgot. This was a war to the death. When the French tried to reinstate slavery after Toussaint's capture, it was Dessalines who led the final war of independence. And when victory came, it was Dessalines who declared Haiti's independence on January 1st, 1804. He would become Haiti's first emperor, and he would make sure that slavery could never return. The Haitian Revolution wasn't just a military campaign, it was a spiritual war. Cécile Fatima was a Vodou priestess and one of the revolution's spiritual leaders. Born to an enslaved African woman and a white Frenchman, she embodied the complex identities of Saint-Domingue. But she chose Africa. On August 14th, 1791, Fatima presided over the legendary Vodou ceremony at Bois-Caïman, a ceremony that would spark the revolution. Hundreds of enslaved people gathered in the forest. They made blood oaths to fight for freedom or die trying. Fatima, along with the priest Dati Boukman, channeled the spirits of African ancestors. They declared that the gods of Africa had abandoned the white oppressors and blessed the revolution. This wasn't superstition. This was sophisticated psychological warfare, giving enslaved people spiritual certainty that their cause was righteous and divinely supported. Fatiman survived the revolution and lived into her 90s, a living symbol of African spiritual power. Duty Bookman was born in Jamaica and later sold to Saint-Domingue. He was a Vodou Ungan, a priest, and a commandeur, a position that gave him authority over other enslaved workers. Bookman used this position to organize resistance. He traveled between plantations, spreading revolutionary ideas disguised as religious teachings. At the Bois Caiman ceremony, Bookman delivered a prayer that became the spiritual foundation of the revolution. The God of the white man calls him to commit crimes. Our gods ask only good works of us, but this God who is so good orders revenge. He will direct our hands. He will aid us. Throw away the image of the God of the whites who thirsts for our tears, and listen to the voice of liberty that speaks in all our hearts. It was a direct challenge to the Christianity used to justify slavery. It was a reclamation of African spirituality, and it was a declaration of war. Bookman would die in battle just months later, his head displayed on a spike by the French as a warning. But his words lived on, echoing through every battle of the revolution. Sanite Belea was a sergeant in the Revolutionary Army and one of the few documented female military leaders of the revolution. She fought alongside her husband Charles Belea, who was Toussaint's nephew. Together they led troops in crucial battles against the French. When the French captured her in 1802, they offered her a choice: renounce the revolution and live, or die for freedom. She chose freedom. On October 5th, 1802, Sanite Belea was executed by firing squad. Before she died, she refused the blindfold and faced the executioners with her eyes open. Her last words were reported to be, "I die for freedom." She was 23 years old. Vincent Auger was a wealthy, educated, free man of color who traveled to France to petition the revolutionary government for equal rights for gens de couleur. He didn't advocate for ending slavery. He wanted equality for free people of color only, a limited vision of justice. When the white colonists refused, Auger returned to Saint-Domingue and led a small armed rebellion in 1790. It failed. He was captured and executed by being broken on the wheel, a medieval torture where his bones were systematically shattered with an iron bar. Auger's death radicalized many free people of color and demonstrated that reform was impossible. Revolution was the only path, but the real heroes of the Haitian Revolution weren't just the famous leaders. They were the hundreds of thousands of ordinary enslaved people whose names we'll never know. The woman who poisoned her master's family and escaped to join the rebels. The man who burned his plantation and melted his chains into weapons. The mother who carried her children through the mountains to freedom. The drummer whose rhythms coordinated attacks. The healer who treated wounded fighters with African medicine. They risked everything and most lost everything. They died of disease, starvation, and battle wounds. They were hunted with dogs, tortured for information, and executed as examples. But they fought anyway because they understood something fundamental. Freedom is worth dying for. The revolution didn't begin suddenly. It built slowly like a storm gathering strength. In 1789, news of the French Revolution reached Saint-Domingue. The Declaration of the Rights of Man proclaimed that all men were born free and equal. Enslaved people asked, does this include us? The gens de couleur demanded political rights. The white colonists refused. Tensions escalated. In October 1790, Vincent Auger led his doomed rebellion. His brutal execution sent a message: the planters would give up nothing voluntarily. But it also sent another message:
armed resistance was possible. Throughout 1791, enslaved people on different plantations began coordinating. Leaders emerged, plans formed, weapons were hidden, and then came August 14th, 1791, Bois Caïman, a clearing in the forest. Hundreds of enslaved people gathered for a voodoo ceremony led by Cecile Fatiman and Dati Boukman. A tropical storm raged overhead. The gods themselves seemed to be participating. They sacrificed a black pig, a sacred act in voodoo tradition. They drank its blood mixed with rum. They swore an oath, freedom or death.
8 days later, on August 22nd, the revolution exploded. Enslaved people on plantations across the northern plain rose simultaneously. They burned sugar refineries, fields, and manor houses. They killed plantation owners and overseers who had tortured them for years. Within 10 days, over 1,000 plantations were destroyed. More than 2,000 white colonists were dead. The smoke from burning sugar cane could be seen from ships 50 miles at sea. The rebels formed armies, unorganized at first, driven by rage and desperation, but they were united by a single purpose: never to be slaves again. The white colonists and the colonial government were in shock. They had always believed enslaved people were docile, childlike, incapable of organized resistance. They were wrong. The conflict quickly became extraordinarily complex. The white planters called for help from France, but the revolutionary government in Paris was divided. Some wanted to suppress the slave revolt. Others saw an opportunity to weaken the planters' power. The Gens de Couleur, led by André Rigaud in the south, fought sometimes with the enslaved rebels, sometimes with the French, depending on who promised them more rights. And then the European powers intervened. Spain, which controlled the eastern part of Hispaniola, offered freedom to enslaved people who fought for the Spanish crown against France. Toussaint Louverture and his growing army initially allied with Spain. This wasn't betrayal, it was strategy. Toussaint understood that the enslaved rebels needed training, weapons, and international recognition. The Spanish provided all three. In 1793, Britain invaded Saint-Domingue, hoping to seize the wealthy colony for themselves. Now 4 different armies fought across the island: French Republicans, white planter militias, Spanish forces with black auxiliaries, and British troops. And in the mountains and forests, the largest force of all, the armies of formerly enslaved people who trusted no European power completely. On February 4th, 1794, the French National Convention in Paris made a historic decision. Slavery was abolished in all French territories. It was partly principle. Some French revolutionaries genuinely believed in universal freedom, but it was mostly pragmatism. France was losing the war in Saint-Domingue and desperately needed the black armies on their side. When news reached Saint-Domingue in May, Toussaint made his move. He abandoned the Spanish alliance and joined the French Republic, but on his own terms. He demanded recognition as a general, autonomy for his troops, and confirmation that slavery would never return. The French agreed. They had no choice. Over the next 3 years, Toussaint transformed the revolution. He built a disciplined professional army of over 20,000 soldiers. He recruited European officers to train his troops in advanced military tactics. He established a supply system, a medical corps, and an intelligence network. He defeated the Spanish in the east, driving them back across the border. He fought the British to a standstill, inflicting heavy casualties and using guerrilla warfare to make their occupation unsustainable. The British, who had sent over 40,000 troops, lost more than half to combat and disease, mostly yellow fever, to which Africans had greater resistance.
In 1798, after 5 years and immense losses, Britain withdrew from Saint-Domingue. They had been defeated by an army of former slaves. It was unprecedented. With the Spanish and British defeated and the French government weak and distant, Toussaint became the de facto ruler of Saint-Domingue. He didn't declare independence, not yet. That would trigger immediate war with France. Instead, he claimed to be a loyal French general while exercising complete autonomy. It was a delicate game. Toussaint believed Saint-Domingue needed international trade and diplomatic recognition to survive. He reopened plantations, not as slavery, but as paid labor, which former slaves resented. He negotiated trade agreements with Britain and the United States, who were happy to undermine French power. He established schools, rebuilt infrastructure, and created a government bureaucracy. He promoted based on merit. His administration included black Africans, mixed-race people, and even some white colonists who had remained neutral. But his greatest act was drafting a constitution in 1801. The Constitution of 1801 declared slavery was abolished forever and could never be reinstated. All people, regardless of color, were equal citizens. Toussaint was governor for life. Saint-Domingue remained a French colony, but governed itself autonomously. When he sent this constitution to France, Napoleon Bonaparte read it with rage.
Napoleon Bonaparte had become the most powerful man in Europe. He envisioned a new French empire in the Americas with Saint-Domingue as its jewel. But first, he needed to eliminate Toussaint and reinstate slavery. In December 1801, Napoleon dispatched the largest expeditionary force ever sent to the Americas, over 40,000 troops under the command of his brother-in-law, General Charles Leclerc. Their mission was simple: disarm the Black Army, arrest Toussaint, and restore white supremacy. The French arrived in February 1802 with overwhelming force. Toussaint tried diplomacy, but Leclerc's orders were clear: accept complete surrender or face annihilation. The war was brutal beyond description. Dessalines and other generals fought desperately, but the French had superior numbers and equipment. Town after town fell. The revolutionaries retreated to the mountains. But then something unexpected happened. In June 1802, the French offered Toussaint safe passage for negotiations. He accepted, believing his stature as governor would protect him. It was a trap. The moment Toussaint arrived, he was seized, clapped in chains, and shipped to France. Napoleon had him imprisoned in Fort de Joux, a freezing fortress in the Jura Mountains. Toussaint Louverture died there on April 7th, 1803, from cold, starvation, and deliberate neglect. He was approximately 60 years old. Before his death, he wrote a prophetic letter: "In overthrowing me, you have cut down only the trunk of the tree of liberty. It will spring up again from the roots, for they are many and they are deep." Back in Saint-Domingue, news of Toussaint's betrayal ignited a firestorm. Many black officers had initially cooperated with the French, believing promises of peace. But then the French made a fatal mistake. They tried to disarm all black soldiers and reinstate the slave laws. Enslaved people in Guadeloupe had just been re-enslaved by French forces. The same was clearly planned for Saint-Domingue. Dessalines, Henri Christophe, and other generals made a decision: total war, no compromise, independence or death. The final war of independence was the most brutal phase of the revolution. Dessalines created a unified front. He allied with the gens de couleur generals like Alexandre Pétion and André Rigaud, who realized the French would betray them too. He mobilized the entire population. Men, women, even children fought, and nature became an ally. Yellow fever returned with a vengeance in the summer of 1802. French soldiers died by the thousands. General Leclerc himself died of fever in November. His replacement, Rochambeau, was even more vicious. He imported bloodhounds from Cuba to hunt rebels and used gas to suffocate prisoners. But it didn't matter. The French were losing. On November 18th, 1803, the revolutionary armies won the decisive Battle of Vertières near Cap Français. It was a stunning military achievement, disciplined formations, coordinated artillery, tactical brilliance. The French forces, once 40,000 strong, were reduced to fewer than 8,000 emaciated survivors. They surrendered. On November 30th, 1803, the last French troops evacuated Saint-Domingue. The impossible had happened. Enslaved people had defeated Napoleon Bonaparte. On January 1st, 1804, in the city of Gonaives, Jean-Jacques Dessalines stood before a crowd of thousands and declared, "We have dared to be free. Let us dare to be so by ourselves and for ourselves." He formally declared the independence of Haiti, the indigenous Taino name for the island meaning land of mountains. Haiti became the second independent nation in the Western Hemisphere after the United States. More importantly, it became the first nation in history founded by formerly enslaved people, the first black republic in the modern world. But the declaration came with a terrible clause. Dessalines ordered the execution of most remaining white French colonists, men, women, and children. It was revenge for centuries of torture, rape, and murder. It was also strategic, ensuring the planters could never return. Between 3,000 and 5,000 white people were killed in early 1804. This massacre would be used for centuries to justify international isolation of Haiti. The world would remember Haitian violence and conveniently forget the centuries of French brutality that provoked it. The Haitian Revolution succeeded, so why doesn't the world know about it? Because every slave-owning nation on earth conspired to erase it from history. The United States, Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, Brazil all refused to recognize Haiti diplomatically for decades. They enacted trade blockades. They spread propaganda portraying Haitians as violent savages. Thomas Jefferson, who owned hundreds of enslaved people, feared the Haitian example might inspire a rebellion in America. He refused to recognize Haiti and supported French efforts to isolate the new nation. France was even more vindictive. In 1825, France sent warships to Haiti and demanded payment, 150 million francs, approximately $21 billion in today's money, as compensation for the loss of enslaved people and property. Haiti, surrounded by hostile powers and desperate for recognition, agreed. This debt crippled Haiti's economy for generations. Haiti didn't finish paying until 1947, 143 years later. Some economists estimate that this debt extraction cost Haiti over $21 billion in lost economic development. France stole Haiti's future. And then France and other nations blamed Haiti for being poor, ignoring that they had deliberately impoverished it. The Haitian Revolution destroyed the central justification for slavery, that black people were naturally inferior and incapable of self-governance. Haitian generals had outsmarted European military commanders. Haitian diplomats had negotiated with world powers. Haitian people had created a functioning government. So European intellectuals invented new lies. They claimed the revolution succeeded only because of yellow fever. Minimizing African military achievement, they portrayed Haitian leaders as brutal and irrational, ignoring the measured strategy of leaders like Toussaint. They described Vodou as a primitive superstition, ignoring its role as a sophisticated system of resistance and community organization. And they predicted wrongly that Haiti would collapse within years. When Haiti struggled economically because of the embargo and debt, racists pointed to this as proof of black inferiority, not evidence of European sabotage. This narrative poisoned global consciousness for 2 centuries. The Haitian Revolution demonstrated levels of military sophistication that historians are only now beginning to acknowledge. Toussaint developed innovative guerrilla tactics using knowledge of terrain, weather, and disease to neutralize European advantages. He created a mobile defense strategy that exhausted larger armies. He used scorched earth policies strategically, denying resources to invaders. Dessalines perfected what we'd now call total war, mobilizing entire populations, combining conventional and guerrilla warfare, and using psychological operations to demoralize enemies. These weren't lucky accidents. These were brilliant adaptations of European military theory combined with African tactical traditions. But European military academies didn't study Haitian tactics. They couldn't acknowledge that black generals had achieved what most European commanders could not, defeating Napoleon. The Haitian Revolution is usually told as a story of male generals, but women were essential at every level. Beyond Cécile Fatima and Sanité Belair, thousands of unnamed women fought, spied, and organized. Women served as intelligence agents moving between plantations and cities without suspicion. They hid weapons, treated wounded soldiers with traditional medicine, and maintained communication networks. Women fought in combat units, often disguised as men. They led food production to sustain armies. They protected children and rebuilt communities. Marie-Jeanne was a legendary fighter who led troops in the south and personally beheaded enemy soldiers. Catherine Flon sewed the first Haitian flag. Their contributions were systematically erased from official histories, partly because of sexism, partly because acknowledging women's military leadership further challenged European gender ideologies. Western historians have portrayed Vodou as primitive superstition. This is deliberate misrepresentation. Vodou was a sophisticated system of psychological warfare, giving spiritual certainty to fighters. Encrypted communication, rituals conveyed information without words, community organization, ceremonies built solidarity across plantations, medical knowledge, herbal treatments that saved lives, cultural preservation, maintaining African identity under oppression. The Bois Caiman ceremony wasn't just religious theater. It was a strategic gathering that coordinated the largest slave uprising in history. Vodou priests and priestesses served as intelligence officers, medics, psychologists, and political organizers, all roles disguised as spiritual practice. European colonizers understood this threat, which is why they banned Vodou and spread propaganda portraying it as evil. That propaganda continues today. The Haitian Revolution's most immediate impact was terror among slave-owning societies. In the American South, plantation owners lived in constant fear of another Haiti. They enacted harsher slave codes, restricted literacy, and increased surveillance. But the revolution also inspired resistance. Denmark Vesey, who planned a slave rebellion in Charleston in 1822, had lived in Haiti and was inspired by its success. Nat Turner's 1831 rebellion was motivated partly by knowledge of Haiti. In South America, Simón Bolívar received critical military aid from Haiti's President Alexandre Pétion, weapons, ships, and soldiers, in exchange for a promise to abolish slavery in the territories he liberated. Bolívar kept that promise, though historians often omit Haiti's crucial role in South American independence. The Haitian Revolution demonstrated to the world and to Africans that European military power was not invincible. Many Haitian revolutionaries were African-born. When they defeated European armies, it proved that Africans could organize, strategize, and win against technologically superior forces. This psychological impact resonated across the African diaspora. It planted a seed. Liberation is possible. Though direct historical connections are difficult to trace, the Haitian example influenced Pan-African thought in the 20th century. Leaders like Marcus Garvey, Aimé Césaire, and C.L.R. James drew inspiration from Haiti. France didn't officially recognize Haiti until 1838, 34 years after independence, and only after Haiti agreed to pay the crushing debt. The United States didn't recognize Haiti until 1862 during the Civil War, when Southern slaveholders no longer controlled American foreign policy. The Vatican didn't send a representative until 1860. This isolation devastated Haiti's development. Unable to trade freely, unable to borrow on international markets, Haiti's economy stagnated while other nations industrialized. Haiti today faces profound challenges: poverty, political instability, environmental degradation, and the aftermath of devastating earthquakes. But these problems aren't evidence of Haitian failure. They are evidence of persistent international exploitation. The United States occupied Haiti militarily from 1915 to 1934, controlling its government and extracting resources. American corporations bought Haitian land at exploitative prices. The U.S. supported brutal dictators like François Papa Doc Duvalier when it served American interests. France has never apologized for slavery or the independence debt. In fact, French President Jacques Chirac visited Haiti in 2004 for the bicentennial of independence, but refused to discuss reparations. International aid to Haiti often comes with conditions that benefit donor nations more than Haitian people. After the 2010 earthquake, billions in aid went to foreign contractors while Haitian workers went unemployed. Despite everything, the Haitian Revolution remains one of the most important events in human history because it established universal principles. Human beings are born free, and slavery is an absolute evil. Oppressed people have the right to resist by any means necessary. Liberation cannot be given, it must be taken. European civilization is not superior to African civilization. These aren't abstract ideals. Asian people paid for them in blood. Every subsequent anti-colonial movement in Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, everywhere, owes a debt to Haiti. The Haitian Revolution proved that empire could be defeated. The Haitian Revolution asks us an uncomfortable question: what does freedom actually cost? For the enslaved people of Saint-Domingue, freedom cost everything. They sacrificed their lives, endured unimaginable suffering, and fought for 13 years against the world's most powerful empires. And when they won, the world punished them for it, but they won. That victory matters. When enslaved people in Saint-Domingue rose up, they didn't know if they would succeed. The odds were impossibly against them. They had every reason to believe they would be crushed, tortured, and killed. But they fought anyway, because they understood something fundamental. It is better to die free than to live enslaved. That truth transcends Haiti. It transcends the 18th century. It speaks to every person facing oppression. Liberation is possible. Impossible victories can be won. Ordinary people can change history. The Haitian Revolution is not just a story about the past. It's a challenge to the present. Everywhere people are still fighting for freedom. Freedom from economic exploitation, from political tyranny, from systems that treat human beings as disposable. The Haitian revolutionaries fought their battle. They won their freedom. Now we must fight ours. The revolution is not over. It continues in every struggle for dignity, justice, and liberation. Haiti showed us the way. The question is, will we have the courage to follow? The story of the Haitian Revolution is one of the most important stories in human history, and yet it remains one of the least known. That's not an accident, it's a choice to prioritize comfortable narratives over difficult truths. But you've listened to this documentary. You've learned what the history books left out. You now carry this knowledge. What will you do with it? If this story moved you, if it challenged you, if it inspired you, share it. Tell others. Demand that schools teach it. Support Haitian people and Haitian culture. And remember, the struggle for liberation continues everywhere. Here on Africa Hidden History, we're committed to uncovering the stories that powerful people want buried. Stories of African resistance, African genius, African triumph. If you want to learn more, subscribe to this channel. Next time, we'll explore another hidden chapter of African history. Another story of people who fought impossible odds and changed the world. Hit the like button if this documentary taught you something new. Leave a comment telling us what story we should cover next. And remember the words of Jean-Jacques Dessalines. I have given the French cannibals blood for blood. I have avenged America. Haiti stands as proof that freedom is possible. Never forget that. Until next time, keep seeking truth. Keep questioning the narrative. Keep discovering Africa's hidden history. January 22nd, 1879. The hills of Isandowana echo with a sound the British Empire has never heard before. The thunderous war cry of 20,000 Zulu warriors moving as one. Within hours, over 1,300 British and colonial soldiers lie dead on African soil. It is the single greatest defeat of a modern European army by an indigenous African force in colonial history. But this is not a story about a single battle. This is the story of a king who refused to kneel. A military system so sophisticated it terrified the world's greatest empire. And a nation that chose to fight for its freedom, knowing the cost would be everything. This is the Anglo-Zulu War, the last stand of the warrior kingdom, and the hidden history that Britain tried to bury. For most of the world, the story of the Zulu people begins and ends with war, but the truth is far more complex. The Zulu kingdom was not simply a military power, it was a sophisticated state with its own laws, economy, diplomacy, and culture. A kingdom that had, in just 50 years, transformed from a small clan into one of the most formidable nations in Africa. In this documentary, we will uncover the full story of the Anglo-Zulu War of 1879. We will journey back to understand how the Zulu nation was built, who King Cetshwayo truly was, and why the British Empire saw this independent African kingdom as a threat that had to be destroyed. We will walk through the strategies, the battles, the betrayals, and the courage that defined this conflict. But more importantly, we will reveal what history books often ignore: the African perspective, the Zulu genius, and the legacy that still shapes South Africa today. This is not just a war story. This is a story about sovereignty, resistance, and what happens when an empire meets a people who refuse to surrender their identity. To understand the Anglo-Zulu War, we must first understand the world it emerged from. The year is 1816. Southern Africa is a patchwork of kingdoms, clans, and chiefdoms. Among them is a small clan called the Zulu, led by a minor chief named Senzanga Khona.
But Senzanga Kona has a son, an illegitimate son, exiled and humiliated, named Shaka. History will remember him as one of the greatest military minds Africa has ever produced. By 1818, Shaka has seized control of the Zulu clan. Within a decade, he transforms them into an empire. He revolutionizes warfare, creating the bullhorn formation, a tactical system that encircles enemies with devastating efficiency. He introduces the Ikowa, a short stabbing spear designed for close combat, replacing the traditional throwing spear. Shaka's army is not just fierce, it is disciplined, organized, and professional. Warriors are trained from boyhood in age regiments called Amabuto. They live in military towns. They do not marry until their regiment is discharged by the king. This creates a standing army of thousands, loyal only to the throne. Under Shaka, the Zulu kingdom expands rapidly. Neighboring clans are either absorbed or scattered. By the time of his assassination in 1828, the Zulu control a vast territory in what is now KwaZulu-Natal. While the Zulu build their kingdom in the interior, the British solidify their control over the Cape Colony to the south. Initially, British interest in southern Africa is limited. The Cape is simply a stopover on the route to India. But in the 1830s, everything changes. The discovery of diamonds and later gold transforms southern Africa into one of the most valuable regions on earth. The British begin expanding inland. They clash with Boer settlers, African kingdoms, and anyone else who stands in the way of profit and empire. The philosophy is simple: control the land, control the resources, control the people. In 1872, a new king ascends the Zulu throne, Cetshwayo Kampande. He is Shaka's grandnephew, a man in his 40s, intelligent, diplomatic, and deeply committed to preserving Zulu independence. Cetshwayo inherits a kingdom that is powerful but surrounded. To the south, the British; to the west, the Boer Republic of Transvaal; to the north, smaller African states and Portuguese territories. The Zulu are geographically trapped, but Cetshwayo is no warmonger. He seeks peace with the British. He sends diplomats. He honors treaties. He even allows British missionaries into his kingdom. He believes that diplomacy, not war, will protect his people. He is wrong. In 1877, the British appoint Sir Henry Battle Frere as High Commissioner for Southern Africa. Frere is an imperialist zealot. He believes that African kingdoms are obstacles to British dominance and must be crushed. Frere looks at the Zulu kingdom and sees a problem. Not because the Zulu have attacked British territory, they haven't. Not because they threaten British citizens, they don't. But because they exist as an independent military power.
Frere's goal is to create a British Confederation in Southern Africa, uniting all territories under one crown. The Zulu Kingdom, with its 30,000 strong army and fierce independence, does not fit this vision. So Frere begins manufacturing a crisis. In December 1878, Frere presents King Cetshwayo with an ultimatum. The demands are designed to be impossible. Disband the Zulu army, allow British residents in Zulu territory, accept a British representative to oversee internal Zulu affairs, pay reparations for alleged border incidents. Cetshwayo is given 30 days to comply. The message is clear: surrender your sovereignty or face war. Cetshwayo tries to negotiate. He offers compromises. He pleads for more time. But Frere has already made his decision. The British Empire is coming whether the Zulu fight or not. And so Cetshwayo prepares his people for the unthinkable. King Cetshwayo is often portrayed by colonial historians as a savage tyrant. This is propaganda. In truth, Cetshwayo is a skilled ruler who inherits a complex political situation and navigates it with intelligence and restraint. He is a product of the Zulu royal system, trained in diplomacy, warfare, and governance. He is also a realist. He knows that the British Empire is the most powerful military force on earth. He does not want war, but he will not surrender his people's freedom without a fight. Cetshwayo's tragedy is that he believes in negotiation. He believes the British will honor their agreements. He believes that reason will prevail. He is a king caught between tradition and modernity, between independence and annihilation. The Zulu army is the backbone of the kingdom. It is not a ragtag militia. It is a professional, disciplined fighting force. At the heart of the system are the Amabutho age regiments formed from boys around the age of 14. These young men are trained in combat, endurance, and loyalty. They live together in military kraals or settlements where they remain until the king grants them permission to marry. This system creates warriors who are physically conditioned, tactically trained, and completely loyal to the throne. Each regiment has its own name, insignias, and shield colors. Senior warriors command junior ones. The entire army moves with precision, using signals, messengers, and coordinated formations. The Zulu do not have guns, at least not many. What they have is speed, discipline, and the tactical genius of their commanders. Their primary weapon is the ikuwa, a short stabbing spear. Their shield made of cowhide is both defensive and offensive. Warriors use it to hook an enemy's shield aside, exposing them to a fatal thrust. The Zulu also employ psychological warfare. Before battle, they perform the giya, a war dance that builds energy and intimidates enemies. During battle, they chant and sing, creating a wall of sound that unnerves opponents. This is not primitive warfare. This is strategy, discipline, and mastery. Opposing King Cetshwayo is Lieutenant General Lord Chelmsford, commander of British forces in Southern Africa. Chelmsford is an experienced officer, but he is also arrogant. He has fought in India and Abyssinia, and he believes that African armies are inferior. He is about to learn otherwise. British soldiers in red coats preparing for battle with rifles and artillery. Chelmsford commands a force of around 17,000 men, a mix of British regulars, colonial volunteers, and African auxiliaries. They are equipped with modern rifles, artillery, and Gatling guns. On paper, they should dominate any African army. But Chelmsford underestimates the Zulu. He divides his forces into multiple columns, spreading them thin across the border. He assumes the Zulu will scatter at the sight of British firepower. He is catastrophically wrong. While Cetshwayo is the king, the Zulu military operates through experienced Indunas, commanders who lead regiments into battle. Among them is Nshingwayo Kamahole, a senior commander who will lead the Zulu forces at Isandlwana. He is a brilliant tactician, calm under pressure and deeply respected by his warriors. Another key figure is Dabulamanzi Kampande, the king's half-brother. He is younger, more impulsive, and eager to prove himself in battle. His actions will have devastating consequences. These men are not bloodthirsty savages. They are generals, strategists, and leaders who understand that they are fighting for the survival of their nation. History often forgets the civilians, but in the Zulu kingdom, women and non-combatants play a crucial role. Zulu women manage homesteads, tend cattle, grow crops, and raise children. They are the backbone of the economy. When the men go to war, the women keep society functioning. They also serve as messengers, spies, and sometimes even fighters. Zulu women are not passive victims. They are active participants in the survival of their people. And when the war comes, they will suffer just as much as the warriors. On January 11th, 1879, the 30-day ultimatum expires. King Cetshwayo has not disbanded his army. He has not surrendered his sovereignty. And so the British invade. Lord Chelmsford divides his forces into 5 columns, crossing the Buffalo and Tugela rivers at multiple points. The plan is to converge on Ulundi, the Zulu capital, and crush the kingdom in a single coordinated strike. But the terrain is hostile. The land is rugged, filled with hills, rivers, and dense bush. Supply lines stretch thin, communication is slow. The British are marching into a land they do not understand, against an enemy they have underestimated. Meanwhile, King Cetshwayo mobilizes his forces. He does not want this war, but now that it has begun, he will defend his kingdom with everything he has. He sends out his Amabuto, 20,000 warriors organized into regiments, each with a specific role. Their orders are clear. Find the British, surround them, destroy them. January 22nd, 1879, the British Central Column, commanded by Lord Chelmsford, camps beneath a mountain called Isandlwana. The mountain's shape resembles a crouching lion, a symbol the Zulu consider sacred. Chelmsford has around 1,800 men here, British regulars, colonial volunteers, and African auxiliaries. He believes the main Zulu force is miles away. So confident is he that he takes off his men on a reconnaissance mission, leaving the camp defended by Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Dunford and Colonel Henry Pulin. It is a fatal mistake. The Zulu army has been hiding in the hills, waiting for the right moment. 20,000 warriors led by Indunazi Nchingwayo and Mavumengwana are concealed in the valleys just beyond the camp. At midday, a British patrol stumbles upon the Zulu force. The warriors rise from the earth like a black wave. The battle has begun. The Zulu execute their bullhorn formation with terrifying precision. The chest, the main force, charges directly at the British camp. The horns, flanking regiments, sweep wide on both sides, encircling the enemy. The loins, reserve forces, wait behind, ready to exploit any weakness. The British form defensive lines. Their rifles fire in disciplined volleys. For a moment, it seems the firepower will hold, but the Zulu keep coming. They move with astonishing speed, closing the distance before the British can reload. They use the terrain, the smoke, and their shields to minimize casualties. And when they reach the British lines, they engage in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The British are overwhelmed, ammunition runs low, orders break down, panic spreads. By late afternoon, the camp is overrun. Over 1,300 British and colonial soldiers are dead. Only a handful escape. The Zulu have achieved one of the most stunning military victories in colonial history. But the victory comes at a cost. The Zulu lose around 1,000 warriors, men who cannot be easily replaced. And the Zulu know this is only the beginning. The British will return, and they will bring vengeance. Hours after Isandlwana, a force of around 4,000 Zulu warriors, led by Prince Dabula Manzi, approaches a small British outpost at Rocks Drift. Dabula Manzi has disobeyed King Cetshwayo's orders. The king commanded his forces not to cross into British territory. But Dabula Manzi, eager for glory and frustrated at being held in reserve, decides to attack anyway. At Rocks Drift, 139 British soldiers, many of them sick or wounded, prepare to defend a small mission station. They have hours to build barricades from mealie bags, biscuit boxes, and whatever else they can find. At 4:30 p.m., the Zulu attack begins. For 12 hours, the Zulu assault the position. They are brave, relentless, and determined, but the British have modern rifles, a fortified position, and the advantage of firepower. The Zulus suffer heavy casualties. Waves of warriors fall to rifle fire, yet they keep attacking, driven by courage and duty. By dawn, the Zulu withdraw. They have lost hundreds of men. The British have lost only 17. Rocks Drift becomes a legend in British military history. 11 Victoria Crosses are awarded, the most ever for a single action. Songs are written, movies are made. But from the Zulu perspective, Rocks Drift is a tragic waste. Dabula Manzi's disobedience costs the kingdom hundreds of warriors for no strategic gain. And it gives the British a propaganda victory to offset the disaster of Isandlwana. News of Isandlwana shocks the British Empire. How could a savage African army defeat the most powerful military on earth? The British press demands action. Politicians call for retribution, and the military begins mobilizing reinforcements. Lord Chelmsford is humiliated but determined. He receives thousands of additional troops, modern artillery and Gatling guns. The second invasion of Zululand will not fail. Meanwhile, King Cetshwayo tries once more to negotiate. He sends envoys to the British offering peace terms. He argues that the war was never necessary, but the British are no longer interested in peace. They want total victory. In late March, British forces attempt to capture a Zulu stronghold at Kloban Mountain. It is a disaster. Zulu forces ambush the attackers, killing over 200 colonial troops. But the next day, at the Battle of Kambula, the British achieve a decisive victory. Using fortified positions and overwhelming firepower, they repel a massive Zulu assault, killing over 1,000 warriors. The tide is turning. The Zulu are running out of men, supplies, and options. By June, Chelmsford has assembled a new army, over 15,000 men, heavily armed and carefully organized. This time, there will be no mistakes. The British advance slowly, building fortified camps every night. They use cavalry scouts, Gatling guns, and artillery. They are cautious, methodical, and overwhelming. King Cetshwayo sends desperate messages. He offers to negotiate. He offers reparations. He offers anything except the destruction of his kingdom. The British ignore him. On July 4th, 1879, the British army reaches Ulundi, the Zulu capital. King Cetshwayo assembles his remaining warriors, around 15,000 men. They are exhausted, demoralized, but still willing to fight for their king. The British form a massive square, infantry on all sides, cavalry and artillery in the center. It is an impenetrable formation designed to maximize firepower. The Zulu charge with everything they have. They run into a storm of bullets. The Gatling guns roar. The artillery fires explosive shells. The rifles never stop. Wave after wave of Zulu warriors fall. They cannot break the square. After 90 minutes, the Zulu retreat. Over 1,500 are dead. The British suffer fewer than 100 casualties. Chelmsford orders the capital burned. Ulundi goes up in flames. The Zulu kingdom is defeated. King Cetshwayo flees into the wilderness. For weeks, he evades British patrols. But on August 28, 1879, he is betrayed and captured. He is taken to Cape Town, paraded as a trophy, and eventually exiled to London. There he is displayed to British society as a noble savage, a curiosity, a symbol of empire's triumph. In 1883, the British allow him to return to Zululand, but his kingdom is gone. The land has been divided among rival chiefs. Civil war erupts. Cetshwayo dies in 1884, a broken man, his kingdom in ruins. British propaganda portrayed the Zulu as bloodthirsty savages, inferior in every way. This narrative was essential to justify the invasion, but the truth is far different. The Zulu kingdom was a sophisticated state with laws, courts, diplomacy, and governance. It had a structured economy based on cattle, agriculture, and trade. It had poets, historians, and oral traditions that preserved knowledge across generations. The Zulu were not primitive, they were a nation. The Zulu military system was studied by military historians around the world. Their tactics influenced modern warfare. The bullhorn formation is still taught in military academies as an example of tactical excellence. The Zulu did not win through numbers or savagery. They won through discipline, training, and brilliant leadership. One uncomfortable truth: not all Africans sided with the Zulu. The British recruited thousands of African auxiliaries from neighboring groups
who had been conquered or threatened by the Zulu in the past. This was not a simple story of Africans versus Europeans. It was a complex conflict shaped by local politics, old rivalries, and survival. Zulu women were not bystanders. They carried supplies, nursed the wounded, and sometimes fought alongside the men. They also bore the brunt of British retaliation, villages burned, families displaced, children killed. Their stories are rarely told, but without them, the kingdom could not have survived as long as it did. The Anglo-Zulu War was not about defense or morality, it was about control. Sir Bartle Frere provoked the war deliberately against orders from London. The British government later disavowed him, not because the war was wrong, but because it was politically inconvenient. Isandlwana was also a scandal. Investigations revealed that British officers had ignored intelligence, divided forces recklessly, and failed to secure ammunition properly. But these findings were buried to protect reputations. The Zulu were blamed for British incompetence. After the war, the British dismantled the Zulu kingdom. They divided the land into 13 separate chiefdoms, ensuring that no single leader could unite the people again. Civil wars erupted. Famines spread. Families were torn apart. The Zulu, who had once been a proud and independent nation, were reduced to subjects of the British Empire.
The Anglo-Zulu War set a precedent. It showed that African kingdoms could be crushed, their people controlled, and their land seized. This philosophy would evolve into segregation and eventually apartheid. The systems of oppression that defined 20th century South Africa have their roots in conflicts like the Anglo-Zulu War. But the Zulu did not disappear. Despite colonization, oppression, and poverty, Zulu culture survived. Today, the Zulu are the largest ethnic group in South Africa. Their language is spoken by millions. Their traditions are celebrated. Their history is taught. The warriors of 1879 may have lost the war, but they did not lose their identity. Isandlwana remains a symbol. For the British, it is a reminder of hubris and the cost of underestimating an enemy. For the Zulu, it is proof that they fought with courage and skill. It is a moment when an African army defeated the world's most powerful empire. And it is a lesson that freedom is worth fighting for, even when the odds are impossible. The Anglo-Zulu War is not ancient history. Its effects are still felt. Land disputes, ethnic tensions, and economic inequality in South Africa all trace back in part to the colonial conquest of the 19th century. But there is also hope. The story of the Zulu reminds us that African kingdoms were powerful, sophisticated, and worth remembering. It challenges the colonial narrative that Africa was passive, primitive, or uncivilized. The Zulu fought, they resisted, they left a legacy. So what is the lesson of the Anglo-Zulu War? It is not that violence is noble or that war is glorious. It is not even that the Zulu were perfect. They were human with flaws and complexities like any nation. The lesson is this: sovereignty matters, independence matters. The right of a people to govern themselves, to preserve their culture, and to defend their land matters. King Cetshwayo did not want war. He tried diplomacy, negotiation, and compromise. But when the choice was between surrender and resistance, he chose to fight. And even though the Zulu kingdom fell, the spirit of that resistance lives on. The Anglo-Zulu War reminds us that history is not just written by the victors. It is also remembered by those who fought, who survived, and who refused to be forgotten. The Zulu did not disappear. They endured, and that perhaps is the greatest victory of all. Thank you for watching this episode of Africa Hidden History, the story of the Anglo-Zulu War. is one of courage, tragedy, and resilience. It is a story that deserves to be told in full, not as a footnote to British imperialism, but as a chapter in the history of African resistance. If you found this documentary valuable, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with others who want to learn the hidden stories of Africa. Next time, we'll explore another untold chapter of African history, one that will challenge what you think you know about the continent and its people. Until then, remember, history is not just what happened, it's who tells the story, and Africa's story deserves to be heard. For 3,000 years, they ruled the Nile. Black pharaohs who conquered Egypt itself, warriors who faced down the Roman Empire, master metallurgists who forged weapons when Europe still worked in bronze. Yet their story has been erased, buried beneath the sands of Sudan, hidden in the shadows of their more famous neighbor to the north. They were called the Kingdom of Kush, the Nubians, the people of the land of gold. At their height, they controlled more pyramids than Egypt. They mummified their dead with greater precision. They built cities that rivaled Memphis and Thebes. And for a glorious century, they sat upon the throne of all Egypt as the 25th dynasty, Africa's black pharaohs. But who were they really? How did a kingdom south of Egypt become powerful enough to conquer the greatest civilization of the ancient world? And why has history forgotten Africa's most resilient empire? This is the untold story of Kush and Nubia. Today we journey to the heart of the ancient world, the Nile Valley. But we're not going to Egypt. We are traveling south, beyond the cataracts, beyond the borders of the pharaohs, into the land the ancients called Kush. For over 3,000 years, from approximately 2,500 BCE to 350 CE, the kingdom of Kush flourished in what is now Sudan. This civilization rose and fell in three distinct phases: the Khmer period, the Napatan period, and the Meroitic period. Each era brought new power, new culture, and new achievements that rivaled anything Egypt ever produced. This documentary will take you through the complete history of Kush, from its mysterious origins through its conquest of Egypt to its final transformation into one of Africa's most sophisticated Iron Age kingdoms. We'll meet the black pharaohs who ruled Egypt. We'll discover the warrior queens called Candaces who defended their realm against Rome itself. We'll explore the hidden pyramids that outnumber those at Giza. But most importantly, we'll uncover the truth that has been buried for centuries, that African civilization didn't begin and end with Egypt. That south of the cataracts, another great power rose, one that would outlast the pharaohs, survive the Greeks, and stand defiant against the Romans. Welcome to the Kingdom of Kush. Welcome to Africa's hidden empire. To understand Kush, we must first understand Nubia, the land itself. Nubia is a region that stretches along the Nile River from the first cataract at Aswan in southern Egypt, down through what is now northern Sudan. The name Nubia likely comes from the ancient Egyptian word Nab, meaning gold, for this was a land of extraordinary mineral wealth. The Nile flows north through Nubia, but unlike the smooth passage through Egypt, the river here is interrupted by 6 great cataracts, rocky rapids that made navigation difficult and created natural boundaries between kingdoms. These cataracts would define Nubian history, marking borders between competing powers and protecting Kush from northern invaders. The land was harsh but fertile where it mattered. Along the river banks, the annual flooding of the Nile created rich agricultural land. But beyond the river's reach stretched the Nubian desert, vast, scorching, and unforgiving. This geography created a people who were tough, resourceful, and fiercely independent. The story of Kush unfolds across 3,000 years of human history. When Kush first emerged around 2500 BCE, Egypt was already ancient, building its first pyramids. Mesopotamia's city-states were flourishing. The Indus Valley civilization was at its height. As Kush grew, it witnessed the rise and fall of empires. It saw the Hyksos invade Egypt. It watched the New Kingdom pharaohs build their monuments at Luxor and Karnak. It survived the Bronze Age collapse that destroyed civilizations across the Mediterranean. It faced the Assyrians, the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans. Throughout these millennia, Nubia occupied a unique position in the ancient world. It was the bridge between Mediterranean Africa and sub-Saharan Africa. Goods from the African interior, gold, ivory, ebony, incense, exotic animals, and enslaved people, flowed north through Nubia to Egypt and beyond. In return, manufactured goods, grain, and luxury items traveled south. This position made Nubia wealthy, but it also made it a target. From the beginning, Egypt and Nubia were intertwined, sometimes as trading partners, often as enemies, occasionally as one unified kingdom. The relationship was complex, marked by mutual influence, cultural exchange, and periodic warfare. The ancient Egyptians both admired and feared Nubia. Egyptian texts describe Nubia as Ta Seti, the land of the bow, acknowledging the legendary skill of Nubian archers. They called the region Kush, Wawat, and Irem at different periods. Egyptian art often depicted Nubians as enemies to be conquered, but Egyptian pharaohs also employed Nubian soldiers, married Nubian princesses, and adopted Nubian fashions. The truth is that Nubians and Egyptians were culturally similar in many ways. Both practiced mummification, both built pyramids, both worshipped similar gods, though with different emphasis. The Nubian language was distinct, but many Nubians spoke Egyptian, and trade between the regions was constant. But Egypt always saw itself as superior. During periods of strength, Egyptian pharaohs launched military campaigns into Nubia, building fortresses and extracting tribute. During Egypt's weak periods, Nubia reasserted its independence and sometimes raided north into Egypt itself. This dynamic, the push and pull between two Nile Valley powers, would define 3,000 years of history. The kingdom of Kush evolved through three distinct periods, each centered on a different capital city and each with its own character. The Kema period, from approximately 2500 to 1500 BCE, saw the rise of the first great Nubian kingdom, centered on the city of Kema, south of the Third Cataract. This civilization developed independently of Egypt, creating its own distinctive culture, architecture, and burial practices. The Napatan period, from approximately 1000 to 300 BCE, marked Kush's golden age. After a long Egyptian occupation, Kush re-emerged as a powerful kingdom centered on the city of Napata, near the sacred mountain of Jebel Bakar. During this era, Kushite kings conquered Egypt itself and ruled as the 25th dynasty. The Meroitic period, from approximately 300 BCE to 350 CE, saw the kingdom center shift south to Meroe. Here, Kush developed its own unique script, became an iron-working powerhouse, and evolved into a distinctly African civilization, less influenced by Egypt and more connected to the African interior. Each period would bring triumphs and disasters. Each would contribute to the legacy of one of Africa's greatest kingdoms. Who were the Nubians? What did they look like? What language did they speak? The people of Kush were African, dark-skinned, though skin tones varied from light brown
to deep black, just as they do throughout Africa today. Ancient Egyptian art consistently depicts Nubians as darker than Egyptians themselves, and classical Greek and Roman sources describe them as Ethiopians, meaning people with burned faces. But physical appearance tells only part of the story. The Nubians spoke their own language distinct from Egyptian. During the Kerma period, they spoke an unknown ancient Nubian language. Later, they spoke Meroitic, which we can read phonetically today, but still cannot fully translate because it's unrelated to any known language family. Nubians were renowned as warriors. The bow was their signature weapon. Nubian archers were so skilled that both Egypt and later Rome employed them as mercenaries. They also excelled in hand-to-hand combat, using spears, axes, and swords. Their military prowess made them formidable opponents, but they were more than warriors. Nubians were skilled craftspeople, creating distinctive pottery with black-topped red ware. They were metallurgists who mastered bronze working and later became iron working specialists.
For 3,000 years, they ruled the Nile. Black pharaohs who conquered Egypt itself, warriors who faced down the Roman Empire, master metallurgists who forged weapons when Europe still worked in bronze. Yet their story has been erased, buried beneath the sands of Sudan, hidden in the shadows of their more famous neighbor to the north.
They were called the Kingdom of Kush, the Nubians, the people of the land of gold. At their height, they controlled more pyramids than Egypt. They mummified their dead with greater precision. They built cities that rivaled Memphis and Thebes, and for a glorious century, they sat upon the throne of all Egypt as the 25th dynasty, Africa's black pharaohs. But who were they really? How did a kingdom south of Egypt become powerful enough to conquer the greatest civilization of the ancient world? And why has history forgotten Africa's most resilient empire? This is the untold story of Kush and Nubia.
Today we journey to the heart of the ancient world, the Nile Valley. But we're not going to Egypt. We are traveling south, beyond the cataracts, beyond the borders of the pharaohs, into the land the ancients called Kush. For over 3,000 years, from approximately 2,500 BCE to 350 CE, the kingdom of Kush flourished in what is now Sudan. This civilization rose and fell in three distinct phases: the Kerma period, the Napatan period, and the Meroitic period. Each era brought new power, new culture, and new achievements that rivaled anything Egypt ever produced.
This documentary will take you through the complete history of Kush, from its mysterious origins through its conquest of Egypt to its final transformation into one of Africa's most sophisticated Iron Age kingdoms. We'll meet the black pharaohs who ruled Egypt. We'll discover the warrior queens called Kandakes who defended their realm against Rome itself. We'll explore the hidden pyramids that outnumber those at Giza.
But most importantly, we'll uncover the truth that has been buried for centuries, that African civilization didn't begin and end with Egypt. That south of the cataracts, another great power rose, one that would outlast the pharaohs, survive the Greeks, and stand defiant against the Romans. Welcome to the kingdom of Kush. Welcome to Africa's hidden empire.
To understand Kush, we must first understand Nubia, the land itself.
Nubia is a region that stretches along the Nile River from the first cataract at Aswan in southern Egypt, down through what is now northern Sudan. The name Nubia likely comes from the ancient Egyptian word Nab, meaning gold, for this was a land of extraordinary mineral wealth. The Nile flows north through Nubia, but unlike the smooth passage through Egypt, The river here is interrupted by 6 great cataracts, rocky rapids that made navigation difficult and created natural boundaries between kingdoms. These cataracts would define Nubian history, marking borders between competing powers and protecting Kush from northern invaders. The land was harsh but fertile where it mattered. Along the river banks, the annual flooding of the Nile created rich agricultural land. But beyond the river's reach stretched the Nubian desert, vast, scorching, and unforgiving. This geography created a people who were tough, resourceful, and fiercely independent. The story of Kush unfolds across 3,000 years of human history. When Kush first emerged around 2500 BCE, Egypt was already ancient, building its first pyramids. Mesopotamia's city-states were flourishing. The Indus Valley civilization was at its height. As Kush grew, it witnessed the rise and fall of empires. It saw the Hyksos invade Egypt. It watched the New Kingdom pharaohs build their monuments at Luxor and Karnak. It survived the Bronze Age collapse that destroyed civilizations across the Mediterranean. It faced the Assyrians, the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans. Throughout these millennia, Nubia occupied a unique position in the ancient world. It was the bridge between Mediterranean Africa and sub-Saharan Africa. Goods from the African interior, gold, ivory, ebony, incense, exotic animals, and enslaved people, flowed north through Nubia to Egypt and beyond. In return, manufactured goods, grain, and luxury items traveled south. This position made Nubia wealthy, but it also made it a target. From the beginning, Egypt and Nubia were intertwined, sometimes as trading partners, often as enemies, occasionally as one unified kingdom. The relationship was complex, marked by mutual influence, cultural exchange, and periodic warfare. The ancient Egyptians both admired and feared Nubia. Egyptian texts describe Nubia as Ta Seti, the land of the bow, acknowledging the legendary skill of Nubian archers. They called the region Kush, Wawat, and Irem at different periods. Egyptian art often depicted Nubians as enemies to be conquered, but Egyptian pharaohs also employed Nubian soldiers, married Nubian princesses, and adopted Nubian fashions. The truth is that Nubians and Egyptians were culturally similar in many ways. Both practiced mummification, both built pyramids, both worshipped similar gods, though with different emphasis. The Nubian language was distinct, but many Nubians spoke Egyptian, and trade between the regions was constant. But Egypt always saw itself as superior. During periods of strength, Egyptian pharaohs launched military campaigns into Nubia, building fortresses and extracting tribute. During Egypt's weak periods, Nubia reasserted its independence and sometimes raided north into Egypt itself. This dynamic, the push and pull between two Nile Valley powers, would define 3,000 years of history. The kingdom of Kush evolved through 3 distinct periods, each centered on a different capital city and each with its own character. The Kema period, from approximately 2500 to 1500 BCE, saw the rise of the first great Nubian kingdom, centered on the city of Kema, south of the Third Cataract. This civilization developed independently of Egypt, creating its own distinctive culture, architecture, and burial practices. The Napatan period, from approximately 1000 to 300 BCE, marked Kush's golden age. After a long Egyptian occupation, Kush re-emerged as a powerful kingdom centered on the city of Napata, near the sacred mountain of Jebel Bakar. During this era, Kushite kings conquered Egypt itself and ruled as the 25th dynasty. The Meroitic period, from approximately 300 BCE to 350 CE, saw the kingdom center shift south to Meroe, Here Kush developed its own unique script, became an iron-working powerhouse, and evolved into a distinctly African civilization, less influenced by Egypt and more connected to the African interior. Each period would bring triumphs and disasters. Each would contribute to the legacy of one of Africa's greatest kingdoms.
Who were the Nubians? What did they look like? What language did they speak? The people of Kush were African, dark-skinned, though skin tones varied from light brown to deep black, just as they do throughout Africa today. Ancient Egyptian art consistently depicts Nubians as darker than Egyptians themselves, and classical Greek and Roman sources describe them as Ethiopians, meaning people with burned faces. But physical appearance tells only part of the story. The Nubians spoke their own language distinct from Egyptian. During the Khmer period, they spoke an unknown ancient Nubian language. Later, they spoke Meroitic, which we can read phonetically today, but still cannot fully translate because it's unrelated to any known language family. Nubians were renowned as warriors. The bow was their signature weapon. Nubian archers were so skilled that both Egypt and later Rome employed them as mercenaries. They also excelled in hand-to-hand combat, using spears, axes, and swords. Their military prowess made them formidable opponents, but they were more than warriors. Nubians were skilled craftspeople, creating distinctive pottery with black-topped red ware. They were metallurgists who mastered bronze working and later became iron working specialists. They were architects who built unique circular burial mounds called tumuli, and later steep-sided pyramids that differed from Egyptian designs.
The early rulers of Khmer remain largely anonymous to us. Unlike Egypt, with its detailed king lists, Khmer left no written records of its rulers' names during its classical period. We know them only through their magnificent tombs. The largest burial mounds at Khmer, some over 90 meters in diameter, contained the bodies of powerful kings, surrounded by hundreds of sacrificed servants and animals. These mass burials tell us that Khmer's rulers commanded absolute authority and the ability to mobilize enormous resources. Archaeological evidence suggests these rulers controlled a complex state with regional governors, organized military forces, and extensive trade networks. They maintained diplomatic and commercial relations with Egypt while fiercely defending their independence.
Now we come to the Black Pharaohs, the Kushite kings who conquered Egypt. The first and perhaps greatest was Piye, also known as Pianki, who ruled from approximately 747 to 716 BCE. Piye was born into the royal family of Napata in the shadow of the sacred mountain Jebel Bakar. He inherited a kingdom that had grown strong during Egypt's weak Third Intermediate period. But Piye didn't just want to rule Kush. He believed he had a divine mandate to restore Egypt to its former glory, to rescue Egyptian civilization from the chaos and division that plagued it. Around 727 BCE, Piye marched north with his armies. What happened next is recorded on a magnificent granite stela found at Jebel Bakal, the victory stela of Piye. In detailed hieroglyphic text, Piye describes his conquest of Egypt city by city, presenting himself not as a foreign invader, but as a legitimate Egyptian pharaoh, restoring Ma'at, divine order, to a fractured land. Piye was a fascinating character, a warrior who was also deeply pious. The stela records that when he captured Egyptian cities, he was more interested in visiting their temples than plundering their treasuries. When he took Memphis, Egypt's ancient capital, he performed the proper religious rituals before accepting the city's surrender. He was also particular about cleanliness. The stela records that when defeated Egyptian princes came to submit to him, Piye refused to meet with one of them because the man was uncircumcised. considered ritually impure. This detail reveals a ruler who took Egyptian religious traditions more seriously than the Egyptians themselves.
If Pie was the conqueror, his nephew Tahaka was the consolidator, the king who turned Kushite Egypt into a truly great empire. Tahaka ruled from 690 to 664 BCE, and his reign marked the high point of the 25th dynasty. Tahaka was a builder on a grand scale. He constructed temples and monuments throughout Egypt and Nubia. At Karnak, the great temple complex at Thebes, Tahaka added a massive colonnade with columns over 20 meters tall, the largest columns ever erected in Egypt. At Jebel Bakal in Nubia, he built a temple complex that rivaled anything in Egypt. But Tahaka was more than a builder. He was a skilled military commander who faced the greatest threat to ever menace Egypt, the Assyrian Empire. In the 600s and 70s BCE, the Assyrian king Esarhaddon invaded Egypt with an army equipped with iron weapons and siege technology far superior to anything Egypt or Kush possessed. Tahaka fought bravely, but the Assyrians were too powerful. They drove him south, captured Memphis, and proclaimed themselves rulers of Egypt. Tahaka retreated to Nubia, but he never gave up. He counterattacked, retook Memphis briefly, and only withdrew permanently when a second Assyrian invasion made clear that Egypt was lost. Even in defeat, Tahaka was magnificent. He returned to Nubia with his dignity intact, ruling from Napata until his death. The Assyrians, despite conquering Egypt, never dared to invade Nubia itself. Tahaka's military reputation kept them at bay. One of the most remarkable aspects of Kushite civilization was the power of its queens. In Kush, women could rule in their own right, not merely as regents for male heirs. These queens were called Kandakes, from which the name Candace derives. The Kandakes were not ceremonial figures. They were warrior queens who led armies, commanded fortresses, and conducted diplomacy with the greatest powers of the ancient world. The most famous Kandake was Queen Amanirenas, who ruled around 40 to 10 BCE. When the Roman Emperor Augustus, fresh from his conquest of Egypt, tried to extend Roman power into Nubia, he met his match in Amanirenas. Ancient Roman sources describe Amanirenas as a fierce warrior who lost an eye in battle, making her even more formidable. When Roman forces raided Nubian territory and toppled statues of Augustus, Amanirenas led her armies north in retaliation. Kushite forces attacked the Egyptian city of Aswan, captured Roman prisoners, and even dragged a bronze head of Augustus back to Meroe, where it was buried beneath the entrance to a temple, so that everyone walking into the temple would symbolically step on the Roman emperor. Rome sent reinforcements and pushed back into Nubia, but they could not defeat Amanirenas. After years of warfare, both sides agreed to peace. The treaty was remarkably favorable to Kush. Rome withdrew its forces, reduced its territorial demands, and exempted Nubia from Roman taxation. A one-eyed African queen had fought the Roman Empire to a standstill. Other Kandakes would follow: Amani-Shaketo, Nawidemak, and others. These women ruled as absolute monarchs, built pyramids, commanded armies, and left their mark on one of history's most egalitarian ancient civilizations. Behind every Kushite throne stood the priests of Amun, the supreme god of both Egypt and Kush. The priests were more than religious officials. They were kingmakers, advisors, and sometimes the true power behind the throne. The center of Amun worship in Kush was Jebel Bakal, a distinctive flat-topped mountain near Napata that the Kushites believed was the birthplace of Amun himself. At its base, they built magnificent temples where priests conducted elaborate rituals and oracles. These priests wielded enormous influence. According to some accounts, when a king grew old or weak, the priests could deliver an oracle from Amun, ordering the king to take his own life, and the king would obey. Whether this practice actually occurred is debated, but the stories reflect the priests' genuine power. The priests also played a crucial role in legitimizing royal authority. A Kushite king wasn't truly a king until he had been crowned at Jebel Bakau with the blessing of Amun's priests. This religious sanction gave Kushite rulers their divine mandate to rule and later to conquer Egypt in Amun's name. Our story begins in the midst of prehistory around 2500 BCE, when the first urban settlement emerged at Kerma, just south of the third cataract of the Nile. Kerma didn't spring up overnight. For thousands of years before, people had lived along the Nubian Nile, farming, herding cattle, and trading. But around 2500 BCE, something changed. Population grew, villages merged, social hierarchies developed, and at Kerma, Africa's first great Nubian civilization was born. The early Kerma culture was sophisticated. They created beautiful pottery, thin-walled vessels with a distinctive black top and red body, considered some of the finest ceramics of the ancient world. They built circular houses with thick mud brick walls. They herded cattle, which held both economic and spiritual significance. Most importantly, they began to organize politically. By 2000 BCE, Kerma had emerged as the capital of a kingdom that controlled the Nile Valley between the second and fourth cataracts. This kingdom traded extensively with Egypt, exporting gold, ivory, ebony, incense, and cattle north, while importing Egyptian manufactured goods. But this trade relationship was unequal. Egypt, under the powerful Middle Kingdom pharaohs, saw Nubia as a source of resources to be exploited. Around 1900 BCE, Pharaoh Senusret III launched a massive military campaign into Nubia, pushing Egyptian control south to the Second Cataract. He built a series of massive fortresses, the most sophisticated military architecture of the Bronze Age, to control the Nile and extract Nubian wealth. These fortresses were formidable. Thick walls, multiple gates, drawbridges, bastions, and moats protected Egyptian garrisons. The largest at Buhen covered over 7 acres and had walls over 10 meters high. Egypt was clearly taking the Nubian threat seriously. For 400 years, Kerma chafed under Egyptian domination, but the kingdom survived, maintaining its cultural identity and building its strength. The rulers of Kerma continued to be buried in massive tumuli, surrounded by hundreds of sacrifice servants who would accompany them to the afterlife, a practice that showed both the rulers' absolute power and a religious system distinct from Egypt's. Then around 1700 BCE, Egypt's Middle Kingdom collapsed. The Hyksos, Asiatic invaders, conquered northern Egypt. Egyptian authority in Nubia evaporated almost overnight. Kerma's moment had come. The kingdom expanded rapidly, pushing north past the abandoned Egyptian fortresses. Kerma forces occupied the fortresses themselves, turning them into Nubian strongholds. At its peak, around 1650 BCE, the kingdom of Kerma controlled the Nile Valley from the Fourth Cataract all the way north to the First Cataract at Aswan, the border of Hyksos-controlled Egypt. The Kerma civilization reached its apex. The capital city grew to cover 25 hectares with massive mud brick buildings, including the famous Defufa, a temple structure over 18 meters tall that still stands today, the oldest standing structure in sub-Saharan Africa. Kerma had become a great power, dealing with Egypt as an equal. Diplomatic letters show that the Hyksos, as rulers of northern Egypt, and the kings of Kerma communicated as allies,
possibly coordinating against the Egyptian resistance forces gathering in Thebes. But Egypt would not remain divided forever. Around 1550 BCE, the princes of Thebes launched a war of liberation against the Hyksos. They developed new military technology, the horse-drawn chariot, the composite bow, bronze-scale armor, and forged a new Egyptian state, the New Kingdom. These New Kingdom pharaohs were warrior kings, unlike any Egypt had seen before. And they had long memories. Egypt had been humiliated by the Hyksos invasion. Nubia had taken advantage of Egypt's weakness. Now Egypt would have its revenge. Pharaoh Thutmose I struck first around 1500 BCE. His armies swept south, smashing through Nubian defenses and pushing deep into Kema territory. His son Thutmose II continued the conquest, but it was Thutmose III, Egypt's Napoleon, who delivered the final blow. Around 1450 BCE, Thutmose III's armies destroyed Kema. The capital was burned, the kingdom was dismantled. For the first time in 1,000 years, Nubia ceased to exist as an independent political entity. What followed was nearly 500 years of Egyptian occupation, the longest colonial period in African history. The New Kingdom pharaohs didn't just conquer Nubia, they attempted to Egyptianize it. They built massive temples to Egyptian gods throughout Nubia. They installed Egyptian administrators. They educated the sons of Nubian chiefs in Egyptian schools, teaching them to speak Egyptian and worship Egyptian gods.
Pharaoh Ramesses II exemplified this cultural imperialism. He built the magnificent temples at Abu Simbel deep in Nubia, with colossal statues of himself carved into the living rock, a permanent declaration of Egyptian dominance. For Nubian culture, this was a disaster. The Kema civilization's distinctive pottery styles disappeared. Indigenous religious practices went underground. The Nubian language survived, but Egyptian became the language of power and prestige. Yet the Nubians were not passive victims. They served in Egyptian armies, rising to high ranks. They worked as administrators, managing Egyptian interests in their homeland. And slowly, gradually, they absorbed Egyptian culture, not as subjects, but as equals and eventually as inheritors. By 1100 BCE, the elite of Nubia were thoroughly Egyptianized. They worshipped Amun. They built Egyptian-style temples. They wrote in hieroglyphics. They mummified their dead according to Egyptian practices. But here's the crucial point. They didn't see this as abandoning their identity. They saw themselves as becoming the true keepers of Egyptian civilization, more Egyptian than the Egyptians themselves. This would matter greatly in the centuries to come. Around 1070 BCE, the New Kingdom of Egypt collapsed. Civil war, foreign invasions, and economic crisis tore Egypt apart. Egyptian authority in Nubia crumbled. Egyptian administrators fled north. And into this vacuum stepped a new Nubian power, the Kingdom of Napata, centered on the city of Napata at the Fourth Cataract near the sacred mountain of Jebel Bakal. This new kingdom was different from more ancient Kema. These Nubians had thoroughly absorbed Egyptian culture, but they were building something new, a synthesis of Nubian independence and Egyptian civilization. The kings of Napata presented themselves as the legitimate successors to Egypt's pharaohs. They adopted Egyptian royal titles. They built Egyptian-style pyramids for their tombs. They worshipped Amun as their supreme god. But they ruled from Nubia, not Egypt, and they governed according to Nubian traditions. For 3 centuries, Napata grew in power and wealth. The kingdom controlled the gold mines of the Nubian desert. It dominated trade routes connecting Egypt with the African interior. Its armies became formidable, equipped with bronze weapons and manned by legendary Nubian archers.
Meanwhile, Egypt continued its decline.
The third intermediate period saw Egypt fragment into competing kingdoms. Libyan dynasties ruled in the north. Egyptian petty kingdoms quarreled in the south. The great temples fell into disrepair. The old religious traditions were neglected. To the Kushite kings watching from Napata, this was intolerable. Egypt, the mother civilization, the land of the gods, was being desecrated by weak, impious rulers. The priests of Amun at Jebel Bakar delivered their oracles. Cush must intervene. Cush must save Egypt. Cush must restore Ma'at. Around 760 BCE, King Kashta made the first move. His armies crossed into Upper Egypt and occupied Thebes, the religious capital of Egypt and the center of Amun worship. Kashta didn't declare himself pharaoh of all Egypt, not yet, but he controlled Egypt's spiritual heart, and he forced Thebes to recognize his daughter as the god's wife of Amun, the most powerful religious office in Egypt. Kashta was testing the waters. His son Piye would dive in completely. In 727 BCE, the situation in Egypt reached a crisis. A Libyan chieftain named Tefnakht had united the Delta kingdoms and was pushing south, threatening Thebes and Kushite interest. The priests of Amun consulted the god, and the oracle was clear. Piye must march north. Piye didn't rush. He spent a year preparing, gathering his armies, stockpiling supplies, and ensuring he had the full backing of Amun's priesthood. Then in 727 BCE, he led his forces north on a campaign that would change Egyptian history forever. The victory, Stela of Piye, gives us an unprecedented account of the campaign. Piye's armies swept through Upper Egypt, accepting the surrender of city after city. When he reached Thebes, he performed elaborate religious rituals, presenting himself as a pious pharaoh rather than a foreign conqueror. But not everyone surrendered peacefully. Memphis, Egypt's ancient capital, refused to open its gates. Piye laid siege to the city. When his scouts discovered that the Nile's flood had raised the water level on Memphis's northern side, supposedly the city's impregnable flank, Piye launched a surprise attack. Kushite soldiers seized the docks, scaled the walls, and captured Memphis in a single bold assault. The fall of Memphis broke Egyptian resistance. One by one, the rival kings of Egypt came to Piye's court to submit. He received them with dignity, but made clear who was master. When they tried to enter his palace, Piye refused them entry until they had been ritually purified. He considered them impure by his standards. Tefnakht, the Libyan who had started the conflict, never surrendered in person. He sent messengers with tribute and oaths of loyalty instead. Piye accepted this. He had proven his point. By 716 BCE, Piye controlled all of Egypt. He was recognized as pharaoh from the Mediterranean to the Fourth Cataract. The Black Pharaohs had arrived. The 25th dynasty, the Kushite dynasty, would rule Egypt for over 50 years. These Black Pharaohs governed as legitimate Egyptian kings, adopting all the traditional pharaonic titles and performing all the traditional rituals. But they were also distinctly Nubian. They wore different royal crowns, adding the double rayus, 2 serpents instead of Egypt's traditional one. They continued to be buried in pyramids in Nubia, not in Egypt. They maintained their capital at Napata while ruling Egypt from Thebes and Memphis. Piye's brother Shabaka succeeded him around 707 BCE. Shabaka took Kushite control of Egypt even further. He moved the royal court to Memphis, the traditional Egyptian capital, presenting himself as a fully Egyptian pharaoh. He commissioned Egyptian monuments, sponsored Egyptian temples, and patronized Egyptian arts and letters. Shabaka also showed himself to be a religious reformer. He had ancient religious texts copied and preserved. He restored temples throughout Egypt. He presented himself as returning Egypt to its traditional values, values that the Libyans and Egyptians themselves had neglected. But it was Taharka, Shabaka's nephew, who would be the greatest of the Kushite pharaohs. Taking the throne around 690 BCE, Taharka ruled an empire that stretched from the Mediterranean to the confluence of the White and Blue Niles, over 2,000 kilometers of the Nile Valley under one ruler. Taharka was a prodigious builder. At Karnak, his massive colonnade still stands. At Memphis, he constructed palaces and temples. Throughout Nubia, he built or renovated dozens of temples. At Kawa, Sanam, and other sites, inscriptions celebrate his piety and generosity. He also supported Egyptian culture. Scribes and artists flourished under his patronage. Egyptian art experienced a renaissance, looking back to Old Kingdom models for inspiration. This period, sometimes called the Kushite Renaissance, saw Egyptian civilization revitalized by its African rulers.
But storm clouds were gathering from the east. The Assyrian Empire, centered in Mesopotamia, had become the most powerful military force in the ancient world. With iron weapons, siege technology, cavalry, and ruthless tactics, the Assyrians had conquered everything from Persia to the Mediterranean coast. Egypt was next on their list. In 674 BCE, the Assyrian king Esarhaddon launched the first invasion of Egypt. Taharka met him in battle and remarkably defeated him. The Assyrians withdrew and Taharka celebrated his victory with new monuments. But Esarhaddon came back. In 671 BCE, he returned with a larger army, better prepared and more determined. This time, the Assyrians broke through Taharka's defenses and captured Memphis. Taharka retreated south to Thebes and then to Nubia. For the next 7 years, Egypt became a battlefield. Taharka would counterattack and reclaim Memphis, only to face another Assyrian invasion. The Assyrians would conquer Egypt only to have Taharka drive them out again. It was a brutal stalemate. Finally, in 664 BCE, the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal launched a massive invasion that settled the matter. Assyrian armies swept through Egypt, captured Thebes, and sacked the great city, looting temples, destroying monuments, and carrying away treasures accumulated over centuries. Taharka's successor Tantamani tried one last desperate counterattack, but failed. The 25th dynasty was over. The Kushite pharaohs withdrew to Nubia forever. Egypt would never be ruled from Nubia again. The loss of Egypt could have destroyed Kush, but instead it transformed it. Retreating to Nubia, the Kushite kings focused on consolidating their African kingdom, and what they built was remarkable. The kingdom of Napata continued to flourish for another 3 centuries. The kings still used Egyptian royal titles and maintained the fiction that they were pharaohs, but their focus was purely Nubian now. They built pyramids for their tombs at Nuri and El Kuru near Napata. These pyramids were smaller than Egypt's but more numerous. Eventually, Nubia would have more pyramids than Egypt. The royal tombs reveal extraordinary wealth. Gold jewelry, elaborate weapons, fine pottery, and luxury goods from across the Mediterranean world filled the burial chambers. Kush remained rich, controlling the gold mines and trade routes of the region. But the kingdom faced challenges. Egypt, now under the Said dynasty, became hostile. Conflicts erupted along the border. To the east, new powers emerged in Arabia, and within Nubia itself, the power dynamics were shifting. Around 591 BCE, an Egyptian army under Pharaoh Psamtik II invaded Nubia, sacking Napata and desecrating royal monuments. Although Kush recovered, the raid demonstrated Napata's vulnerability. The city was too close to Egypt, too exposed to northern aggression. Gradually, the center of power shifted south to a new city, Meroe. Around 300 BCE, Meroe became the official capital of Kush. Located between the 5th and 6th cataracts, over 500 kilometers south of Napata, Meroe was perfectly positioned. It sat near iron ore deposits, had reliable rainfall for agriculture, and controlled trade routes connecting the Nile Valley to the Red Sea and the African interior. The move to Meroe marked a fundamental transformation. The kingdom became less Egyptian and more distinctly African. A new culture emerged, the Meroitic civilization. The most visible change was linguistic. The Meroites developed their own script, both a hieroglyphic version for monumental inscriptions and a cursive version for everyday writing. Meroitic script was based on Egyptian hieroglyphics, but represented the Nubian language, not Egyptian. Today we can read Meroitic script phonetically, but we still cannot fully translate it because Meroitic was a unique language, unrelated to any known language family. This makes Meroe one of the great mysteries of African history. We can read their words but not understand their meaning. But Meroe's greatest achievement was industrial. The city became an iron working center on a scale unprecedented in Africa. Huge slag heaps still surround the ancient city, evidence of intensive iron smelting. Meroe produced iron tools, weapons, and trade goods that spread throughout northeastern Africa. This made Meroe extraordinarily wealthy and militarily powerful. While Mediterranean civilizations had been using iron for centuries, iron remained rare in much of Africa. Meroe's iron monopoly gave it enormous economic and military advantages. In 30 BCE, Rome conquered Egypt. The Roman Emperor Augustus now controlled the Nile Valley up to Kush's northern border. It seemed inevitable that Rome, having swallowed Egypt, would attempt to conquer Nubia next. Augustus's prefect in Egypt, Gaius Petronius, decided to test Kush's defenses. In 25 BCE, Roman forces raided Nubian territory, destroyed statues of the Kandake, and occupied several border towns. This was a mistake. Queen Amanirinas, the reigning Kandake, responded with fury. She personally led an army north into Roman Egypt, attacking the garrison town of Syene and sacking the city of Philae. Her forces captured Roman prisoners, toppled statues of Augustus, and carried the bronze head of the emperor back to Meroe as a trophy. Rome could not let this stand. Petronius led a counterattack, pushing deep into Nubia. Roman legions captured Napata and destroyed it. They marched further south toward Meroe itself. But the Romans were stretched thin, fighting in unfamiliar desert terrain against an enemy who knew every rock and dune. Kushite forces harassed them constantly. Supply lines became precarious, and Amanirinas showed no sign of surrendering. Eventually, both sides agreed to negotiate. In 20 BCE, Kushite ambassadors traveled to the Greek island of Samos, where Augustus himself was staying. The negotiations were surprisingly favorable to Kush. Rome agreed to withdraw from Nubian territory, reduce the tribute demanded, and respect Kush's independence. Why did Rome, the mightiest empire in the world, make peace on such generous terms? Because conquering Nubia wasn't worth the cost. The region was poor by Mediterranean standards, the terrain was hostile, and Meroe had proven it could make Roman occupation very expensive. Amanirinas had achieved what few ancient rulers ever managed. She had fought Rome to a standstill. After the peace with Rome, Meroe entered a long, slow decline. The kingdom remained independent and continued building pyramids, temples, and palaces, but the quality of construction gradually deteriorated. The later pyramids at Meroe are smaller, more crudely built, and show less artistic sophistication than earlier monuments. Several factors contributed to this decline. Trade routes shifted as the Red Sea became more important for Roman commerce, bypassing the Nile Valley. Environmental degradation, deforestation from iron smelting and overgrazing may have weakened the agricultural base. Political fragmentation seems to have occurred, with regional centers gaining independence from Mero's authority. But the final blow came from the south. The kingdom of Aksum, in what is now Ethiopia and Eritrea, rose to power in the 1st centuries CE. Aksum controlled the Red Sea trade, had close ties with Rome, and was expanding westward into the Nile Valley. Around 350 CE, King Ezana of Aksum invaded Meroe. Aksumite inscriptions, written in Greek, describe a victorious campaign against the Noba and Kasu, the people of Nubia and Kush. The Aksumites burned towns, captured livestock, and destroyed Meroitic power. Meroe was abandoned. The great city fell silent. The pyramids stopped being built. The Meroitic script ceased to be written. After 3,000 years, the kingdom of Kush was no more. For 2,000 years, the story of the Black Pharaohs was hidden, forgotten, and when rediscovered, often misunderstood or downplayed. European scholars of the 19th and early 20th centuries couldn't accept that Black Africans had conquered Egypt. They invented elaborate theories to explain away the evidence. Some claimed the Kushite pharaohs weren't really black, but were Mediterranean people who had migrated to Nubia. Others argued that while the Kushites might have ruled Egypt briefly, they contributed nothing to Egyptian civilization. These racist theories persisted well into the 20th century. Even today, many people learn Egyptian history without ever hearing about the 25th dynasty. The Black Pharaohs have been written out of history books, omitted from museum exhibits, and marginalized in popular media. This erasure was deliberate. It served a narrative that presented African civilizations as primitive and suggested that any achievements in Africa must have come from outside influences, from Egypt, from Arabia, from anywhere but indigenous African peoples. The truth is that Kush was thoroughly African. Yes, it absorbed Egyptian culture, but Egypt itself had absorbed Nubian influences for millennia. The relationship was reciprocal, not one-directional, and the Kushites created their own distinctive civilization that outlasted Egypt itself. One of the most hidden aspects of Kushite history is the extraordinary power and status of women. In most ancient civilizations, women were subordinate to men, excluded from political power, and relegated to domestic roles. Kush was different. Kushite queens are ruled in their own right, not just as regents. They commanded armies, conducted diplomacy, and built monuments. The title Kandake was equivalent to king, not queen consort. These were sovereign rulers. Moreover, royal succession in Kush didn't always follow the male line. Brothers might succeed brothers, nephews might succeed uncles, and sons might inherit from their mother's brothers rather than their fathers. This suggests a more complex kinship system than patrilineal succession, possibly with matrilineal elements. The Kandakes were depicted in royal art the same way male kings were, wearing the same crowns, holding the same symbols of power, performing the same rituals. Some reliefs show Kandakes smiting enemies, the traditional pharaonic pose of military dominance. This gender egalitarianism was rare in the ancient world and suggests that Kushite society had different values regarding women's roles than their Mediterranean neighbors. Another hidden element of Kushite history is the kingdom's deep connections to the African interior, connections that went far beyond Egypt or the Mediterranean world. Meroe, particularly, was oriented south and east, not north. The kingdom traded extensively with regions we now call South Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea, and even further into Central Africa. Ivory, ebony, gold, iron,
Keto, an enslaved people moved through Kushite trade networks, connecting the African interior to the wider world. Archaeological evidence shows that Meroe had contact with people from deep in Africa. Pottery styles, metalworking techniques, and the architectural features at Meroe show influences from sub-Saharan Africa, not just Egypt. The Meroitic language itself may have belonged to a Nilo-Saharan language family, linking it to languages spoken across the African Sahel, not to Mediterranean language families. In other words, Kush wasn't just a peripheral offshoot of Egyptian civilization. It was a major African kingdom in its own right, with its own cultural sphere, its own trade networks, and its own connections to the broader African continent. The religious life of Kush is often simplified as merely copying Egyptian religion, but the reality was more complex. Yes, Kushites worshipped Amun and other Egyptian gods, but they worshipped them differently. At Jebel Barkal, Amun was seen as a warrior god more than in Egypt. Kushite religious texts emphasize Amun's martial aspects and his role in legitimizing kingship through military victory. Kushites also worshipped local Nubian gods that Egyptians didn't recognize. Apedemak, a lion-headed warrior god unique to Kush, had temples throughout Meroe. Sebiumeka, another indigenous deity, appears in Meroitic inscriptions but not Egyptian texts. The Kushites synthesized Egyptian and Nubian religious traditions, creating something new. This religious synthesis parallels their cultural synthesis. They were neither purely Egyptian nor purely Nubian, but both and something more. Everyone knows about Egypt's pyramids. Almost no one knows that Sudan has more pyramids than Egypt, over 200 Kushite pyramids compared to around 120 Egyptian pyramids. The Kushite pyramids are different from Egyptian ones. They are smaller, steeper, and built differently. Kushite pyramids have angles of about 70 degrees compared to Egypt's 52 degrees. They are also later. Most were built between 300 BCE and 300 CE, long after Egyptian pyramid building had ceased. These pyramids contained the burials of kings, queens, and nobles. Inside were treasures, offerings, and inscriptions. Many were topped with offering chapels where rituals were performed. Today, these pyramids sit largely forgotten in the Sudanese desert. Some have been damaged by treasure hunters. Others are slowly eroding. But they stand as testament to a civilization that rivaled Egypt in power, wealth, and cultural achievement. The fall of Meroe didn't erase Kushite influence from Africa. On the contrary, the kingdom's legacy spread throughout northeastern Africa and beyond. When Meroe fell, its people didn't disappear. They migrated, merged with other populations, and carried their culture with them. The X-group culture and later the Christian Nubian kingdoms of Nobatia, Makuria, and Alodia emerged in the same regions Kush had once controlled. These Christian Nubian kingdoms, which lasted from the 6th to the 15th centuries CE, maintained many Kushite traditions. They built churches on the sites of Kushite temples. They continued some artistic styles. They even maintained a tradition of powerful queens, though now called queens rather than kandakes. Ironworking technology, which Meroe had pioneered in the region, spread across Africa. Some scholars argue that Meroitic iron workers carried their knowledge west and south, contributing to the spread of iron technology across sub-Saharan Africa, though this remains debated. For nearly 1,500 years after Meroe's fall, the kingdom of Kush was forgotten. The pyramids at Meroe, Nuri, and Ekuru sat abandoned in the desert. The temples at Jebel Barkal fell into ruin. The Meroitic script became unreadable. European explorers rediscovered the pyramids in the 19th century, but early archaeological work was destructive. The Italian treasure hunter Giuseppe Ferlini blew up dozens of pyramids searching for treasure in the 1830s. He found some spectacular gold jewelry but destroyed irreplaceable monuments. Serious archaeological work began in the early 20th century, led by scholars like George Reisner of Harvard University. Reisner excavated extensively in Nubia, uncovering royal tombs, temples, and cities. His work revealed the extent and sophistication of Kushite civilization, but Reisner was also a product of his time. He couldn't accept that black Africans had created such achievements, so he developed the Hamitic hypothesis, the racist theory that any advanced civilizations in Africa must have been created by lighter-skinned peoples from the Mediterranean or Middle East. This racist interpretation dominated Kushite studies for decades. Only in the latter half of the 20th century did scholars begin to properly acknowledge that Kush was an African civilization created by black Africans. Today, archaeological work continues in Sudan, led increasingly by Sudanese scholars. New discoveries are being made constantly: temples, cities, inscriptions, and artifacts that continue to reveal the complexity and achievement of Kushite civilization. In modern Sudan, the legacy of Kush is complex and contested. Sudan is a diverse country with many ethnic groups, languages, and cultural traditions. The ancient Kushites are ancestors to some Sudanese people, particularly those in the northern regions, but not to all. Modern Nubian people, ethnic Nubians who live along the Nile in southern Egypt and northern Sudan, see themselves as the direct descendants of the ancient Kushites. They maintain distinct languages, cultural practices, and identity separate from Arab Sudanese culture. However, the Nubian homeland has been devastated by modern development. The construction of the Aswan High Dam in the 1960s flooded much of Nubian territory, forcing the relocation of tens of thousands of Nubians and drowning countless archaeological sites. Some monuments, like Abu Simbel, were relocated at great expense, but many smaller sites were lost forever. Despite these challenges, Nubian cultural identity remains strong. Nubians take pride in their connection to the ancient Kushite civilization and work to preserve their language and traditions. The Kingdom of Kush holds important lessons for how we understand African and world history. First, it demonstrates that African civilizations were not isolated or primitive. Kush was a sophisticated state that engaged with the Mediterranean world, the Middle East, and the African interior. It produced art, architecture, literature, and technology that rivaled any civilization of its era. Second, it shows that the relationship between Egypt and sub-Saharan Africa was not one-directional. For too long, scholars assumed that all civilization in Africa flowed from Egypt southward. Kush proves that influence moved in both directions, that African peoples south of Egypt influenced Egyptian civilization and at one point literally ruled it. Third, it reveals the complexity of cultural identity in the ancient world. The Kushites weren't simply imitating Egypt. They were creating a unique synthesis of Egyptian, Nubian, and other African cultural elements. They could be both thoroughly Egyptianized and distinctly Nubian at the same time. Fourth, it highlights the role of women in ancient African societies. The Kandakes of Kushu ruled with an authority that few women in the ancient Mediterranean world could match. This challenges assumptions about gender roles in ancient societies. Finally, Kush reminds us that civilizations rise and fall, but their legacies endure. For 3,000 years, Kush survived conquests, occupations, invasions, and disasters. When it finally fell, it left behind pyramids, temples, inscriptions, and cultural traditions that continue to influence the region today. The story of Kush is not finished. archaeologists continue to excavate new sites revealing more about this remarkable civilization. The Meroitic script may yet be deciphered, opening up hundreds of inscriptions to modern understanding. In Sudan, despite political instability and economic challenges, efforts continue to preserve and study Kushite monuments. UNESCO has designated several Kushite archaeological sites as World Heritage Sites, including the pyramids at Meroe and the temples at Jebel Bakar. Museums around the world are beginning to give Kushite artifacts the prominence they deserve. The Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, the British Museum in London, and the Sudan National Museum in Khartoum all have significant Kushite collections. And in the broader world, awareness of Kush is growing. Books, documentaries, and academic studies are bringing the Black Pharaohs and the Kandakis to wider audiences. The story of Africa's hidden empire is finally being told. What can we learn from the Kingdom of Kush? Perhaps the most important lesson is about historical visibility. For too long, African achievements have been hidden, minimized, or attributed to outside influences. Kush reminds us that Africa has always been home to sophisticated civilizations that created remarkable achievements. The story of Kush also teaches us about cultural identity and synthesis. The Kushites didn't have to choose between being Egyptian and being Nubian. They created something that was both and something new. This speaks to broader human experiences of cultural mixing, adaptation, and innovation. The resilience of Kush is another powerful lesson. This civilization survived Egyptian conquest, Assyrian invasion, and eventually Roman expansion. When it could no longer compete militarily with northern powers, it adapted, moving its capital south and transforming into a different kind of kingdom. This adaptability allowed Kush to survive for 3,000 years, longer than almost any other civilization in human history. The Kandakes of Kush remind us that gender roles are culturally constructed, not universal. In a world where most ancient civilizations excluded women from power, Kush shows that alternatives were possible. Queens ruled as sovereigns, led armies, and built monuments. This challenges us to think more critically about assumptions regarding gender and power. Finally, Kush teaches us about the interconnectedness of the ancient world. This was not an isolated civilization. It traded with Egypt, Rome, Arabia, India, and the African interior. It absorbed influences from all these regions while maintaining its own distinct identity. Kush was both thoroughly African and thoroughly cosmopolitan. The Kingdom of Kush was not a footnote to Egyptian history. It was a major African civilization that deserves to be studied, celebrated, and remembered on its own terms. Its pyramids, temples, queens, and pharaohs are part of the shared heritage of humanity, a testament to what African peoples achieved in antiquity, and a reminder of stories yet to be uncovered. And so ends the story of the Kingdom of Kush, Africa's hidden empire, the land of the Black Pharaohs, the civilization that rivaled Egypt and outlasted Rome. For 3,000 years, the Kushites built pyramids, forged iron, crowned queens, and defended their independence against the greatest powers of the ancient world. They conquered Egypt, they fought Rome to a standstill, they created art, architecture, and a writing system that still challenges us today. Their story has been hidden for too long, but the pyramids still stand in the Sudanese desert. The temples still rise at Jebel Bakar. The treasures still shine in museums, and now finally the world is beginning to remember. If you found this documentary fascinating, please subscribe to Africa Hidden History. We are dedicated to uncovering the forgotten stories of African civilizations, the empires, kingdoms, and cultures that shaped our world but have been erased from mainstream historical narratives. In our next episode, we'll explore another hidden African empire, the Kingdom of Aksum, which conquered Kush, dominated Red Sea trade, and became one of the world's first Christian kingdoms. Hit that like button, turn on notifications, and join us as we continue uncovering Africa's hidden history. Because Africa's past is not primitive, it's not simple, it's not a footnote to European or Middle Eastern history. Africa's past is glorious, complex, sophisticated, and it's time the world knew the truth. Thank you for watching. Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep discovering the hidden stories of our shared human past.
The exact causes remain debated, but evidence points to a combination of factors. Climate change causing reduced Nile floods, overextension of resources on monument building, and growing power of provincial nomarchs who challenged royal authority. Egypt fragmented into competing regions. Nomarchs declared themselves independent rulers. Two major rival dynasties emerged, one based in Heracleopolis in Lower Egypt, another in Thebes in Upper Egypt. For over a century, Egypt endured civil war, famine, and cultural disruption. Literary texts from this period, like the Admonitions of Ipuwer and the Prophecy of Neferti, describe social chaos, poverty, and the breakdown of traditional order. While possibly exaggerated for literary effect, they reflect real trauma experienced during this period. Yet, even during this dark age, Egyptian culture persisted. Local rulers built temples, artists created beautiful objects, scribes continued writing. This wasn't a return to barbarism, but a period of political decentralization, during which Egyptian culture actually spread more widely throughout society. Around 2055 BCE, Mentuhotep II, a pharaoh from Thebes in Upper Egypt, finally defeated his rivals and reunified Egypt, establishing the 11th dynasty and inaugurating what historians call the Middle Kingdom. Mentuhotep built an innovative mortuary temple at Deir Bahari, combining pyramid, temple, and tomb in a unique design that influenced later constructions. He presented himself as Egypt's savior, the man who restored Ma'at, the cosmic order that Egyptians believed was essential for civilization.
The 12th dynasty, beginning around 1985 BCE, represents what many scholars consider classical Egyptian civilization. These pharaohs were master administrators who reorganized the government, launched massive irrigation and land reclamation projects, and created efficient bureaucratic systems that would influence all subsequent Egyptian history. Pharaohs like Amenemhat III transformed the Fayum Depression into a productive agricultural region, building dams, canals, and reservoirs in one of history's first large-scale environmental engineering projects. This wasn't just conquest, it was the creation of new land, new wealth, and new possibilities for Egypt's growing population. These pharaohs also built a chain of massive fortresses in Nubia, controlling trade routes and projecting Egyptian power deep into Africa. These weren't simple military outposts, but sophisticated administrative centers with complex layouts, multiple defensive walls, and impressive architectural features. The Middle Kingdom also produced Egypt's greatest literature. The story of Sinuhe, the tale of the shipwrecked sailor, wisdom texts, and love poetry all flourished during this period. Egyptian language evolved to its classical form, the standard that would be taught to scribes for centuries. Middle Kingdom art became more realistic, showing pharaohs with careworn faces rather than idealized perfection. This reflected a more complex view of kingship, acknowledging the burden of rule while maintaining divine status. Around 1650 BCE, central authority collapsed again. But this time, Egypt faced something unprecedented: foreign invasion and occupation. A Semitic people called the Hyksos, meaning rulers of foreign lands, gradually infiltrated the Nile Delta, eventually establishing their own dynasty, ruling from the city of Avaris. They brought new military technology, particularly the horse-drawn chariot, which gave them a decisive advantage. The Hyksos adopted Egyptian culture, worshipped Egyptian gods, and used Egyptian administrative systems. They didn't destroy Egyptian civilization, but ruled as pharaohs themselves, creating a complex cultural hybrid. However, Egyptian dynasties continued to rule in Thebes in the south. For nearly a century, Egypt was divided between Hyksos rulers in the north and native Egyptian rulers in the south, with Nubian kingdoms watching and sometimes intervening from further south. Around 1570 BCE, the Theban pharaoh Seqenen-Retau began military campaigns against the Hyksos. His mummy shows brutal head wounds, suggesting he died in battle. His sons continued the fight. Amos-Aya finally succeeded in expelling the Hyksos around 1550 BCE, pursuing them into Canaan to ensure they couldn't return. He reunified Egypt once again and established the 18th dynasty, inaugurating the new kingdom, Egypt's imperial age. Importantly, the Egyptians learned from their conquerors. They adopted chariot warfare, improved metallurgy, and developed a more militaristic culture. The trauma of foreign occupation transformed Egypt from an inward-looking civilization into an aggressive empire. Through military campaigns north into Syria, Palestine, and south into Nubia, they created the largest territory Egypt would ever control, stretching from the Euphrates River to the fourth cataract of the Nile. Thutmose III, who reigned from approximately 1479 to 1425 BCE, was Egypt's greatest military strategist, personally leading 17 campaigns, conquering numerous cities, and establishing Egyptian dominance throughout the Near East. He's been called the Napoleon of ancient Egypt, though perhaps Napoleon should be called the Thutmose of France. Egypt became fabulously wealthy. Tribute flowed in from conquered territories, gold from Nubia, cedar from Lebanon, horses from Syria, exotic goods from throughout the known world. Egypt's pharaohs corresponded as equals with the kings of Babylon, Assyria, and the Hittites. But perhaps the most remarkable pharaoh of this dynasty was Hatshepsut, one of the few women to rule Egypt as pharaoh rather than queen. She came to power around 1473 BCE, initially as regent for her young stepson, but then declared herself pharaoh, complete with false beard and male regalia. Hatshepsut focused on trade and building rather than conquest. Her famous expedition to the land of Punt, documented in beautiful reliefs at her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, brought back myrrh trees, ebony, ivory, and gold. She built extensively throughout Egypt, creating some of its most beautiful monuments.
The 18th dynasty also witnessed one of history's strangest episodes, the religious revolution of Akhenaten. Around 1353 BCE, this pharaoh abandoned traditional Egyptian polytheism, declaring that only one god existed, Aten, the sun disk. He moved the capital to a new city, Akhetaten, modern Amarna, and attempted to erase the old gods from Egyptian consciousness. Akhenaten's revolution produced a distinctive art style, with elongated skulls, curved bodies, and intimate family scenes previously unknown in Egyptian art. But it was deeply unpopular. After his death, his successors systematically destroyed his monuments, erased his name, and returned Egypt to traditional religion. One of those successors was the boy king Tutankhamun, who died young around 1323 BCE. Though relatively unimportant in his own time, his intact tomb, discovered in 1922, gave the world its most complete glimpse of royal burial practices and New Kingdom wealth. The 19th dynasty produced Egypt's most famous pharaoh, Ramesses II, known as Ramesses the Great, who reigned for an astonishing 66 years from 1279 to 1213 BCE. Ramesses was Egypt's greatest builder, constructing more monuments, statues, and temples than any other pharaoh. His colossal statues dominated the landscape. His cartouches appeared on buildings throughout Egypt, and his mortuary temple, the Ramesseum, was among the largest ever built. His greatest achievement was Abu Simbel, carved directly into a mountainside in Nubia. 4 massive seated statues of Ramesses, each 67 feet tall, guard the entrance to a temple that extends 180 feet into the rock. Twice a year, on specific dates, sunlight penetrates deep into the temple to illuminate statues of the gods in the inner sanctuary, a feat of astronomical and architectural precision. Ramesses also fought the Hittite Empire at the Battle of Kadesh around 1274 BCE, one of the largest chariot battles in history. Though Ramesses claimed total victory in his inscriptions, the battle was actually a stalemate. What's more significant is what followed, the first recorded peace treaty in human history, establishing recognized borders and mutual defense obligations between Egypt and the Hittites. Ramesses lived into his 90s, outliving many of his children and wives. His mummy, discovered in a cache of royal mummies in 1881, shows an elderly man with red hair, arthritic joints, and evidence of dental disease. Even in death, his presence commands respect. But maintaining an empire proved expensive. Later, New Kingdom pharaohs struggled with economic problems, inflation, administrative corruption, and the constant need to defend distant territories. The great building projects became smaller, less frequent, less impressive. Around 1200 BCE, a catastrophe struck the entire eastern Mediterranean. Mysterious groups, collectively called the Sea Peoples, destroyed kingdoms throughout the region. The Hittite Empire collapsed completely. Many Canaanite cities were burned. Egypt barely survived, with Ramesses III fighting off multiple invasions. Ramesses III successfully defended Egypt, but at enormous cost. His reign marked the last period of significant Egyptian power. After his death, Egypt entered a period of slow decline, with the empire gradually fragmenting. The high priests of Ammon in Thebes controlled the south, while various dynasties ruled the north from cities like Tanis. At times, Egypt had multiple pharaohs simultaneously, each claiming legitimacy. Libyan military commanders who had settled in Egypt gradually gained power, eventually establishing their own dynasties. These Libyan pharaohs adopted Egyptian culture completely, proving once again that Egyptian civilization was defined by culture, not ethnicity. The Nubian Renaissance, the 25th dynasty. But the most remarkable development came from the south. The kingdom of Kush in Nubia, which had maintained Egyptian cultural traditions even when Egypt itself declined, invaded and conquered Egypt around 747 BCE. The Nubian pharaohs of the 25th dynasty, particularly Taharqa, presented themselves as restorers of true Egyptian tradition. The message is clear. Through military conquest, the two lands have become one. Nama established his capital at Memphis, strategically located at the junction between Upper and Lower Egypt. From here, he could control both regions, monitor the crucial trade routes, and project power in all directions. With this act, ancient Egypt as we know it was born, and the age of the pharaohs began. But Nama wasn't just a king in the ordinary sense. He established a concept that would define Egyptian civilization for 3 millennia, the Pharaoh as living God. The Pharaoh wasn't merely appointed by the gods, he was a god incarnate, specifically the living embodiment of Horus, the falcon-headed sky god. This concept of divine kingship has deep African roots. Throughout the continent, from ancient Kush to medieval Mali, from great Zimbabwe to Ethiopia, African cultures recognize their rulers as sacred intermediaries between the human and divine realms. Egypt took this concept and developed it to its ultimate expression. Supporting the pharaoh's divine status was an increasingly powerful priesthood. These weren't simple religious officials. They were scholars, astronomers, mathematicians, and keepers of sacred knowledge. They interpreted the will of the gods, performed complex rituals, and advised the pharaoh on matters of state. The most important priests served in the temples of major deities like Ra, the sun god, Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and Ta, the creator god. But every nome, every town, every village had its local deities and local priests. Religion permeated every aspect of Egyptian life, from the grandest state ceremony to the humblest farming ritual. Behind every great pharaoh stood brilliant architects and engineers. Men like Imhotep, who would later serve Pharaoh Djoser in the Third Dynasty, represented a class of highly educated, highly skilled professionals who turned royal visions into stone reality. These architects understood geometry, astronomy, materials, science, and logistics. They commanded vast workforces, organized supply chains stretching hundreds of miles, and solved engineering problems that still impress us today. They were the unsung heroes of Egypt's golden age. Perhaps no group was more important to Egyptian civilization than the scribes. In a society where literacy was rare, scribes held enormous power. They recorded royal decrees, calculated taxes, documented legal proceedings, copied religious texts, and maintained the historical records that allow us to know this story today. Becoming a scribe required years of training, learning thousands of hieroglyphic symbols, mastering several scripts, and understanding mathematics, law, and religious texts. But the reward was significant. Scribes could rise to positions of great authority regardless of their birth status. It was one of the few paths to social mobility in ancient Egypt. But Egypt's greatness wasn't built by pharaohs, priests, and scribes alone. It was built by millions of ordinary people. Farmers who worked the fields, craftsmen who created beautiful objects, soldiers who defended the borders, sailors who navigated the Nile, and laborers who built the monuments. Recent archaeological work has revealed that these weren't slaves, as Hollywood would have us believe. They were paid workers, often organized into specialized teams with housing, food rations, and even medical care provided. They took pride in their work, leaving behind graffiti marking their team's accomplishments. We must also recognize the crucial role of Nubia in Egypt's development. Nubians weren't just neighbors or conquered peoples. They were partners, rivals, sometimes rulers, and always an integral part of Egypt's story. Nubian kingdoms had their own pharaohs, their own pyramids, their own sophisticated culture. At times, Nubian pharaohs ruled Egypt itself, particularly during the 25th dynasty. The relationship between Egypt and Nubia was complex, but fundamentally, it was a relationship between African siblings, not between Europe and Africa, as later colonial narratives would suggest. With Nama's conquest around 3100 BCE, Egypt entered the dynastic period. The first dynasty established Memphis as the administrative capital and began the process of integrating two very different regions into a cohesive state. This wasn't easy. For generations after unification, tensions remained between Upper and Lower Egypt. Early pharaohs spent much of their energy balancing competing interests, suppressing rebellions, and creating new traditions that could unite both regions under a shared identity. The double crown, combining the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt, became the ultimate symbol of unified rule. Royal titulary became increasingly complex, with pharaohs taking on multiple names reflecting their dominion over both lands. The early pharaohs established their primary burial ground at Abydos in Upper Egypt, a site that would remain sacred throughout Egyptian history. These early royal tombs were impressive structures, though modest compared to what would come later. Inside these tombs, archaeologists have discovered sophisticated grave goods, finely crafted furniture, jewelry, pottery, and even wine jars labeled with vintage years. This was a civilization already developing complex industries, trade networks, and a refined aesthetic sense. Disturbingly, evidence from First Dynasty tombs suggests that royal burials included human sacrifice, with servants killed to accompany the pharaoh into the afterlife. This practice, found in several early African kingdoms, would eventually be abandoned in favor of symbolic servant figures called Ushabti. The Second Dynasty and internal conflict. The Second Dynasty was marked by internal religious and political conflict. Some pharaohs of this period took names associated with Set, the god of chaos and the desert, rather than Horus, suggesting a power struggle between different factions or regions. Archaeological evidence shows that several Second Dynasty pharaohs faced serious rebellions. Some monuments were deliberately damaged. Some records were erased, suggesting violent political upheavals. Egypt's unity was still fragile, still being tested. The last pharaoh of the Second Dynasty, Khasekhemwy, managed to restore unity, taking a name that meant the two powers appear. His reign marked a turning point, setting the stage for Egypt's first true golden age. Around 2670 BCE, Pharaoh Djoser commissioned a tomb unlike any seen before. His architect Imhotep created the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, the world's first large-scale stone building and the prototype for all pyramids to come. The Step Pyramid started as a traditional mastaba tomb but was expanded upward in stages, creating a 6-layered structure rising over 200 feet high. It was surrounded by a complex of temples, courtyards, and ceremonial buildings, all enclosed within a massive limestone wall. Imhotep himself would be remembered as one of history's greatest geniuses, later deified as a god of wisdom and medicine. He represented the pinnacle of African intellectual achievement, a man who revolutionized architecture, astronomy, and medicine in one lifetime. The Fourth Dynasty represents the absolute pinnacle of pyramid construction. 3 pharaohs, Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, built the 3 great pyramids of Giza, monuments so precisely engineered, so impossibly massive, that they've sparked wonder and speculation for millennia. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, completed around 2560 BCE, contained approximately 2.3 million stone blocks, some weighing up to 70 tons, transported from quarries miles away and assembled with gaps between blocks smaller than a human hair. It stood 481 feet tall, making it the world's tallest structure for over 3,800 years. How was this achieved? Recent archaeological discoveries suggest a combination of methods: ramps, both straight and spiral, water channels for lubrication, teams of workers organized with military precision, and possibly technologies we've yet to fully understand. Excavations of workers' villages near the pyramids reveal that these monuments were built by paid Egyptian workers, not slaves.
They lived in organized towns, received regular food rations, including meat and beer, and had access to medical care. Graffiti left by work gangs shows pride in their labor, with teams competing for prestige. The Great Sphinx, likely built during Khafre's reign, adds another layer of mystery. This colossal limestone statue with a human head and lion's body has sparked endless debate about its age, purpose, and symbolism. Some evidence suggests it might be even older than the pyramids themselves, possibly carved from a natural limestone outcrop in pre-dynastic times. 5th and 6th dynasties, refinement and expansion. The 5th dynasty shifted focus somewhat from a pyramid building to the construction of sun temples, reflecting the growing importance of the sun, god Ra. Pyramids continued to be built, but were smaller and used different construction techniques. However, this period gave us one of Egypt's most important innovations, the pyramid texts. These are the oldest religious writings in human history, carved into the walls of pyramid burial chambers, providing spells, prayers, and instructions for the pharaoh's journey through the afterlife. The 6th dynasty saw aggressive expansion southward into Nubia and eastward into Sinai. Pharaohs sent trading expeditions to the land of Punt, somewhere on the Red Sea coast, bringing back exotic goods like myrrh, ebony, and leopard skins. This period also gives us some of our first biographical texts. Nobles began decorating their tombs with detailed accounts of their achievements, giving us invaluable insights into daily life, warfare, trade, and administration during the Old Kingdom. Around 2200 BCE, the Old Kingdom collapsed.
Imagine standing before a structure so massive, so perfectly engineered, that even with all our modern technology, we struggle to understand how it was built. Now imagine that this monument is over 4,000 years old, constructed by a civilization that emerged from the heart of Africa when most of the world was still living in scattered villages. Before Greece, before Rome, before Babylon, there was Egypt, a kingdom so powerful, so advanced, that it would rule for 3,000 years, longer than any empire in human history. But here's what they don't tell you in school. Ancient Egypt didn't begin with pyramids and golden masks. It began with something far more mysterious, far more African than most history books dare to admit. This is the untold story of how Africa gave birth to one of humanity's greatest civilizations, a story of black pharaohs, forgotten kingdoms, and the legacy that changed the world forever. Welcome to Africa Hidden History. Today, we journey back to the very beginning of recorded civilization, to a time when the Nile River Valley transformed from scattered communities into the most sophisticated society the ancient world had ever seen. In this documentary, we will uncover the true origins of ancient Egypt, tracing its roots deep into African prehistory. We'll explore how the first pharaohs united a divided land, how they built monuments that still defy explanation, and how they created systems of writing, medicine, mathematics, and governance that would influence every civilization that came after. But this isn't just a story about pyramids and mummies. This is a story about African innovation, African spirituality, and African power. We'll examine the evidence that mainstream historians often overlook, the connections between ancient Egypt and other African civilizations, and the deliberate erasure of Egypt's African identity in modern scholarship. We'll meet the pharaohs who ruled as living gods, the priests who guarded sacred knowledge, the architects who built for eternity, and the ordinary people who made it all possible. We'll witness the rise of dynasties, the construction of immortal monuments, and the creation of a culture so influential that its echoes still resonate 5,000 years later. By the end of this journey, you'll understand not just how ancient Egypt rose to greatness, but why this story matters today. You'll see how Africa didn't just contribute to world civilization. Africa created the very foundation upon which all other civilizations were built. Let's begin. Our story begins approximately 12,000 years ago at the end of the last ice age. As massive ice sheets retreated across the northern hemisphere, the climate of North Africa underwent a dramatic transformation. What is now the Sahara Desert was once a green, fertile landscape filled with rivers, lakes, and abundant wildlife. Archaeological evidence reveals that ancient African peoples thrived in this region, hunting game, gathering plants, and creating some of humanity's earliest rock art. These weren't primitive savages. These were sophisticated hunter-gatherers who understood astronomy, tracked seasons, and developed complex spiritual beliefs about their relationship with nature. But around 5000 BCE, the climate shifted again. The Sahara began its transformation into the desert we know today. This wasn't a sudden catastrophe, but a gradual process spanning centuries. As grasslands turned to dust and water sources dried up, the peoples of North Africa faced a choice: migrate or die. Many groups moved southward into sub-Saharan Africa, carrying their knowledge and culture with them, but others turned east toward one of the few water sources that remained reliable, one of the few places where life could still flourish. They turned toward the Nile. The Greek historian Herodotus called Egypt the gift of the Nile, and he wasn't exaggerating. This single river, flowing over 4,000 miles from the heart of Africa to the Mediterranean Sea, created a narrow ribbon of fertility through an otherwise barren landscape. Every year, like clockwork, the Nile would flood, depositing rich dark soil along its banks. This wasn't destructive flooding, but a predictable, life-giving phenomenon. The ancient Egyptians called this fertile soil Kemet, meaning black land, in contrast to the Deshret, the red land of the desert. This reliable agricultural cycle meant that communities along the Nile could set up permanently, plant crops, and build surplus food stores. Surplus food meant population growth. Population growth meant specialization of labor, and specialization meant the development of arts, crafts, administration, and eventually civilization itself. By 5000 BCE, dozens of independent communities had established themselves along the Nile. Archaeological excavations have revealed sophisticated settlements with organized layouts, specialized workshops, and evidence of long-distance trade. At sites like Badari, Nakada, and Hierakonpolis, we find evidence of advanced pottery making, metalworking, and artistic traditions. These weren't isolated villages, they were interconnected communities that traded goods, shared ideas, and gradually developed common cultural practices. The art from this period reveals a distinctly African aesthetic, similar to traditions found throughout the continent. Elongated figures, ceremonial objects, and spiritual symbolism all point to shared cultural roots with other African peoples. Over centuries, these communities began to coalesce into two distinct regions. In the north, where the Nile spreads into the Mediterranean, numerous settlements formed what would be called Lower Egypt, represented by the Red Crown. In the south, along the narrow river valley, communities united into Upper Egypt, represented by the White Crown. These weren't just geographical divisions, They represented different cultures, different deities, and different ways of organizing society. Lower Egypt was wetter, more accessible to foreign trade, and culturally diverse. Upper Egypt was more isolated, more traditional, and maintained stronger connections to African spiritual practices. This is crucial to understand. Ancient Egypt did not develop in isolation from the rest of Africa. Archaeological and genetic evidence shows clear connections between early Egyptian populations and peoples from Nubia to the south, the Sahara to the west, and the Horn of Africa to the southeast. The religious practices, burial customs, artistic styles, and social structures of pre-dynastic Egypt all show African origins. The worship of animal deities, the importance of ancestor veneration, the concept of divine kingship, all these are fundamentally African traditions that Egypt would refine and elaborate, but not invent. Particularly important was the relationship with Nubia, the land immediately south of Egypt. Nubian culture was, in many ways, more advanced than early Egypt. Nubia had earlier kingdoms, earlier monumental architecture, and maintained crucial trade networks, bringing gold, ivory, ebony, and exotic goods from deep in Africa. By 3500 BCE, the stage was set for something unprecedented in human history. The Nile Valley had everything needed for civilization: reliable food sources, natural defenses in the form of deserts on both sides, a highway for transportation and communication in the form of the river, and most importantly, a population of skilled, innovative people with centuries of accumulated knowledge. Settlements were growing into towns, towns were developing hierarchies, local leaders were becoming chiefs, chiefs were becoming kings, and kings were looking beyond their own borders, dreaming of something greater. The age of the pharaohs was about to begin. Before we meet the legendary pharaohs who would unite Egypt, we must understand the people they ruled. Ancient Egyptians were a diverse population, but overwhelmingly of African origin, with features reflecting the full spectrum of African phenotypes. Modern DNA studies and skeletal analysis consistently show that ancient Egyptians were indigenous Northeast Africans sharing genetic markers with Nubians, Ethiopians, and other African populations. The famous Egyptologist Cheikh Anta Diop spent decades proving what should have been obvious. Ancient Egyptians were Black Africans. Pre-dynastic Egypt was divided into approximately 42 regions called nomes, each governed by a local ruler called a nomarch. These nomarchs controlled irrigation systems, collected taxes, administered justice, and commanded small armies. Some nomarchs were more powerful than others, controlling strategic locations, fertile lands, or important trade routes. Competition between these local rulers drove innovation in warfare, administration, and monument building. Each wanted to prove their power and secure their legacy. One of the most mysterious figures from this period is known to us only as Scorpion, named after the hieroglyph symbol found near his image on ancient artifacts. The scorpion mace head discovered at Hierakonpolis shows a ruler wearing the white crown of Upper Egypt, performing a ceremonial irrigation ritual. Scorpion appears to have been one of the first rulers to attempt unification of multiple nomes under a single authority. They renovated temples, revived old religious practices, and built pyramids in both Egypt and Nubia. These black pharaohs from deep in Africa ruled Egypt for nearly a century. The Nubian civilization that produced these pharaohs was sophisticated in its own right, with its own writing system, Meroitic script, ironworking technology, and distinctive artistic traditions. The relationship between Egypt and Nubia was always one of cultural exchange, not simple domination. The Nubian dynasty ended when the Assyrian Empire, armed with superior iron weapons, invaded Egypt around 671 BCE. After brutal warfare, the Nubians withdrew to their homeland in the south, where their civilization would continue to flourish for another 1,000 years. The late period saw brief moments of restored Egyptian independence, particularly under the 26th dynasty, when pharaohs like Psamtik I reunified Egypt and attempted to revive its glory. But Egypt was now surrounded by greater powers and could never again achieve its former dominance. In 525 BCE, the Persian Empire conquered Egypt, making it a province of the largest empire the world had yet seen. Some Persian rulers respected Egyptian culture and ruled as pharaohs. Others were brutal and exploitative. Egyptian nationalism never died, leading to repeated rebellions. In 332 BCE, Alexander the Great of Macedon conquered Egypt, ending Persian rule. The Egyptians welcomed him as a liberator. Alexander visited the oracle of Amun at Siwa Oasis, where he was declared the son of Amun, a pharaoh in the Egyptian tradition. Alexander founded Alexandria, which would become one of history's greatest cities, a center of learning, trade, and culture that blended Egyptian, Greek, and Near Eastern influences. When Alexander died in 323 BCE, his general Ptolemy took control of Egypt, establishing the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Ptolemaic period, Greek pharaohs, the Ptolemies ruled Egypt as pharaohs for nearly 3 centuries, from 323 to 30 BCE. They adopted Egyptian royal regalia, built temples to Egyptian gods, and maintained many Egyptian traditions, while simultaneously promoting Greek culture and language. They made Alexandria a beacon of learning, establishing the Great Library and the museum, where scholars from throughout the Mediterranean world studied, conducted research, and expanded human knowledge. This was the city where Euclid wrote his geometry, where Eratosthenes calculated Earth's circumference, where the Septuagint translation of the Hebrew Bible was created. The last Ptolemaic ruler and the last pharaoh of independent Egypt was Cleopatra the Seventh. Contrary to popular belief, Cleopatra was an intellectual and a skilled politician who spoke multiple languages, including Egyptian, the first Ptolemaic ruler to do so in centuries. Her relationships with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony were political alliances aimed at preserving Egyptian independence against Roman expansion. She nearly succeeded, but the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE ended her hopes. Rather than be paraded through Rome as a captive, she chose death, reportedly by snake bite, in 30 BCE. With Cleopatra's death, Egypt became a Roman province. The age of the pharaohs, which had lasted over 3,000 years, finally ended. For centuries, Western scholarship has systematically denied or minimized Egypt's African identity. European and American museums, textbooks, and popular media have consistently depicted ancient Egyptians as white or Middle Eastern, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. This erasure began with Napoleon's invasion of Egypt in 1798. French scholars accompanying his army were amazed by Egypt's monuments, but immediately began constructing narratives that separated Egypt from Africa. They claimed Egypt must have been founded by migrants from Asia or even Europe, refusing to credit African peoples with such achievements. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, racist pseudoscience invented increasingly absurd theories. Ancient Egyptians were a lost white race. They were descended from Atlanteans. They came from a sunken continent. Anything but the obvious truth that they were indigenous Africans. Modern genetic studies consistently show that ancient Egyptians were indigenous Northeast Africans, closely related to modern Ethiopians, Somalis, and Sudanese populations. Skeletal analysis shows African features. Artistic depictions in tombs show people with dark skin, particularly in Nubian contexts. African scholars, particularly Senegalese physicist and historian Cheikh Anta Diop, spent decades proving Egypt's African identity through linguistic analysis, melanin testing of mummies, cultural comparisons, and historical documentation. His work, though initially dismissed by European academics, has been increasingly vindicated by modern science. Egyptian religion wasn't unique or borrowed from Asia. It was fundamentally African. The worship of animal deities, the importance of ancestor spirits, the concept of divine kingship, elaborate burial practices, and the emphasis on cosmic balance all have clear parallels throughout African civilizations. The Dogon people of Mali have astronomical knowledge strikingly similar to ancient Egyptian beliefs. The Yoruba of Nigeria have pantheons of gods resembling Egyptian deities. The concept of Ma'at, cosmic balance, appears throughout African philosophical traditions. These aren't coincidences, but evidence of shared African cultural foundations. A linguistic analysis reveals connections between ancient Egyptian and various African language families. Coptic, the latest form of the Egyptian language, survived into the modern era in the Egyptian Christian Church and shows clear African linguistic structures. One of the most persistent myths is that the pyramids were built by slaves, particularly Hebrew slaves as depicted in biblical stories and Hollywood movies. This is completely false. Archaeological evidence overwhelmingly shows that pyramids were built by paid Egyptian workers. Recent discoveries have revealed sophisticated construction techniques, internal ramps spiraling up inside the pyramid structure, water channels to reduce friction when moving blocks, precise astronomical alignments for orientation, and mathematical knowledge that allowed perfectly level bases and precise angles. Graffiti left by workers shows they were organized into teams with names like Friends of Khufu or Drunkards of Menkore. They took pride in their work. This was a national effort with workers from throughout Egypt participating in a project that would ensure their pharaoh's immortality and by extension Egypt's cosmic harmony. The workers' cemetery at Giza shows that laborers received medical care, were buried with honors, and were not treated as disposable slaves. This was organized labor on a grand scale, but it was Egyptian labor, African labor, building monuments that would outlast empires. Another hidden truth is the remarkable status of women in ancient Egypt. Compared to most ancient civilizations, Egyptian women enjoyed remarkable rights and freedoms. They could own property, conduct business, divorce their husbands, serve as priests, and even rule as pharaohs. Legal texts show women controlling their own wealth, making contracts, and bringing lawsuits. Marriage was viewed as a partnership, not ownership. Women weren't veiled or secluded, but participated fully in public life. While Hatshepsut and Cleopatra are famous, they weren't alone. Sobekneferu ruled in the 12th dynasty. Tausret ruled at the end of the 19th dynasty. Several queens served as regents wielding real power. This wasn't an accident, but reflected deeper cultural values about female capability and divine feminine power. Egyptian religion placed goddesses in positions of ultimate power. Isis was the goddess of magic, more powerful than even Ra. Hathor was the goddess of love, joy, and also violence. Sekhmet was the lion-headed warrior goddess who nearly destroyed humanity. Divine power wasn't exclusively masculine in Egyptian thought. Ancient Egypt possessed medical knowledge far ahead of its time. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, dating to around 1600 BCE but copying older texts, describes 48 surgical cases with remarkable anatomical accuracy. It distinguishes between treatable, possibly treatable, and untreatable conditions. A rational approach to medicine. Egyptian physicians performed surgery, set broken bones, treated wounds, prescribed medications, and even created prosthetics. A mummy from around 950 BCE was found with a prosthetic big toe made of wood and leather, fully functional and showing signs of long use. Egyptian mathematics was sophisticated enough to calculate the volume of pyramids, determine the area of circles, solve linear equations, and work with fractions. The Rhind mathematical papyrus shows the Egyptians understood geometry, algebra, and practical mathematics centuries before the Greeks. Egyptian astronomy allowed precise calendar creation, prediction of Nile floods based on stellar observations, and orientation of buildings to celestial events. The Egyptian calendar of 365 days was later adopted by Rome and forms the basis of our modern calendar. Perhaps the most suppressed aspect of Egyptian history is its intimate relationship with Nubia. Western scholarship has often portrayed Nubia as Egypt's primitive southern neighbor, when in reality, Nubian civilization was often equal to or ahead of Egypt. Recent archaeological work shows that in pre-dynastic times, Nubia may have been more culturally advanced than Egypt. The A group culture in Nubia had wealthy burials and long-distance trade before similar developments in Egypt. Some scholars now argue that the concept of kingship itself may have traveled north from Nubia to Egypt. The 25th dynasty proves that Nubians could rule Egypt as successfully as any native Egyptian dynasty. The cultural exchange between Egypt and Nubia was a bi-directional, with ideas, gods, artistic styles, and technologies flowing both ways. When Egypt fell to foreign powers, Nubian kingdoms continued to thrive. The kingdom of Kush maintained Egyptian cultural traditions, built pyramids more than Egypt itself, and survived until 350 CE, long after Egypt had lost its independence. In the year 1897, British soldiers forced their way into the ancient city of Benin. What they discovered inside stopped them in their tracks. Bronze sculptures of such artistic perfection that European scholars refused to believe Africans could have created them. Palaces stretching for miles, roads wider than anything in London. A civilization so advanced, so sophisticated, that it challenged everything the colonial powers believed about Africa. But here's what they don't teach you in school. Benin was not alone. 600 miles to the northwest, another empire had already reigned supreme for over 4 centuries. The Oyo Empire, a military superpower that commanded cavalry forces larger than most European armies. An economic giant that controlled trade routes stretching across West Africa. A political system so complex it would inspire modern concepts of checks and balances. These weren't primitive kingdoms waiting to be civilized. These were world powers, and their stories reveal a truth that was deliberately buried. Africa didn't need saving. Africa was thriving. This is the hidden history of the Oyo and Benin empires. For centuries, the narrative about pre-colonial Africa has been controlled by those who conquered it. We were told that Africa had no history before European contact. No complex societies, no sophisticated governance, no achievements worth remembering. But the archaeological evidence tells a radically different story. Today, we are going to explore 2 of West Africa's most powerful empires, the Oyo Empire and the Kingdom of Benin. These weren't small tribal societies. These were vast organized states with populations in the millions, armies that numbered in the tens of thousands, and political systems that rivaled anything in Europe or Asia. We'll journey through their rise to power in the forests and savannas of what is now Nigeria. We'll witness their golden ages when art, culture, and commerce flourished. We'll examine their complex governmental systems,
their military innovations, and their economic dominance. But most importantly, we'll uncover how these empires resisted colonialism, how they were ultimately dismantled, and why their stories were systematically erased from global history. By the end of this documentary, you will understand why the colonizers feared these empires. You'll see why they had to destroy not just the political structures, but the very memory of African greatness. Because remembering Oyo and Benin means confronting an uncomfortable truth. The African dark continent narrative was always a lie designed to justify conquest. Let's begin where these empires began, in the heart of West Africa, centuries before any European ever set foot on their shores. One picture, West Africa in the 14th century. This is not the Africa of colonial imagination, empty, wild, uncivilized. This is a region already ancient with human activity, crisscrossed by trade routes thousands of years old, home to cities that had risen and fallen before Rome was even founded. The region we're focusing on encompasses modern-day southern Nigeria, stretching from the Atlantic coast inland to the savanna grasslands. The geography here creates two distinct zones, and this division would shape two very different kinds of power. To the south, you have the tropical rainforest belt, dense jungle, heavy rainfall, humid conditions. The Great Forest extends from the coast northward for about 200 miles. Rivers cut through this green expanse: the Niger Delta, the Benin River, countless tributaries creating natural highways through the vegetation.
To the north, the forest gradually gives way to woodland savanna, more open territory, Guinea grass growing head-high, scattered trees providing shade. This is cavalry country where horses can thrive and mounted warriors can charge across open ground. These two geographical zones would give birth to two different imperial models. The forest would nurture Benin, a kingdom built on artistic excellence, forest resources, and control of southern trade routes. The Savannah would forge Oyo, a cavalry empire built on military might and control of northern trade networks. When these empires rose to prominence, the world looked very different from today. The year is approximately 1300 CE. The Mali Empire under Mansa Musa dominates the Western Sahel, and its gold making it perhaps the wealthiest state on earth. Great Zimbabwe stands in southeastern Africa, a stone city of remarkable architecture. The Swahili city-states control East African trade with the Islamic world and beyond. This is Africa's classical age, a period of empire building, cultural flowering, and economic expansion that would continue for centuries. Understanding these empires requires understanding the peoples who built them. The Kingdom of Benin was built by the Edo people, master bronze casters who had lived in the forest regions for millennia. The Oyo Empire was built by the Yoruba people, one of West Africa's largest and most culturally influential ethnic groups, with a unique civilization built around city-states. Both peoples had sophisticated religious systems. They believed in a supreme creator God, beneath whom existed a pantheon of orishas or deities, each controlling different aspects of life and nature. Ancestors played a crucial role, serving as intermediaries between the living and the divine. Religion wasn't separate from politics. It was woven into every aspect of governance, law, and social organization. Before we dive into the political histories, we need to understand what made these regions wealthy enough to support large-scale states. Agriculture formed the foundation, but the real wealth came from trade. West Africa sat at the intersection of multiple trade networks. Trans-Saharan routes brought salt, textiles, and horses from North Africa and the Islamic world, exchanging them for gold, ivory, cola nuts, and later enslaved people.
The military technology of this era shaped how power was exercised. In the forest regions, fighting took place on foot. The dense vegetation made cavalry impossible. Warriors fought with spears, machetes, bows, and arrows, and shields. In the savanna regions, the horse changed everything. Cavalry could strike fast, cover great distances, and dominate infantry forces. But horses came at a cost. They had to be imported from the north, as the tsetse fly in forest regions killed them. Maintaining a cavalry force required wealth, expertise, and continuous trade relationships with northern suppliers. Both regions had metallurgical traditions. Iron smelting and blacksmithing provided the weapons and tools that made organized warfare possible. Benin's bronze casting tradition demonstrated sophisticated metalworking knowledge that would create some of the world's greatest art. With this geographical, cultural, and economic foundation in place, we can now turn to the empires themselves. Two different paths to power. Two different models of African state building.
At the heart of the Benin Empire stood one figure, the Oba. This wasn't just a king in the European sense. The Oba was a divine ruler, a living god, the spiritual and temporal center of the universe for his people. His power was absolute in theory, though in practice it was balanced by complex institutions. The dynasty that we'll focus on begins with Oba Eward the Great, who ruled approximately from 1440 to 1473. Before Ewara, Benin was already an established kingdom, but he transformed it into an empire. Surrounding the Oba were the palace chiefs, known as the Uzama, hereditary nobles who claimed descent from the original founders of the kingdom. They held significant power, particularly in choosing new Obas. Then came the town chiefs, appointed by the Oba himself from among commoners who had distinguished themselves. The Iyoba, or Queen Mother, held her own power center. She maintained her own palace, controlled her own villages, and served as a crucial advisor to the Oba. The position was established by Oba Ezigi in the early 16th century to honor his mother Idia, who had helped him win a succession war. What made Benin unique among African empires was its extraordinary artistic tradition, organized through craft guilds. The Bronze Casters Guild worked exclusively for the palace, creating the famous Benin bronzes that would later astound European audiences. These weren't primitive artifacts, they were sophisticated lost wax castings that rivaled anything produced in Renaissance Europe. Now we shift northward to Oyo, where power was structured very differently. The ruler of Oyo bore the title Ala-Afin, meaning owner of the palace. Like the Oba of Benin, the Ala-Afin was considered semi-divine, but the Ala-Afin's power, while immense, was more constrained by constitutional checks than the Obas. The Oyomesi were a council of 7 high chiefs who served as the kingmakers and the primary check on royal power. These weren't merely advisors, they held real power. The Oyomesi could reject an Ala-Afin's decisions. More dramatically, they could order an Ala-Afin to commit ritual suicide if they determined he had failed in his duties or lost the favor of the gods. The leader of the Oyomesi was the Bashorun, essentially a prime minister. The Bashorun commanded the army when the Ala-Afin did not personally lead it. This constitutional structure created a fascinating balance of power. The Ala-Afin held religious authority and controlled the vast palace bureaucracy. The Oyomesi held military power and the ultimate sanction of removal. Oyo's true distinctive feature was its cavalry. The Are Onakakanfo was the supreme military commander, appointed by the Ala-Afin but required to live outside the capital. This position came with a harsh rule. The Are Onakakanfo was forbidden to return to the capital except in victory. If he lost a major battle, he was expected to commit suicide. The cavalry itself was divided into specialized units. Heavy cavalry armed with spears and protected by quilted armor. Light cavalry serving as scouts and skirmishers. Mounted archers who could fire from horseback. By its peak, Oyo could field 10,000 mounted warriors, the largest cavalry force in West African history. By the late 15th century, a new set of actors entered the West African stage. European merchants. Portuguese traders first, followed by Dutch, British, French, and others. Initially, these Europeans were supplicants, not conquerors. They built trading posts on the coast only with permission from African rulers. They paid customs duties. They negotiated as partners, not masters. In Benin, European traders dealt with designated officials who controlled coastal access. Europeans seeking to trade with Benin had to present gifts, observe proper protocols, and accept Benin's terms. Both empires developed sophisticated merchant classes who operated the long-distance trade networks. These weren't small-time traders. The wealthiest merchants commanded resources that rivaled minor nobles. They employed large numbers of people, owned significant property, and wielded considerable political influence. With these key figures and groups established, the divine rulers, the aristocratic counselors, the military commanders, the skilled artisans, the merchants, and the foreign traders, we can now turn to the chronological story of how these empires rose, flourished, and eventually faced the challenge of European colonialism. The story of Benin begins in mythology. According to oral tradition, the Edo people sent a delegation to Ile-Ife, the holy city of the Yoruba, requesting a prince to establish a new dynasty. The result was Eweka I, who became the first Oba of the new dynasty around 1180 CE. But it was Oba Ewara the Great, around 1440, whose reign would transform Benin from a regional kingdom into a sophisticated empire. Ewara rebuilt Benin City according to a grand plan. He ordered the construction of massive earthwork walls and moats that would eventually encircle the city. Modern archaeology has revealed that the Benin walls formed the largest earthwork complex in the world, stretching for over 16,000 kilometers. When all the connected sections are measured, they required moving more earth than the Great Pyramid of Giza. Within these walls, Ewara laid out broad avenues in a grid pattern. He expanded the royal palace into a vast complex of courtyards, apartments, galleries, and ceremonial spaces. European visitors in later centuries would compare Benin City favorably to Amsterdam or Lisbon. Ewara also established the tradition of royal bronze casting. He commissioned magnificent bronze plaques to cover the palace pillars, depicting historical events, battles, and ceremonial occasions. These bronzes served as visual records of royal history and expressions of royal power. While Benin was flourishing in the forest, Oyo was struggling in the savannah. In the late 15th century, Oyo faced invasion by the Nupe kingdom from the northeast. The Nupe had cavalry, Oyo did not. The result was catastrophic. The Nupe overran Oyo, forcing the Alaafin and his people into exile. But the Oyo people in exile learned crucial lessons. They learned about cavalry warfare from the Bogu people who hosted them. They established trade connections that would allow them to acquire horses. They developed military tactics suited to savannah warfare. Around 1535, the Oyo people returned transformed. They now possessed cavalry forces trained and equipped to fight on the open grasslands. The returning Oyo army recaptured their homeland and immediately launched a campaign of expansion that would continue for 2 centuries. The cavalry made the difference. Oyo developed the largest cavalry force in West African history. No army in the forest regions could stand against them in open battle. Even powerful kingdoms had to acknowledge Oyo's supremacy or face devastating raids. In 1485, Portuguese ships reached the Benin coast. The early relationship was one of diplomatic equals. Benin sent ambassadors to Portugal. Portugal sent missionaries. Trade developed, but on Benin's terms. Initially, trade focused on pepper, ivory, and palm oil, but soon a darker trade began: enslaved people. Here's where Benin's story diverges from many African kingdoms. In the 1520s, under Oba Esigi, Benin largely withdrew from the slave trade. The kingdom found the slave trade destabilizing and not as profitable as other commerce. This decision had profound consequences. It meant Benin avoided the economic dependency on the slave trade that would corrupt and ultimately destroy many African states. The 16th century represented Benin's apex of power and cultural achievement. European visitors left detailed accounts describing a city with straight, broad avenues, some as wide as any in Europe. The palace complex stretching for miles, markets bustling with trade, a population they estimated at hundreds of thousands, making Benin City one of the largest cities in Africa. The 17th century saw Oyo transform from a regional power into West Africa's dominant empire. Under successive Alafins, Oyo launched campaigns in all directions. They conquered the kingdom of Alada on the coast. They forced numerous Yoruba kingdoms to accept tributary status. By the mid-17th century, Oyo controlled the largest empire in Yoruba land's history. The capital, Oyo-Ile, grew into a major urban center with an estimated population of 100,000 or more. The empire's reach extended about 400 miles east to west and 200 miles north to south. Oyo developed a complex system for controlling its empire. Provincial capitals were governed by Ajele, administrators appointed by the Alafin. The road system was crucial, allowing cavalry to deploy rapidly to suppress rebellions. The tributary system was carefully calibrated. Vassal kings retained their thrones and local authority as long as tribute was paid. The relationship with the kingdom of Dahomey illuminates how Oyo's system worked. In 1726, Oyo cavalry invaded Dahomey after it gained control of important coastal ports. The Dahomeyan army, which included famous female warrior units, fought bravely but couldn't stop the cavalry. Oyo imposed tributary status but didn't destroy Dahomey. This arrangement worked for decades, but it contained seeds of destruction. Dahomey's economy became increasingly dependent on the Atlantic slave trade. Moreover, Dahomey slowly built up its military capabilities and acquired firearms from European traders. While Oyo was expanding dramatically, Benin was following a different trajectory. The 17th and 18th centuries saw Benin maintain its power but adopt a more conservative, inward-looking stance. The kingdom continued to control its core territories and maintained its cultural sophistication, but Benin increasingly restricted European access to preserve its independence and cultural integrity. By the late 18th century, Oyo's political system was breaking down. In the 1770s, Bashorun Gaha seized effective control of the empire. He reduced a series of Alafins to powerless figureheads. Between 1754 and 1774, Gaha deposed or killed 4 Alafins. In 1774, Alafin Abiodun managed to rally support and overthrow Gaha. But the damage was done. The crisis had revealed fundamental weakness. When the checks and balances broke down, there was no mechanism to restore order except violence. Meanwhile, the Atlantic slave trade was fundamentally transforming West African economics. By the late 18th century, European demand for enslaved Africans had reached unprecedented levels. The economic incentives to participate in the slave trade became overwhelming, creating perverse incentives that militarized society and broke down trust.
In the early 19th century, a religious revolution swept across the West African savannah, the Fulani Jihad led by Usman Danfodio. By 1809, Danfodio's forces had conquered the Hausa kingdoms and established the Sokoto Caliphate. The jihadist armies then turned southward. Oyo's northern provinces came under attack. The empire that had once dominated the region now found itself on the defensive. The cavalry that had once seemed invincible now struggled to defend even core territories. The final collapse came swiftly. In 1817, Alaafin Aole faced a catastrophic situation. The Oyo Messi presented him with the parrot eggs, ordering him to commit suicide. According to tradition, Aole cursed Oyo before taking his own life. The empire disintegrated. In 1825, Fulani forces attacked and burned Old Oyo itself. The Alaafin and his people fled southward. What followed was chaos. The Yoruba civil wars. Former parts of the Oyo Empire fought each other for supremacy. These wars would continue for decades, creating exactly the weakness that European colonizers would exploit. While Oyo collapsed, Benin endured, but it too faced mounting pressures. In the early 19th century, Britain was pushing to end the Atlantic slave trade. Benin shifted focus to palm oil production. But European merchants wanted direct access, lower prices, and favorable treaties. Backed by military power, Benin resisted these pressures. The Obas maintained strict control over European access and refused to sign treaties that would compromise sovereignty. Through the mid-19th century, Benin maintained its independence, but it was an island of African autonomy in a region increasingly dominated by European power. In 1884 to 1885, European powers met in Berlin to divide Africa among themselves. No Africans attended, lines were drawn on maps, territories were assigned, the scramble for Africa was formalized, Britain claimed authority over the region around Benin. Throughout the 1890s, British officials pressured Benin to sign treaties that would make it a protectorate. Oba Ovonramwen refused. He maintained that Benin was an independent kingdom and would remain so. In January 1897, a British delegation led by James Phillips decided to force the issue. Despite warnings about a sacred period, Phillips marched to Benin City. His party was killed. The British response was overwhelming and brutal. They assembled a military force of 1,200 men equipped with modern weapons, Maxim guns, artillery, and rifles against Benin's muskets and traditional weapons. In February 1897, British forces advanced on Benin City. The Edo warriors fought bravely, but it was a technological mismatch. The Maxim guns could fire 600 rounds per minute. The British forces captured and burned Benin City. They deliberately destroyed the palace complex. They looted thousands of bronze plaques and sculptures, ivory carvings, and other treasures. They took this to England, where they were sold to museums and private collectors. Oba Ovonramwen fled, but was eventually captured. The British deposed him and sent him into exile, where he died in 1914. Benin's independence, maintained for over 6 centuries, ended in violence and plunder. The looting of Benin's treasures had profound consequences. When the Benin bronzes arrived in Europe, they caused a sensation. The artistic sophistication was undeniable. This created a problem for colonial ideology. European scholars invented absurd theories, claiming Africans couldn't have made them. The British conquest of Yoruba land was more gradual but equally complete. The Yoruba civil wars had exhausted the region. The British positioned themselves as mediators. By 1900, Britain formally declared the protectorate of southern Nigeria. By 1914, the diverse peoples of the region were subjects of the British Empire.
The standard colonial narrative portrayed African societies as primitive and lacking governmental sophistication. But the reality of Oyo and Benin reveals something very different. Consider Oyo's constitutional system. The Oyo Messi could force an Alafin to commit suicide if he failed in his duties. This concept that rulers can be held accountable and removed through institutional processes is often presented as a European innovation. But Oyo had developed similar principles independently centuries before European contact. The balance between the Alaafin's religious authority and the Oyo Messi's political power created a system of checks and balances. Neither could act alone. This prevented the emergence of absolute tyranny. Benin developed different mechanisms for similar ends. The tension between hereditary nobles and appointed officials created competing power centers. The Iyoba could influence decisions independently. The craft guilds held economic power that gave them political leverage. These weren't primitive despotisms. These were sophisticated political systems that managed competing interests and created mechanisms for succession and accountability. Another hidden element is the role of women in these empires. The Iyoba of Benin was a major political figure controlling her own palace and resources. The first Iyoba, Idia, literally helped her son win a civil war. In Oyo market, women controlled much of the commercial economy through powerful guilds. Western education and literacy are often used as markers of civilization. But Oyo and Benin had sophisticated intellectual traditions. The Ifa divination system required Babalawo priests to memorize thousands of verses containing history, medicine, philosophy, and practical wisdom. This oral literature was vast and complex. Benin's bronze plaques weren't merely decorative, they were historical records that could be read by those trained in their symbolic language. The organization of craft guilds represented systematic technical education. Both empires operated sophisticated tax systems and economic regulation. This wasn't simple village economy. This was commercial capitalism, African style, with division of labor, specialized production, market systems, and long-distance trade requiring credit systems and commercial contracts. Perhaps the most hidden element is that the erasure of these achievements was deliberate. Colonial powers needed to justify their conquest. If Africans had sophisticated civilizations, colonialism couldn't be justified as bringing civilization to the uncivilized. So the evidence was suppressed. The Benin bronzes were locked away. Oral traditions were dismissed. Archaeological investigation was minimal. The very questions scholars asked were shaped by assumptions of African inferiority. Both empires employed resistance strategies beyond military confrontation. Benin's restriction of European access was economic resistance. By controlling trade, Benin maintained sovereignty even as a European power grew. This diplomatic resistance delayed colonization for decades. When the British conquered Benin, cultural resistance didn't end. The Edo people preserved their practices, oral traditions, and social structures even under colonial rule. They maintained the institution of the Oba even when reduced to ceremonial status. Similarly, the Yoruba maintained their language, religion, and cultural practices. This cultural resistance ensured that when independence came, these peoples had strong identities and traditions to build upon. The colonizers could conquer the political systems, but they couldn't completely erase the cultures. The Oyo and Benin empires fundamentally shaped modern Nigeria's political landscape. When Britain created Nigeria in 1914, they were artificially joining peoples who had never been united. But the Yoruba and Edo shared experience with large-scale state organization that would prove crucial. After independence in 1960, the Yoruba political elite championed federalism, dividing power between central and regional governments. This concept had roots in the old Yoruba city-state system and Oyo's tributary empire model. Even today, traditional rulers, Obas in Benin, the Alafin in Oyo, hold no official political power but command enormous cultural authority. Their immediate disputes maintain cultural traditions and provide legitimacy. Politicians quote traditional rulers because they represent continuity with pre-colonial sovereignty. The artistic traditions of Benin continue to influence global art. The Benin bronzes became world famous, influencing European modernist artists and proving African art was sophisticated. Today, contemporary Nigerian artists draw on this heritage. The ongoing campaign for repatriation has become a global cause, with museums finally beginning to return pieces to Nigeria. Yoruba cultural traditions similarly endure. Yoruba religious practices have experienced a global revival. The Orisha traditions developed during Oyo's era are now practiced worldwide, particularly in the African diaspora in the Americas. Perhaps the most important legacy is what these empires teach us about African agency and resistance. Oyo and Benin were not passive victims. They were active agents building empires, developing complex systems, creating artistic masterpieces, and conducting sophisticated diplomacy. When Europeans arrived, these empires engaged on initially equal terms. Even when European power grew overwhelming, resistance continued. The eventual conquest required overwhelming military force and technological advantage. These empires didn't fall because Africans were inferior. They fell because industrialized European powers brought Maxim guns to fight against muskets and spears. Understanding this is crucial for how Nigerians and Africans generally understand their own history. The narrative shifts from "we were primitive and needed civilization" to "we had sophisticated civilizations that were violently destroyed." Beyond Nigeria, these empires have global significance. They prove that complex state organization, sophisticated art and economic development were not European monopolies. They demonstrate that the scramble for Africa was the violent conquest of established civilizations by technologically superior invaders. For the African diaspora, these empires provide connection to heritage. Many enslaved people came from these regions. Understanding that their ancestors came from sophisticated civilizations changes how diaspora peoples understand their identities. The legacies remain contested and relevant today. The fight for repatriation continues. The question of how traditional institutions fit into modern democracy continues. The memory of pre-colonial greatness informs Pan-African movements. These aren't just ancient stories. They are living legacies shaping how millions understand themselves, their cultures, and their place in the world. So what is the big lesson here? What should we take away from the story of Oyo and Benin? At the most basic level, this story demolishes the lie of African primitiveness. These were sophisticated civilizations. They had complex governments with checks and balances. They had professional armies. They had vibrant artistic traditions. They had the economic systems that participated in global trade networks. They had philosophical and spiritual traditions that provided meaning and order to people's lives. When Europeans claimed they were bringing civilization to Africa, they were lying. Civilization already existed. What they brought was conquest, exploitation, and cultural destruction. But the lesson goes deeper than just correcting historical lies. These empires show us that there are multiple paths to civilization. Oyo and Benin developed political systems, artistic traditions, and economic structures that didn't look like European ones, but that worked for their contexts. The Yoruba city-state system was different from European nation-states, but it was no less sophisticated. Benin's bronze casting was different from European artistic traditions, but it was no less beautiful or technically accomplished. The colonial assumption was that there was one right way to organize society, one right way to create art, one right way to govern, and that way was European. Everything else was primitive, backwards, inferior. But Oyo and Benin proved that assumption wrong. Human beings in different environments with different resources and challenges will create different solutions. Diversity of approach is a strength, not a weakness. There is no single civilization. There are civilizations, plural, each valid in its own context. Another crucial lesson is about the nature of conquest and historical memory. These empires didn't fall because they were weak or inferior. They fell because they faced technologically superior invaders at a moment of internal weakness. Oyo was torn apart by civil war and external invasion before Europeans colonized the fragments. Benin resisted for decades but eventually faced Maxim guns with muskets. Technology and timing matter in history. The fact that one civilization conquers another doesn't prove moral or cultural superiority. It often just proves that one side had better weapons at a particular moment, and yet the conquerors write the history. The British, who burned Benin City and looted its treasures, claimed they were ending barbarism. They portrayed the Obas as tyrants and Benin as backwards. They ignored or minimized the sophistication, the artistic achievement, the political complexity. This pattern repeated across Africa. Conquerors justified their violence by portraying their victims as primitive and savage. And for over a century, these lies became accepted truth in much of the world. Recovering the real history of empires like Oyo and Benin is therefore an act of justice. It's about giving voice to people who were deliberately silenced. It's about honoring achievements that were deliberately forgotten. It's about telling the truth after generations of lies. But perhaps the most profound lesson is about resistance and resilience. These empires fell. Their political power was destroyed. Their territories were colonized. Their peoples were subjected to foreign rule by conventional measures they lost. And yet the Yoruba people endure. The Edo people endure. Their languages are spoken by millions. Their cultural traditions continue. Their art inspires new generations. The institutions of the Aleafin and Oba survive, transformed but unbroken. The memory of empire persists. This is a different kind of victory, not a military victory, but a cultural and spiritual one. The colonizers could conquer the kingdoms, but they couldn't destroy the peoples or completely erase their cultures. This resilience matters. It means that when independence came, these peoples had strong identities and traditions to build upon. It means that today, Nigerians can look back with pride on their ancestors' achievements. It means that the African diaspora can claim connection to sophisticated civilizations, not just victimhood and enslavement. The story of Oyo and Benin is ultimately a story about human dignity and the impossibility of completely destroying a people's spirit. Every bronze mask that is returned to Nigeria is a small victory. Every student who learns the real history of these empires is a correction of colonial lies. Every time someone says Africa had great civilizations before colonialism, they are honoring the memory of Oyo and Benin. These empires matter not just as historical curiosities, but as proof that African peoples have always been creative, capable, and fully human. That shouldn't need proving, but after centuries of dehumanization, the proof matters. The kingdoms fell, the memory endures, and in that endurance lies hope.
not just for understanding the past, but for building a future where all civilizations are recognized as equally valid expressions of human creativity and achievement.
The story of the Oyo and Benin empires is one of many hidden histories across the African continent. From the stone cities of Great Zimbabwe to the scholarly traditions of Timbuktu, from the coastal kingdoms of the Swahili to the highland civilizations of Ethiopia, Africa's past is filled with achievements that challenge everything we were taught about history. But these stories remain hidden only because they haven't been widely told. And that's where you come in. If this documentary opened your eyes to African history you never learned in school, hit that subscribe button. We're going to keep uncovering these hidden histories, one empire, one kingdom, one achievement at a time. Like this video, if you want to see more content about pre-colonial African civilizations, leave a comment telling us which African empire or kingdom you want us to cover next. The Songhai Empire, the Kingdom of Congo, the Ashanti, Great Zimbabwe. Let us know. Share this video with someone who needs to know that Africa's history is rich, complex, and worthy of study. Every share helps correct the false narratives that have dominated for too long. Next time, we'll explore another chapter in Africa's hidden history. We'll uncover another story of achievement, resistance, and resilience that's been deliberately buried. Because remembering is resistance, knowledge is power, and the truth about Africa's past changes everything about how we understand the present. This is Africa Hidden History. The story continues. In the year 1897, British soldiers forced their way into the ancient city of Benin. What they discovered inside stopped them in their tracks. Bronze sculptures of such artistic perfection that European scholars refused to believe Africans could have created them. Palaces stretching for miles, roads wider than anything in London. A civilization so advanced, so sophisticated, that it challenged everything the colonial powers believed about Africa. But here's what they don't teach you in school. Benin was not alone. 600 miles to the northwest, another empire had already reigned supreme for over 4 centuries. The Oyo Empire, a military superpower that commanded cavalry forces larger than most European armies, an economic giant that controlled trade routes stretching across West Africa, a political system so complex it would inspire modern concepts of checks and balances. These weren't primitive kingdoms waiting to be civilized. These were world powers, and their stories reveal a truth that was deliberately buried. Africa didn't need saving. Africa was thriving. This is the hidden history of the Oyo and Benin empires. For centuries, the narrative about pre-colonial Africa has been controlled by those who conquered it. We were told that Africa had no history before European contact. No complex societies, no sophisticated governance, no achievements worth remembering. But the archaeological evidence tells a radically different story. Today, we are going to explore 2 of West Africa's most powerful empires, the Oyo Empire and the Kingdom of Benin. These weren't small tribal societies. These were vast organized states with populations in the millions, armies that numbered in the tens of thousands, and political systems that rivaled anything in Europe or Asia. We'll journey through their rise to power in the forests and... In the year 1897, British soldiers forced their way into the ancient city of Benin. What they discovered inside stopped them in their tracks. Bronze sculptures of such artistic perfection that European scholars refused to believe Africans could have created them. Palaces stretching for miles, roads wider than anything in London. A civilization so advanced, so sophisticated, that it challenged everything the colonial powers believed about Africa. But here's what they don't teach you in school. Benin was not alone. 600 miles to the northwest, another empire had already reigned supreme for over 4 centuries. The Oyo Empire, a military superpower that commanded cavalry forces larger than most European armies, an economic giant that controlled trade routes stretching across West Africa, a political system so complex it would inspire modern concepts of checks and balances. These weren't primitive kingdoms waiting to be civilized. These were world powers, and their stories reveal a truth that was deliberately buried. Africa didn't need saving. Africa was thriving. This is the hidden history of the Oyo and Benin empires. For centuries, the narrative about pre-colonial Africa has been controlled by those who conquered it. We were told that Africa had no history before European contact. No complex societies, no sophisticated governance, no achievements worth remembering. But the archaeological evidence tells a radically different story. Today, we are going to explore 2 of West Africa's most powerful empires, the Oyo Empire and the Kingdom of Benin. These weren't small tribal societies. These were vast organized states with populations in the millions, armies that numbered in the tens of thousands, and political systems that rivaled anything in Europe or Asia. We'll journey through their rise to power in the forests and savannas of what is now Nigeria. We'll witness their golden ages when art, culture, and commerce flourished. We'll examine their complex governmental systems, their military innovations, and their economic dominance. But most importantly, we'll uncover how these empires resisted colonialism, how they were ultimately dismantled, and why their stories were systematically erased from global history. By the end of this documentary, you will understand why the colonizers feared these empires. You'll see why they had to destroy not just the political structures, but the very memory of African greatness. Because remembering Oyo and Benin means confronting an uncomfortable truth. The African Dark Continent narrative was always a lie designed to justify conquest. Let's begin where these empires began, in the heart of West Africa, centuries before any European ever set foot on their shores. One picture, West Africa in the 14th century. This is not the Africa of colonial imagination, empty, wild, uncivilized. This is a region already ancient with human activity, crisscrossed by trade routes thousands of years old, home to cities that had risen and fallen before Rome was even founded. The region we're focusing on encompasses modern-day southern Nigeria, stretching from the Atlantic coast inland to the savanna grasslands. The geography here creates 2 distinct zones, and this division would shape 2 very different kinds of power. To the south, you have the tropical rainforest belt, dense jungle, heavy rainfall, humid conditions. The Great Forest extends from the coast northward for about 200 miles. Rivers cut through this green expanse: the Niger Delta, the Benin River, countless tributaries creating natural highways through the vegetation.
To the north, the forest gradually gives way to woodland savanna, more open territory, Guinea grass growing head-high, scattered trees providing shade. This is cavalry country where horses can thrive and mounted warriors can charge across open ground. These 2 geographical zones would give birth to 2 different imperial models. The forest would
nurture Benin, a kingdom built on artistic excellence, forest resources, and control of southern trade routes. The Savannah would forge Oyo, a cavalry empire built on military might and control of northern trade networks. When these empires rose to prominence, the world looked very different from today. The year is approximately 1300 CE. The Mali Empire under Mansa Musa dominates the Western Sahel, and its gold making it perhaps the wealthiest state on earth. Great Zimbabwe stands in southeastern Africa, a stone city of remarkable architecture. The Swahili city-states control East African trade with the Islamic world and beyond. This is Africa's classical age, a period of empire building, cultural flowering, and economic expansion that would continue for centuries. Understanding these empires requires understanding the peoples who built them. The Kingdom of Benin was built by the Edo people, master bronze casters who had lived in the forest regions for millennia. The Oyo Empire was built by the Yoruba people, one of West Africa's largest and most culturally influential ethnic groups, with a unique civilization built around city-states. Both peoples had sophisticated religious systems. They believed in a supreme creator god, beneath whom existed a pantheon of orishas or deities, each controlling different aspects of life and nature. Ancestors played a crucial role, serving as intermediaries between the living and the divine. Religion wasn't separate from politics. It was woven into every aspect of governance, law, and social organization. Before we dive into the political histories, we need to understand what made these regions wealthy enough to support large-scale states. Agriculture formed the foundation, but the real wealth came from trade. West Africa sat at the intersection of multiple trade networks. Trans-Saharan routes brought salt, textiles, and horses from North Africa and the Islamic world, exchanging them for gold, ivory, cola nuts, and later enslaved people. The military technology of this era shaped how power was exercised. In the forest regions, fighting took place on foot. The dense vegetation made cavalry impossible. Warriors fought with spears, machetes, bows, and arrows, and shields. In the savannah regions, the horse changed everything. Cavalry could strike fast, cover great distances, and dominate infantry forces. But horses came at a cost. They had to be imported from the north, as the tsetse fly in forest regions killed them. Maintaining a cavalry force required wealth, expertise, and continuous trade relationships with northern suppliers. Both regions had metallurgical traditions. Iron smelting and blacksmithing provided the weapons and tools that made organized warfare possible. Benin's bronze casting tradition demonstrated sophisticated metalworking knowledge that would create some of the world's greatest art. With this geographical, cultural, and economic foundation in place, we can now turn to the empires themselves. Two different paths to power, two different models of African state building.
At the heart of the Benin Empire stood one figure, the Oba. In the year 1897, British soldiers forced their way into the ancient city of Benin. What they discovered inside stopped them in their tracks. Bronze sculptures of such artistic
In the year 1897, British soldiers forced their way into the ancient city of Benin. What they discovered inside stopped them in their tracks. In the year 1897, British soldiers forced their way into the ancient city of Benin. What they discovered inside stopped them in their tracks. Bronze sculptures of such artistic perfection that European scholars refused to believe Africans could have created them. Palaces stretching for miles, roads wider than anything in London. A civilization so advanced, so sophisticated, that it challenged everything the colonial powers believed about Africa. But here's what they don't teach you in school. Benin was not alone. 600 miles to the northwest, imagine standing before a structure so massive, so perfectly engineered, that even with all our modern technology, we struggle to understand how it was built. Now imagine that this monument is over 4,000 years old, constructed by a civilization that emerged from the heart of Africa when most of the world was still living in scattered villages. Before Greece, before Rome, before Babylon, there was Egypt, a kingdom so powerful, so advanced, that it would rule for 3,000 years, longer than any empire in human history. But here's what they don't tell you in school. Ancient Egypt didn't begin with pyramids and golden masks. It began with something far more mysterious, far more African than most history books dare to admit. This is the untold story of how Africa gave a birth to one of humanity's greatest civilizations, a story of black pharaohs, forgotten kingdoms, and a legacy that changed the world forever. Welcome to Africa Hidden History. Today, we journey back to the very beginning of recorded civilization, to a time when the Nile River Valley transformed from scattered communities into the most sophisticated society the ancient world had ever seen. In this documentary, we will uncover the true origins of ancient Egypt, tracing its roots deep into African prehistory. We'll explore how the first pharaohs united a divided land, how they built monuments that still defy explanation, and how they created systems of writing, medicine, mathematics, and governance that would influence every civilization that came after. But this isn't just a story about pyramids and mummies.
This is a story about African innovation, African spirituality, and African power. We'll examine the evidence that mainstream historians often overlook, the connections between ancient Egypt and other African civilizations, and the deliberate erasure of Egypt's African identity in modern scholarship. We'll meet the pharaohs who ruled as living gods, the priests who guarded sacred knowledge, the architects who built for eternity, and the ordinary people who made it all possible. We'll witness the rise of dynasties, the construction of immortal monuments, and the creation of a culture so influential that its echoes still resonate 5,000 years later. By the end of this journey, you'll understand not just how ancient Egypt rose to greatness, but why this story matters today. You'll see how Africa didn't just contribute to world civilization. Africa created the very foundation upon which all other civilizations were built. Let's begin. Our story begins approximately 12,000 years ago at the end of the last ice age. As massive ice sheets retreated across the northern hemisphere, the climate of North Africa underwent a dramatic transformation. What is now the Sahara Desert was once a green, fertile landscape filled with rivers, lakes, and abundant wildlife. Archaeological evidence reveals that ancient African peoples thrived in this region, hunting game, gathering plants, and creating some of humanity's earliest rock art. These weren't primitive savages. These were sophisticated hunter-gatherers who understood astronomy, tracked seasons, and developed complex spiritual beliefs about their relationship with nature. But around 5000 BCE, the climate shifted again. The Sahara began its transformation into the desert we know today. This wasn't a sudden catastrophe, but a gradual process spanning centuries. As grasslands turned to dust and water sources dried up, the peoples of North Africa faced a choice: migrate or die. Many groups moved southward into sub-Saharan Africa, carrying their knowledge and culture with them, but others turned east toward one of the few water sources that remained reliable, one of the few places where life could still flourish. They turned toward the Nile. The Greek historian Herodotus called Egypt the gift of the Nile, and he wasn't exaggerating. This single river, flowing over 4,000 miles from the heart of Africa to the Mediterranean Sea, created a narrow ribbon of fertility through an otherwise barren landscape. Every year, like clockwork, the Nile would flood, depositing rich dark soil along its banks. This wasn't destructive flooding, but a predictable, life-giving phenomenon. The ancient Egyptians called this fertile soil Kemet, meaning black land, in contrast to the Deshret, the red land of the desert. This reliable agricultural cycle meant that communities along the Nile could settle permanently, plant crops, and build surplus food stores. Surplus food meant population growth. Population growth meant specialization of labor, and specialization meant the development of arts, crafts, administration, and eventually civilization itself. By 5000 BCE, dozens of independent communities had established themselves along the Nile. Archaeological excavations have revealed sophisticated settlements with organized layouts, specialized workshops, and evidence of long-distance trade.
At sites like Badari, Nakada, and Hierakonpolis, we find evidence of advanced pottery making, metalworking, and artistic traditions. These weren't isolated villages, they were interconnected communities that traded goods, shared ideas, and gradually developed common cultural practices. The art from this period reveals a distinctly African aesthetic, similar to traditions found throughout the continent. Elongated figures, ceremonial objects, and spiritual symbolism all point to shared cultural roots with other African peoples.
Over centuries, these communities began to coalesce into two distinct regions. In the north, where the Nile spreads into the Mediterranean, numerous settlements formed what would be called Lower Egypt, represented by the Red Crown. In the south, along the narrow river valley, communities united into Upper Egypt, represented by the White Crown. These weren't just geographical divisions. They represented different cultures, different deities, and different ways of organizing society. Lower Egypt was wetter, more accessible to foreign trade, and culturally diverse. Upper Egypt was more isolated, more traditional, and maintained stronger connections to African spiritual practices. This is crucial to understand. Ancient Egypt did not develop in isolation from the rest of Africa. Archaeological and genetic evidence shows clear connections between early Egyptian populations and peoples from Nubia to the south, the Sahara to the west, and the Horn of Africa to the southeast. The religious practices, burial customs, artistic styles, and social structures of pre-dynastic Egypt all show African origins. The worship of animal deities, the importance of ancestor veneration, the concept of divine kingship, all these are fundamentally African traditions that Egypt would refine and elaborate, but not invent. Particularly important was the relationship with Nubia, the land immediately south of Egypt. Nubian culture was, in many ways, more advanced than early Egypt. Nubia had earlier kingdoms, earlier monumental architecture, and maintained crucial trade networks, bringing gold, ivory, ebony, and exotic goods from deep in Africa. By 3500 BCE, the stage was set for something unprecedented in human history. The Nile Valley had everything needed for civilization: reliable food sources, natural defenses in the form of deserts on both sides, a highway for transportation and communication in the form of the river, and most importantly, a population of skilled, innovative people with centuries of accumulated knowledge. Settlements were growing into towns, towns were developing hierarchies, local leaders were becoming chiefs, chiefs were becoming kings, and kings were looking beyond their own borders, dreaming of something greater. The age of the pharaohs was about to begin. Before we meet the legendary pharaohs who would unite Egypt, we must understand the people they ruled. Ancient Egyptians were a diverse population, but overwhelmingly of African origin, with features reflecting the full spectrum of African phenotypes. Modern DNA studies and skeletal analysis consistently show that ancient Egyptians were indigenous Northeast Africans sharing genetic markers with Nubians, Ethiopians, and other African populations. The famous Egyptologist Cheikh Anta Diop spent decades proving what should have been obvious. Ancient Egyptians were Black Africans. Pre-dynastic Egypt was divided into approximately 42 regions called nomes, each governed by a local ruler called a nomarch. These nomarchs controlled irrigation systems, collected taxes, administered justice, and commanded small armies. Some nomarchs were more powerful than others, controlling strategic locations, fertile lands, or important trade routes. Competition between these local rulers drove innovation in warfare, administration, and monument building. Each wanted to prove their power and secure their legacy. One of the most mysterious figures from this period is known to us only as Scorpion, named after the hieroglyph symbol found near his image on ancient artifacts. The scorpion mace head discovered at Hierakonpolis shows a ruler wearing the white crown of Upper Egypt, performing a ceremonial irrigation ritual. Scorpion appears to have been one of the first rulers to attempt unification of multiple nomes under a single authority. Archaeological evidence suggests he controlled a significant portion of Upper Egypt and may have conducted military campaigns into Lower Egypt, but ultimate unification would fall to another.
Around 3100 BCE, a king named Nama, possibly the same person remembered in later tradition as Menes, achieved what no one had before. He conquered Lower Egypt and united the two lands under a single crown. The famous Nama palette commemorates this achievement, showing the king wearing both the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt. On one side of the palette, Nama is shown wearing the white crown, smiting an enemy with a mace. On the reverse, he wears the red crown, inspecting the decapitated corpses of his enemies. The message is clear. Through military conquest, the two lands have become one. Nama established his capital at Memphis, strategically located at the junction between Upper and Lower Egypt. From here, he could control both regions, monitor the crucial trade routes, and project power in all directions. With this act, ancient Egypt as we know it was born, and the age of the pharaohs began. But Nama wasn't just a king in the ordinary sense. He established a concept that would define Egyptian civilization for 3 millennia, the pharaoh as living God. The pharaoh wasn't merely appointed by the gods, he was a god incarnate, specifically the living embodiment of Horus, the falcon-headed sky god. This concept of divine kingship has deep African roots. Throughout the continent, from ancient Kush to medieval Mali, from great Zimbabwe to Ethiopia, African cultures recognize their rulers as sacred intermediaries between the human and divine realms. Egypt took this concept and developed it to its ultimate expression. Supporting the pharaoh's divine status was an increasingly powerful priesthood. These weren't simple religious officials. They were scholars, astronomers, mathematicians, and keepers of sacred knowledge. They interpreted the will of the gods, performed complex rituals, and advised the pharaoh on matters of state. The most important priests served in the temples of major deities like Ra, the sun god, Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and Ta, the creator god. But every nome, every town, every village had its local deities and local priests. Religion permeated every aspect of Egyptian life, from the grandest state ceremony to the humblest farming ritual. Behind every great pharaoh stood brilliant architects and engineers. Men like Imhotep, who would later serve Pharaoh Djoser in the Third Dynasty, represented a class of highly educated, highly skilled professionals who turned royal visions into stone reality. These architects understood geometry, astronomy, materials, science, and logistics. They commanded vast workforces, organized supply chains stretching hundreds of miles, and solved engineering problems that still impress us today. They were the unsung heroes of Egypt's golden age. Perhaps no group was more important to Egyptian civilization than the scribes. In a society where literacy was rare, scribes held enormous power. They recorded royal decrees, calculated taxes, documented legal proceedings, copied religious texts, and maintained the historical records that allow us to know this story today. Becoming a scribe required years of training, learning thousands of hieroglyphic symbols, mastering several scripts, and understanding mathematics, law, and religious texts. But the reward was significant. Scribes could rise to positions of great authority regardless of their birth status. It was one of the few paths to social mobility in ancient Egypt. But Egypt's greatness wasn't built by pharaohs, priests, and scribes alone. It was built by millions of ordinary people. Farmers who worked the fields, craftsmen who created beautiful objects, soldiers who defended the borders, sailors who navigated the Nile, and laborers who built the monuments.
Recent archaeological work has revealed that these weren't slaves, as Hollywood would have us believe. They were paid workers, often organized into specialized teams with housing, food rations, and even medical care provided. They took pride in their work, leaving behind graffiti marking their team's accomplishments. We must also recognize the crucial role of Nubia in Egypt's development. Nubians weren't just neighbors or conquered peoples, they were partners, rivals, sometimes rulers, and always an integral part of Egypt's story. Nubian kingdoms had their own pharaohs, their own pyramids, their own sophisticated culture. At times, Nubian pharaohs ruled Egypt itself, particularly during the 25th dynasty. The relationship between Egypt and Nubia was complex, but fundamentally, it was a relationship between African siblings, not between Europe and Africa, as later colonial narratives would suggest. With Nama's conquest around 3100 BCE, Egypt entered the dynastic period. The first dynasty established Memphis as the administrative capital and began the process of integrating two very different regions into a cohesive state. This wasn't easy. For generations after unification, tensions remained between Upper and Lower Egypt. Early pharaohs spent much of their energy balancing competing interests, suppressing rebellions, and creating new traditions that could unite both regions under a shared identity. The double crown, combining the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt, became the ultimate symbol of unified rule. Royal titulary became increasingly complex, with pharaohs taking on multiple names reflecting their dominion over both lands. The early pharaohs established their primary burial ground at Abydos in Upper Egypt, a site that would remain sacred throughout Egyptian history. These early royal tombs were impressive structures, though modest compared to what would come later. Inside these tombs, archaeologists have discovered sophisticated grave goods, finely crafted furniture, jewelry, pottery, and even wine jars labeled with vintage years. This was a civilization already developing complex industries, trade networks, and a refined aesthetic sense. Disturbingly, evidence from First Dynasty tombs suggests that royal burials included human sacrifice, with servants killed to accompany the pharaoh into the afterlife. This practice, found in several early African kingdoms, would eventually be abandoned in favor of symbolic servant figures called Ushabti. The Second Dynasty and internal conflict. The Second Dynasty was marked by internal religious and political conflict. Some pharaohs of this period took names associated with Set, the god of chaos and the desert, rather than Horus, suggesting a power struggle between different factions or regions. Archaeological evidence shows that several Second Dynasty pharaohs faced serious rebellions. Some monuments were deliberately damaged. Some records were erased, suggesting violent political upheavals. Egypt's unity was still fragile, still being tested. The last pharaoh of the Second Dynasty, Khase-Khemui, managed to restore unity, taking a name that meant the two powers appear. His reign marked a turning point, setting the stage for Egypt's first true golden age. Around 2670 BCE, Pharaoh Djoser commissioned a tomb unlike any seen before. His architect Imhotep created the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, the world's first large-scale stone building and the prototype for all pyramids to come. The Step Pyramid started as a traditional mastaba tomb, but was expanded upward in stages, creating a 6-layered structure rising over 200 feet high. It was surrounded by a complex of temples, courtyards, and ceremonial buildings, all enclosed within a massive limestone wall.
Imhotep himself would be remembered as one of history's greatest geniuses, later deified as a god of wisdom and medicine. He represented the pinnacle of African intellectual achievement, a man who revolutionized architecture, astronomy, and medicine in one lifetime. The fourth dynasty represents the absolute pinnacle of pyramid construction. Three pharaohs, Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, built the three great pyramids of Giza, monuments so precisely engineered, so impossibly massive, that they've sparked wonder and speculation for millennia. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, completed around 2560 BCE, contained approximately 2.3 million stone blocks, some weighing up to 70 tons, transported from quarries miles away and assembled with gaps between blocks smaller than a human hair. It stood 481 feet tall, making it the world's tallest structure for over 3,800 years. How was this achieved? Recent archaeological discoveries suggest a combination of methods: ramps, both straight and spiral, water channels for lubrication, teams of workers organized with military precision, and possibly technologies we've yet to fully understand. Excavations of workers' villages near the pyramids reveal that these monuments were built by paid Egyptian workers, not slaves. They lived in organized towns, received regular food rations, including meat and beer, and had access to medical care. Graffiti left by work gangs shows pride in their labor, with teams competing for prestige. The Great Sphinx, likely built during Khafre's reign, adds another layer of mystery. This colossal limestone statue with a human head and lion's body has sparked endless debate about its age, purpose, and symbolism. Some evidence suggests it might be even older than the pyramids themselves, possibly carved from a natural limestone outcrop in pre-dynastic times. Fifth and sixth dynasties, refinement and expansion. The fifth dynasty shifted focus somewhat from a pyramid building to the construction of sun temples, reflecting the growing importance of the sun, god Ra. Pyramids continued to be built, but were smaller and used different construction techniques. However, this period gave us one of Egypt's most important innovations, the pyramid texts. These are the oldest religious writings in human history, carved into the walls of pyramid burial chambers, providing spells, prayers, and instructions for the pharaoh's journey through the afterlife. The sixth dynasty saw aggressive expansion southward into Nubia and eastward into Sinai. Pharaohs sent trading expeditions to the land of Punt, somewhere on the Red Sea coast, bringing back exotic goods like myrrh, ebony, and leopard skins. This period also gives us some of our first biographical texts. Nobles began decorating their tombs with detailed accounts of their achievements, giving us invaluable insights into daily life, warfare, trade, and administration during the Old Kingdom. Around 2200 BCE, the Old Kingdom collapsed. The exact causes remain debated, but evidence points to a combination of factors. Climate change causing reduced Nile floods, overextension of resources on monument building, and growing power of provincial nomarchs who challenged royal authority. Egypt fragmented into competing regions. Nomarchs declared themselves independent rulers. Two major rival dynasties emerged, one based in Heracleopolis in Lower Egypt, another in Thebes in Upper Egypt. For over a century, Egypt endured civil war, famine, and cultural disruption. Literary texts from this period, like the Admonitions of Ipuwer and the Prophecy of Neferti, describe social chaos, poverty, and the breakdown of traditional order. While possibly exaggerated for literary effect, they reflect real trauma experienced during this period. Yet, even during this dark age, Egyptian culture persisted. Local rulers built temples, artists created beautiful objects, scribes continued writing. This wasn't a return to barbarism, but a period of political decentralization,
during which Egyptian culture actually spread more widely throughout society. Around 2055 BCE, Mentuhotep II, a pharaoh from Thebes in Upper Egypt, finally defeated his rivals and reunified Egypt, establishing the 11th dynasty and inaugurating what historians call the Middle Kingdom. Mentuhotep built an innovative mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, combining pyramid, temple, and tomb in a unique design that influenced later constructions. He presented himself as Egypt's savior, the man who restored Ma'at, the cosmic order that Egyptians believed was essential for civilization.
The 12th dynasty, beginning around 1985 BCE, represents what many scholars consider classical Egyptian civilization. These pharaohs were master administrators who reorganized the government, launched massive irrigation and land reclamation projects, and created efficient bureaucratic systems that would influence all subsequent Egyptian history. Pharaohs like Amenemhat III transformed the Fayum Depression into a productive agricultural region, building dams, canals, and reservoirs in one of history's first large-scale environmental engineering projects. This wasn't just conquest, it was the creation of new land, new wealth, and new possibilities for Egypt's growing population. These pharaohs also built a chain of massive fortresses in Nubia, controlling trade routes and projecting Egyptian power deep into Africa. These weren't simple military outposts, but sophisticated administrative centers with complex layouts, multiple defensive walls, and impressive architectural features. The Middle Kingdom also produced Egypt's greatest literature. The story of Sinuhe, the tale of the shipwrecked sailor, wisdom texts, and love poetry all flourished during this period. Egyptian language evolved to its classical form, the standard that would be taught to scribes for centuries. Middle Kingdom art became more realistic, showing pharaohs with careworn faces rather than idealized perfection. This reflected a more complex view of kingship, acknowledging the burden of rule while maintaining divine status. Around 1650 BCE, central authority collapsed again. But this time, Egypt faced something unprecedented: foreign invasion and occupation. A Semitic people called the Hyksos, meaning rulers of foreign lands, gradually infiltrated the Nile Delta, eventually establishing their own dynasty, ruling from the city of Avaris. They brought new military technology, particularly the horse-drawn chariot, which gave them a decisive advantage. The Hyksos adopted Egyptian culture, worshipped Egyptian gods, and used Egyptian administrative systems. They didn't destroy Egyptian civilization, but ruled as pharaohs themselves, creating a complex cultural hybrid. However, Egyptian dynasties continued to rule in Thebes in the south. For nearly a century, Egypt was divided between Hyksos rulers in the north and native Egyptian rulers in the south, with Nubian kingdoms watching and sometimes intervening from further south. Around 1570 BCE, the Theban pharaoh Seqenen-Retau began military campaigns against the Hyksos. His mummy shows brutal head wounds, suggesting he died in battle. His sons continued the fight. Amos-Aya finally succeeded in expelling the Hyksos around 1550 BCE, pursuing them into Canaan to ensure they couldn't return. He reunified Egypt once again and established the 18th dynasty, inaugurating the new kingdom, Egypt's imperial age. Importantly, the Egyptians learned from their conquerors. They adopted chariot warfare, improved metallurgy, and developed a more militaristic culture. The trauma of foreign occupation transformed Egypt from an inward-looking civilization into an aggressive empire. Through military campaigns north into Syria, Palestine, and south into Nubia, they created the largest territory Egypt would ever control, stretching from the Euphrates River to the fourth cataract of the Nile. Thutmose III, who reigned from approximately 1479 to 1425 BCE, was Egypt's greatest military strategist, personally leading 17 campaigns, conquering numerous cities, and establishing Egyptian dominance throughout the Near East. He's been called the Napoleon of ancient Egypt, though perhaps Napoleon should be called the Thutmose of France. Egypt became fabulously wealthy. Tribute flowed in from conquered territories, gold from Nubia, cedar from Lebanon, horses from Syria, exotic goods from throughout the known world. Egypt's pharaohs corresponded as equals with the kings of Babylon, Assyria, and the Hittites. But perhaps the most remarkable pharaoh of this dynasty was Hatshepsut, one of the few women to rule Egypt as pharaoh rather than queen. She came to power around 1473 BCE, initially as regent for her young stepson, but then declared herself pharaoh, complete with false beard and male regalia. Hatshepsut focused on trade and building rather than conquest. Her famous expedition to the land of Punt, documented in beautiful reliefs at her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, brought back myrrh trees, ebony, ivory, and gold. She built extensively throughout Egypt, creating some of its most beautiful monuments.
The 18th dynasty also witnessed one of history's strangest episodes, the religious revolution of Akhenaten. Around 1353 BCE, this pharaoh abandoned traditional Egyptian polytheism, declaring that only one god existed, Aten, the sun disk. He moved the capital to a new city, Akhetaten, modern Amarna, and attempted to erase the old gods from Egyptian consciousness. Akhenaten's revolution produced a distinctive art style, with elongated skulls, curved bodies, and intimate family scenes previously unknown in Egyptian art. But it was deeply unpopular. After his death, his successors systematically destroyed his monuments, erased his name, and returned Egypt to traditional religion. One of those successors was the boy king Tutankhamun, who died young around 1323 BCE. Though relatively unimportant in his own time, his intact tomb, discovered in 1922, gave the world its most complete glimpse of royal burial practices and New Kingdom wealth. The 19th dynasty produced Egypt's most famous pharaoh, Ramesses II, known as Ramesses the Great, who reigned for an astonishing 66 years from 1279 to 1213 BCE. Ramesses was Egypt's greatest builder, constructing more monuments, statues, and temples than any other pharaoh. His colossal statues dominated the landscape, his cartouches appeared on buildings throughout Egypt, and his mortuary temple, the Ramesseum, was among the largest ever built. His greatest achievement was Abu Simbel, carved directly into a mountainside in Nubia. 4 massive seated statues of Ramesses, each 67 feet tall, guard the entrance to a temple that extends 180 feet into the rock. Twice a year, on specific dates, sunlight penetrates deep into the temple to illuminate statues of the gods in the inner sanctuary, a feat of astronomical and architectural precision. Ramesses also fought the Hittite Empire at the Battle of Kadesh around 1274 BCE, one of the largest chariot battles in history. Though Ramesses claimed total victory in his inscriptions, the battle was actually a stalemate. What's more significant is what followed, the first recorded peace treaty in human history, establishing recognized borders and mutual defense obligations between Egypt and the Hittites. Ramesses lived into his 90s, outliving many of his children and wives. His mummy, discovered in a cache of royal mummies in 1881, shows an elderly man with red hair, arthritic joints, and evidence of dental disease. Even in death, His presence commands respect, but maintaining an empire proved expensive. Later, New Kingdom pharaohs struggled with economic problems, inflation, administrative corruption, and the constant need to defend distant territories. The great building projects became smaller, less frequent, less impressive. Around 1200 BCE, a catastrophe struck the entire eastern Mediterranean. Mysterious groups, collectively called the Sea Peoples, destroyed kingdoms throughout the region. The Hittite Empire collapsed completely. Many Canaanite cities were burned. Egypt barely survived, with Ramesses III fighting off multiple invasions. Ramesses III successfully defended Egypt, but at enormous cost. His reign marked the last period of significant Egyptian power. After his death, Egypt entered a period of slow decline, with the empire gradually fragmenting. The high priests of Ammon in Thebes controlled the south, while various dynasties ruled the north from cities like Tanis. At times, Egypt had multiple pharaohs simultaneously, each claiming legitimacy. Libyan military commanders who had settled in Egypt gradually gained power, eventually establishing their own dynasties. These Libyan pharaohs adopted Egyptian culture completely, proving once again that Egyptian civilization was defined by culture, not ethnicity. The Nubian Renaissance, the 25th dynasty. But the most remarkable development came from the south. The kingdom of Kush in Nubia, which had maintained Egyptian cultural traditions even when Egypt itself declined, invaded and conquered Egypt around 747 BCE. The Nubian pharaohs of the 25th dynasty, particularly Taharqa, presented themselves as restorers of true Egyptian tradition. They renovated temples, revived old religious practices, and built pyramids in both Egypt and Nubia. These black pharaohs from deep in Africa ruled Egypt for nearly a century. The Nubian civilization that produced these pharaohs was sophisticated in its own right, with its own writing system, Meroitic script, iron-working technology, and distinctive artistic traditions. The relationship between Egypt and Nubia was always one of cultural exchange, not simple domination. The Nubian dynasty ended when the Assyrian Empire, armed with superior iron weapons, invaded Egypt around 671 BCE. After brutal warfare, the Nubians withdrew to their homeland in the south, where their civilization would continue to flourish for another 1,000 years.
The late period saw brief moments of restored Egyptian independence, particularly under the 26th dynasty, when pharaohs like Psamtik I reunified Egypt and attempted to revive its glory. But Egypt was now surrounded by greater powers and could never again achieve its former dominance. In 525 BCE, the Persian Empire conquered Egypt, making it a province of the largest empire the world had yet seen. Some Persian rulers respected Egyptian culture and ruled as pharaohs. Others were brutal and exploitative. Egyptian nationalism never died, leading to repeated rebellions. In 332 BCE, Alexander the Great of Macedon conquered Egypt, ending Persian rule. The Egyptians welcomed him as a liberator. Alexander visited the oracle of Amun at Siwa Oasis, where he was declared the son of Amun, a pharaoh in the Egyptian tradition. Alexander founded Alexandria, which would become one of history's greatest cities, a center of learning, trade, and culture that blended Egyptian, Greek, and Near Eastern influences. When Alexander died in 323 BCE, his general Ptolemy took control of Egypt, establishing the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Ptolemaic period, Greek pharaohs, the Ptolemies ruled Egypt as pharaohs for nearly 3 centuries, from 323 to 30 BCE. They adopted Egyptian royal regalia, built temples to Egyptian gods, and maintained many Egyptian traditions while simultaneously promoting Greek culture and language. They made Alexandria a beacon of learning, establishing the Great Library and the museum where scholars from throughout the Mediterranean world studied, conducted research, and expanded human knowledge. This was the city where Euclid wrote his geometry, where Eratosthenes calculated Earth's circumference, where the Septuagint translation of the Hebrew Bible was created. The last Ptolemaic ruler and the last pharaoh of independent Egypt was Cleopatra the Seventh. Contrary to popular belief, Cleopatra was an intellectual and a skilled politician who spoke multiple languages, including Egyptian, the first Ptolemaic ruler to do so in centuries. Her relationships with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony were political alliances aimed at preserving Egyptian independence against Roman expansion. She nearly succeeded, but the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE ended her hopes. Rather than be paraded through Rome as a captive, she chose death, reportedly by snake bite, in 30 BCE. With Cleopatra's death, Egypt became a Roman province. The age of the pharaohs, which had lasted over 3,000 years, finally ended. For centuries, Western scholarship has systematically denied or minimized Egypt's African identity. European and American museums, textbooks, and popular media have consistently depicted ancient Egyptians as white or Middle Eastern, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. This erasure began with Napoleon's invasion of Egypt in 1798. French scholars accompanying his army were amazed by Egypt's monuments, but immediately began constructing narratives that separated Egypt from Africa. They claimed Egypt must have been founded by migrants from Asia or even Europe, refusing to credit African peoples with such achievements. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, racist pseudoscience invented increasingly absurd theories. Ancient Egyptians were a lost white race. They were descended from Atlanteans. They came from a sunken continent. Anything but the obvious truth that they were indigenous Africans. Modern genetic studies consistently show that ancient Egyptians were indigenous Northeast Africans, closely related to modern Ethiopians, Somalis, and Sudanese populations. Skeletal analysis shows African features. Artistic depictions in tombs show people with dark skin, particularly in Nubian contexts. African scholars, particularly Senegalese physicist and historian Cheikh Anta Diop, spent decades proving Egypt's African identity through linguistic analysis, melanin testing of mummies, cultural comparisons, and historical documentation. His work, though initially dismissed by European academics, has been increasingly vindicated by modern science. Egyptian religion wasn't unique or borrowed from Asia. It was fundamentally African. The worship of animal deities, the importance of ancestor spirits, the concept of divine kingship, elaborate burial practices, and the emphasis on cosmic balance all have clear parallels throughout African civilizations. The Dogon people of Mali have astronomical knowledge strikingly similar to ancient Egyptian beliefs. The Yoruba of Nigeria have pantheons of gods resembling Egyptian deities. The concept of Ma'at, cosmic balance, appears throughout African philosophical traditions. These aren't coincidences, but evidence of shared African cultural foundations. A linguistic analysis reveals connections between ancient Egyptian and various African language families. Coptic, the latest form of the Egyptian language, survived into the modern era in the Egyptian Christian Church and shows clear African linguistic structures. One of the most persistent myths is that the pyramids were built by slaves, particularly Hebrew slaves, as depicted in biblical stories and Hollywood movies. This is completely false. Archaeological evidence overwhelmingly shows that pyramids were built by paid Egyptian workers. Recent discoveries have revealed sophisticated construction techniques, internal ramps spiraling up inside the pyramid structure, water channels to reduce friction when moving blocks, precise astronomical alignments for orientation, and mathematical knowledge that allowed perfectly level bases and precise angles. Graffiti left by workers shows they were organized into teams with names like Friends of Khufu or Drunkards of Menkore. They took pride in their work. This was a national effort with workers from throughout Egypt participating in a project that would ensure their pharaoh's immortality and by extension Egypt's cosmic harmony. The workers' cemetery at Giza shows that laborers received medical care, were buried with honors, and were not treated as disposable slaves. This was organized labor on a grand scale, but it was Egyptian labor, African labor, building monuments that would outlast empires. Another hidden truth is the remarkable status of women in ancient Egypt. Compared to most ancient civilizations, Egyptian women enjoyed remarkable rights and freedoms. They could own property, conduct business, divorce their husbands, serve as priests, and even rule as pharaohs. Legal texts show women controlling their own wealth, making contracts, and bringing lawsuits. Marriage was viewed as a partnership, not ownership. Women weren't veiled or secluded, but participated fully in public life. While Hatshepsut and Cleopatra are famous, they weren't alone. Sobekneferu ruled in the 12th dynasty. Tausret ruled at the end of the 19th dynasty. Several queens served as regents wielding real power. This wasn't an accident, but reflected deeper cultural values about female capability and divine feminine power. Egyptian religion placed goddesses in positions of ultimate power. Isis was the goddess of magic, more powerful than even Ra. Hathor was the goddess of love, joy, and also violence. Sekhmet was the lion-headed warrior goddess who nearly destroyed humanity. Divine power wasn't exclusively masculine in Egyptian thought. Ancient Egypt possessed medical knowledge far ahead of its time. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, dating to around 1600 BCE but copying older texts, describes 48 surgical cases with remarkable anatomical accuracy. It distinguishes between treatable, possibly treatable, and untreatable conditions. A rational approach to medicine. Egyptian physicians performed surgery, set broken bones, treated wounds, prescribed medications, and even created prosthetics. A mummy from around 950 BCE was found with a prosthetic big toe made of wood and leather, fully functional and showing signs of long use. Egyptian mathematics was sophisticated enough to calculate the volume of pyramids, determine the area of circles, solve linear equations, and work with fractions. The Rind mathematical papyrus shows the Egyptians understood geometry, algebra, and practical mathematics centuries before the Greeks. Egyptian astronomy allowed precise calendar creation, prediction of Nile floods based on stellar observations, and orientation of buildings to celestial events. The Egyptian calendar of 365 days was later adopted by Rome and forms the basis of our modern calendar. Perhaps the most suppressed aspect of Egyptian history is its intimate relationship with Nubia. Western scholarship has often portrayed Nubia as Egypt's primitive southern neighbor, when in reality, Nubian civilization was often equal to or ahead of Egypt. Recent archaeological work shows that in pre-dynastic times, Nubia may have been more culturally advanced than Egypt. The A group culture in Nubia had wealthy burials and long-distance trade before similar developments in Egypt. Some scholars now argue that the concept of kingship itself may have traveled north from Nubia to Egypt. The 25th dynasty proves that Nubians could rule Egypt as successfully as any native Egyptian dynasty. The cultural exchange between Egypt and Nubia was a bi-directional, with ideas, gods, artistic styles, and technologies flowing both ways. When Egypt fell to foreign powers, Nubian kingdoms continued to thrive. The kingdom of Kush maintained Egyptian cultural traditions, built pyramids more than Egypt itself, and survived until 350 CE, long after Egypt had lost its independence. Ancient Egypt wasn't isolated from the rest of Africa, but was deeply connected through trade networks extending throughout the continent. Gold from West Africa, ebony from Central Africa, incense from the Horn of Africa, and exotic animals from throughout the continent all flowed through Egypt. These weren't just material goods, but cultural exchanges, religious ideas, artistic styles, technological innovations, and political concepts circulated throughout African trade networks. Egypt was the most famous node in these networks, but it was part of a larger African world. The mysterious land of Punt, which Egyptians visited for centuries, was most likely located in what is now Somalia, Eritrea, or nearby regions. The reliefs showing Punt's queen with distinctive features, the goods brought back mere gold ebony animals, all point to an East African location. Ancient Greece openly acknowledged its debt to Egypt. Greek philosophers like Thales, Pythagoras, and Plato traveled to Egypt to study with Egyptian priests. Much of what we call Greek mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy was actually learned from African sources. Greek architecture borrowed heavily from Egypt. Columns, capitals, and the entire concept of monumental stone temples came from Egypt. The famous Greek orders, Doric, Ionic, Corinthian, evolved from Egyptian prototypes. Rome was even more explicit in borrowing from Egypt. After conquering Egypt, Romans transported obelisks to Rome, where they still stand today, adopted Egyptian gods into Roman religion, particularly Isis worship, and borrowed Egyptian administrative systems. Egyptian religious concepts profoundly influenced both Judaism and Christianity. The concept of judgment after death, resurrection, the triumph of good over evil, even monotheism itself through Akhenaten's revolution, all had Egyptian precedents that influenced later religions. During the Islamic Golden Age, Muslim scholars studied ancient Egypt intensely, preserving knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. The word chemistry comes from al-chem, the Arabic name for Egypt, reflecting Egypt's reputation for advanced knowledge. Egypt's influence flowed throughout Africa. Nubian kingdoms continued Egyptian traditions. Aksumite, Ethiopia, adopted Egyptian architectural elements and religious concepts. West African kingdoms like Ghana, Mali, and Songhai built on Egyptian administrative models. The concept of divine kingship, elaborate court rituals, monumental architecture, complex religious systems all continued throughout African history in kingdoms from Great Zimbabwe to the Kingdom of Congo. Egypt wasn't an isolated phenomenon, but the most developed expression of broader African cultural patterns. Modern African nations recognize Egypt as part of their shared heritage. Pan-African movements have consistently pointed to Egypt as proof of African civilization's antiquity and sophistication. Egypt represents African potential, African achievement, African genius. Modern Egypt maintains a complex relationship with its ancient past. The monuments attract millions of tourists, generating crucial revenue. Egyptian national identity incorporates pharaonic symbolism alongside Arab and Islamic elements. Egypt has increasingly asserted control over its archaeological heritage, demanding the return of artifacts from Western museums and developing world-class facilities like the Grand Egyptian Museum to display its treasures. Globally, interest in ancient Egypt remains intense.
New discoveries continue to reshape our understanding. Advanced technologies like satellite archaeology, DNA analysis, and 3D modeling reveal secrets that have remained hidden for millennia. Tragically, much of Egypt's heritage has been destroyed. Early Christians and Muslims sometimes destroyed pagan temples. European collectors looted monuments. Early archaeologists destroyed contexts in their rush for treasure. Climate change and modern development continue to threaten sites. The loss of the Great Library of Alexandria, burned multiple times over centuries, destroyed an irreplaceable repository of ancient knowledge. Who knows what we might have learned if those hundreds of thousands of scrolls had survived. Yet what survives is still extraordinary. Thousands of temples, tombs, and monuments, millions of artifacts in museums worldwide, countless papyrus texts revealing everything from religious beliefs to grocery lists, and most remarkably, the Egyptian language itself, which survived in Coptic and was eventually deciphered through the Rosetta Stone in 1822. Egyptology remains a vibrant field with new discoveries constantly changing our understanding. The tomb of Tutankhamun was found only in 1922. The Workers' Cemetery at Giza was excavated in the 1990s. New pyramids are still being discovered using satellite technology. Debates continue about Egypt's racial identity, its relationships with other civilizations, and how to interpret its legacy. These aren't just academic questions, but deeply political ones involving issues of African identity, colonialism's legacy, and who gets to tell history. Increasingly, African scholars are reclaiming Egyptian history from Western-dominated narratives. They are highlighting African continuities, challenging racist interpretations, and placing Egypt firmly within African history where it belongs. What can modern civilization learn from ancient Egypt? First, that Africa has always been at the forefront of human achievement. The narrative of Africa as a dark continent waiting for European enlightenment is a lie. Africa enlightened the world. Second, Egypt teaches us about sustainability and long-term thinking. A civilization that lasted 3,000 years understood something about balance, about living within limits, about building for eternity rather than a short-term gain. Third, Egypt shows what human cooperation can achieve. The pyramids weren't built by slaves, but by organized communities working toward shared goals. When people unite with common purpose, when they believe in something greater than themselves, they can accomplish the impossible. Fourth, Egypt reminds us that knowledge must be preserved and transmitted. The scribes who copied texts, the priests who guarded wisdom, the teachers who trained students, they ensured that Egyptian civilization survived across millennia. In our digital age, we must ask, what are we preserving for future generations? Finally, Egypt teaches us about cultural exchange and adaptation. Egyptian civilization absorbed influences from throughout Africa and the Mediterranean, adapting them creatively while maintaining core values. Great civilizations aren't isolated but actively engage with the world around them. Standing on the banks of the Nile today, you can see the same river that nourished the world's first great civilization. The water flows north just as it did 5,000 years ago. The desert stretches east and west just as it always has. The sun rises and sets with the same reliability that allowed ancient Egyptians to create a calendar that we still use. But something profound has changed. The civilization that once seemed eternal has passed into history, leaving behind monuments so massive that they dwarf the people who now live among them.
These stone witnesses stand as reminders of what human beings can achieve when they believe in something greater than themselves. The story of ancient Egypt is fundamentally a story about African achievement. It demolishes the racist narrative that Africa contributed nothing to world civilization. Africa didn't just contribute. Africa led, Africa innovated, Africa built monuments that still inspire awe. Africa developed systems of knowledge that other civilizations would later adopt and claim as their own. For centuries, Western scholarship worked to separate Egypt from Africa, to claim its achievements for white civilization or mysterious lost races, but the evidence is overwhelming and undeniable. Ancient Egyptians were black Africans who built one of history's greatest civilizations through their own genius, their own labor, their own vision. Egypt's 3,000-year continuity teaches us something profound about cultural resilience. Despite invasions, famines, civil wars, and foreign occupation, Egyptian civilization maintained its core identity across millennia. The same gods were worshipped, the same artistic conventions followed, the same language spoken for longer than the entire span of recorded Western history. This wasn't because Egyptians were isolated or unchanging. They constantly adapted, absorbed new ideas, and responded to challenges. But they did so while maintaining a strong sense of who they were, what they valued, and where they came from. Yet the greatest tragedy of Egyptian history isn't its eventual decline, but how it's been erased, distorted, and appropriated. Walk into almost any Western museum and you'll see Egyptian artifacts torn from their context, displayed as curiosities, their African origins downplayed or denied. Watch almost any Hollywood movie about ancient Egypt and you'll see white actors are playing pharaohs, European features imposed on African faces, and a civilization that looks more like Rome than Africa. This isn't innocent artistic license. It's cultural theft on a massive scale. The fight to reclaim Egypt's true history, to restore its African identity, to give credit where credit is due, continues. Every time we tell this story accurately, every time we challenge the false narratives, every time we center Africa in Egypt's story, we strike a blow against the lies that have sustained racism and colonialism. For modern Africa, Egypt's legacy carries multiple meanings. It proves that Africa has always been capable of greatness, that African civilizations have risen to heights that rivaled or exceeded any other civilization. When people claim that Africa needs outside intervention to develop, Egypt stands as evidence that Africa has always had the capacity to shape its own destiny. But Egypt's legacy also carries a warning. Great civilizations can fall, knowledge can be lost, glory can fade. The monuments that seemed eternal can become tourist attractions in someone else's narrative. Maintaining civilization requires constant effort, constant vigilance, constant commitment to preserving and transmitting knowledge across generations. Yet Egypt's story transcends Africa. It speaks to all humanity about what we're capable of achieving when we organize ourselves effectively, when we think beyond our individual lifetimes, when we commit to something larger than ourselves. The mathematical precision of the pyramids, the architectural sophistication of the temples, the medical knowledge recorded in papyri, the literary beauty of Egyptian texts, all these represent human potential at its highest expression. They remind us that our ancestors, regardless of where they lived, were brilliant, capable, and creative. Egyptian wisdom texts, with their emphasis on justice, truth, balance, and social responsibility, still speak to us across the millennia.
The concept of ma'at, the cosmic balance that must be maintained for society to function, seems remarkably relevant in our modern world of ecological crisis and social instability. The Nile still flows, life still flourishes along its banks, and the monuments still stand, slowly eroding but still magnificent, still inspiring wonder in everyone who sees them. Ancient Egypt ended over 2,000 years ago, but its legacy endures in ways both obvious and subtle. Modern engineers still study in pyramid construction. Modern astronomers examine Egyptian star charts. Modern artists draw inspiration from Egyptian aesthetics. The ancient Egyptians achieved something that even they might not have fully understood. They built not just monuments, but ideas, not just tombs, but concepts that would outlive them by millennia. This is the ultimate lesson of ancient Egypt. True greatness transcends time. When you create something meaningful, when you build something beautiful, when you establish principles worth living by, you achieve a form of immortality that no tomb, no matter how grand, can guarantee. The story of ancient Egypt is one of the greatest stories ever told. It's a story of African genius, of human potential, of civilization rising from the banks of a river to transform the world. It's a story that has been hidden, distorted, and appropriated, but which refuses to die because the evidence is written in stone that will outlast us all. Here at Africa Hidden History, we are committed to telling the true stories of African civilizations, free from colonial distortions and racist erasures. Ancient Egypt is just one chapter in Africa's extraordinary history. There are so many more stories to tell. In upcoming episodes, we'll explore the kingdom of Kush and the black pharaohs who ruled from Nubia, the ancient kingdom of Aksum in Ethiopia, and its connections to the legends of the Queen of Sheba, the great West African empires of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, and the mysteries of great Zimbabwe and the advanced civilizations of Southern Africa. If you want to continue this journey through Africa's hidden history, make sure to subscribe to this channel and hit that notification bell. Every week, we bring you a new documentary exploring the stories that mainstream history ignores or distorts. Leave a comment below telling us what aspect of ancient Egypt fascinates you most. What would you like to know more about? What questions do you still have? What other African civilizations should we cover next? Your engagement helps us grow and reach more people with these important stories. Follow us on social media for behind-the-scenes content, additional research materials, and ongoing discussions about African history. We're building a community of people committed to learning and sharing the true history of Africa. Remember, history isn't just about the past. It's about understanding who we are, where we came from, and what we're capable of achieving. Every time we reclaim a hidden story, every time we challenge a false narrative, every time we center African voices in African history, we take back power. The ancient Egyptians believed that the sun died every evening and was reborn every morning, a cycle of death and renewal that would continue forever. In the same way, the truth of Egypt's African identity died in colonial narratives, but is being reborn in the work of scholars, educators, and communities committed to historical accuracy. The sun rises on a new understanding of Africa's past, and it's glorious. This has been Africa Hidden History. Until next time, keep searching for the truth, keep questioning the narratives, and keep celebrating Africa's extraordinary legacy. Imagine a man so wealthy that his generosity crushed entire economies. A king whose single journey caused inflation that lasted for decades. A ruler who commanded so much gold that European map makers drew him
sitting on a throne of pure wealth, dominating the African continent. His name was Mansa Musa, and in 1324, he embarked on a pilgrimage that would change the world's understanding of Africa forever. When he passed through Cairo with a caravan of 60,000 men, 12,000 slaves dressed in Persian silk, and 80 camels, each carrying 300 pounds of gold, the Egyptian economy collapsed under the weight of his spending. Historians estimate his wealth at over $400 billion in today's money, making him possibly the richest human being who ever lived. But this is not just a story about gold. This is the story of Mali, an empire that stretched across West Africa like a golden colossus, an empire built on intelligence, trade, faith, and power, an empire that the world forgot, but one that shaped the course of African and global history. Stay with us as we uncover the hidden truth of Mansa Musa and the Mali Empire. Welcome to Africa Hidden History. Today we journey back to the 14th century, to the heart of West Africa, where one of the most powerful empires in human history thrived in splendor and sophistication. This documentary explores the reign of Mansa Musa, the 10th Mansa, or emperor of the Mali Empire, who ruled from 1312 to 1337. We will walk through the golden cities of Timbuktu and Gao, stand in the great halls of Niani, and follow the legendary pilgrimage to Mecca that announced Mali's presence to the entire Islamic world. But more than that, we will examine the Mali Empire itself, how it rose to dominate West Africa, how it controlled the gold and sword trade that fueled medieval economies, and how it became a center of learning, culture, and Islamic scholarship that rivaled any institution in Europe or the Middle East. We will meet the architects of this empire, the scholars who filled its libraries, the merchants who walked its trade routes, and the warriors who defended its borders. And we will uncover the hidden truths, the stories that textbooks ignore, the African innovations that shaped global trade, and the legacy that continues to echo through West Africa today. This is not a story of savagery or backwardness. This is a story of brilliance, wealth, faith, and power. This is the story of how Africa stood at the center of the medieval world. Let us begin. The year is 1312. Across the world, great civilizations rise and fall. In Europe, the Middle Ages grip the continent. The Black Death looms on the horizon. Kings fight over territories. The Catholic Church dominates spiritual and political life. Cities are small, dirty, and disease-ridden. Most Europeans cannot read or write. In the Middle East, the Mamluk Sultanate controls Egypt and Syria. The Abbasid Caliphate has fragmented. Islamic scholarship flourishes in Baghdad, Damascus, and Cairo. The Mongol invasions have reshaped Asia. In China, the Yuan dynasty under Mongol rule connects the Silk Road from east to west. Marco Polo's accounts of the East fascinate European courts. And in West Africa, an empire rises that will eclipse them all in wealth and grandeur, the Mali Empire. To understand Mali, you must first understand the land. Picture the Sahel, a vast belt of semi-arid grassland stretching across Africa, just south of the Sahara Desert. Here, the landscape shifts between desert sands and fertile river valleys. The Niger River cuts through this region like a lifeline, bringing water, fish, and transportation to millions. This is a land of contrasts. Scorching days and cool nights, rainy seasons that turn dust into mud, dry seasons that crack the earth. Baobab trees rise like ancient sentinels. Villages cluster around water sources. Traders traverse paths worn smooth by centuries of caravans. To the north lies the Sahara, endless, unforgiving, deadly to those unprepared. But for those who know its secrets, the desert is a highway. Trans-Saharan trade routes connect West Africa to North Africa, the Mediterranean, and the Islamic world. To the south lie forests rich with resources, cola nuts, ivory, and exotic goods that northern merchants crave. And beneath the soil, in the riverbeds, in hidden mines known only to local peoples, lies gold. Unimaginable quantities of gold. This gold will make Mali the wealthiest empire on earth. Long before Mali, this region saw the rise of great kingdoms. The Ghana Empire dominated West Africa from the 6th to the 11th centuries. Despite its name, ancient Ghana was located northwest of modern Ghana in what is now Mauritania and Mali. Ghana controlled the gold-sought trade and grew fabulously wealthy. Arab scholars wrote of Ghana's king holding court in a pavilion surrounded by horses draped in gold cloth, with pages carrying gold-hilted swords and shields of gold. But Ghana fell. Overextension, internal strife, and invasion by the Almoravids weakened the empire. By the 13th century, Ghana had collapsed into smaller kingdoms. From the ruins, a new power emerged, the Soso kingdom under the Sosera king Sumanguru Kante, who conquered the fragmented territories and ruled through fear and iron. But Sumanguru's tyranny would not last. The story of Mali begins with a prophecy and a young prince named Sundiata Keita. According to the oral tradition passed down by griots, the historian storytellers of West Africa, Sundiata was born around 1217 in the small kingdom of Kangaba. His mother was Sogolon, often called the Buffalo Woman. Prophecy declared that Sundiata would become a great king, but young Sundiata was sickly and could not walk. His people mocked him. When his father died, rivals drove Sundiata and his mother into exile. Years passed. Sundiata grew strong, and when Sumanguru Kante conquered Kangaba and oppressed the Mandinka people, the exiled prince returned. In 1235, at the Battle of Kirina, Sundiata defeated Sumanguru using both military strategy and psychological warfare. Legend says that Sundiata discovered Sumanguru's weakness, a fear of the spear of a white rooster, and used it to break the Sosara king's power. Sundiata united the Mandinka clans and established the Mali Empire with its capital at Niani. He created the Kurukan Fuga, a constitution that established laws, promoted trade, and protected the environment. Sundiata ruled until around 1255, laying the foundation for an empire that would dominate West Africa for centuries. By the time Mansa Musa ascended to power in 1312, the Mali Empire had grown into a giant. Mali stretched over 1,000 miles from the Atlantic coast to beyond the Niger Bend. It encompassed modern-day Mali, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea, Mauritania, and parts of Niger and Burkina Faso. Millions of people lived under Mali's rule. The empire controlled two precious commodities that the medieval world desperately needed: gold and salt. The gold came from the Bambouk and Bouré gold fields, rich deposits that produced half of the world's gold supply during this period. European and Islamic currencies depended on West African gold. Without it, their economies would collapse. The salt came from mines deep in the Sahara, particularly Tagaza, where slabs of salt were cut from the earth and transported south. In the hot, humid regions of West Africa, salt was essential for preserving food, maintaining health, and seasoning meals. It was so valuable that it was traded pound for pound with gold in some markets. Mali sat at the crossroads of these trade routes. Caravans from North Africa brought salt, cloth, horses, and books. Caravans from the south brought gold, ivory, cola nuts, and enslaved people. In cities like Timbuktu, Gao, Djane, and Niani, merchants from across Africa, the Middle East, and even Europe conducted business. Mali grew wealthy beyond imagination. Mansa Musa's full title was Musa Keita I. He was born around 1280, a member of the Keita dynasty that Sundiata had established. How Musa came to power remains debated. According to some accounts, the previous Mansa, Abu Bakr II, was obsessed with exploring the Atlantic Ocean. He organized a fleet of 200 ships to sail west and discover what lay beyond the horizon. Abu Bakr II never returned. In his absence, Musa, serving as deputy, became Mansa. Mansa Musa was intelligent, devout, and ambitious. He was a practicing Muslim in an empire where Islam and traditional African religions coexisted. He understood both the spiritual importance of Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca, and the political importance of displaying Mali's wealth and power to the Islamic world. He ruled with a combination of religious devotion, strategic intelligence, and overwhelming generosity. His reign would last 25 years and transform Mali into a legend. The Mali Empire was not a chaotic collection of tribes. It was a sophisticated state with a complex government structure. At the top sat the Mansa, the emperor whose word was law. But the Mansa did not rule alone. Below him were the provincial governors called Fabas, who managed distant territories and collected taxes. Each province maintained local traditions while remaining loyal to the empire. The royal council consisted of nobles, religious leaders, and military commanders who advised the Mansa on matters of state. Griots served as historians, advisors, and diplomats, preserving oral traditions and negotiating between kingdoms. The military was organized and disciplined with cavalry units, infantry, and archers. Mali's army numbered in the tens of thousands and could be mobilized quickly to defend borders or expand territory. A judicial system based on both Islamic law and traditional customs maintained order. Markets were regulated, trade routes were protected, crimes were punished. This was not a primitive society. This was a functioning empire with bureaucracy, laws, and institutions. Walk through the markets of Timbuktu and you would hear a dozen languages: Arabic, Tamashek, Mandinka, Fulani, Songhai, and more. Merchants from North Africa arrived with caravans of camels, bringing salt, dates, cloth, horses, and precious manuscripts. They wore flowing robes and turbans, their faces veiled against the desert sun. Wangara merchants, Mandinka traders who controlled the gold supply, operated in secrecy. They never revealed the location of the gold fields. When trading, they used the silent barter system, leaving gold at designated spots, allowing buyers to place goods in exchange and returning later to collect their trade items. This mystery kept Mali's gold sources hidden from foreign powers. Dula merchants, a Mandinka subgroup specializing in long-distance trade, established commercial networks across West Africa, spreading Islam and creating trade diasporas in distant cities. Jewish and Berber traders traveled from North Africa and the Mediterranean, seeking gold and ivory. These merchants did not just trade goods, they traded ideas, technologies, religious beliefs, and cultural practices. Timbuktu became a crossroads of civilization. Mali's wealth bought something more valuable than gold: knowledge. Mansa Musa was a devoted Muslim, and he invested heavily in Islamic education and scholarship. He built mosques and madrasas, Islamic schools, throughout the empire. In Timbuktu, the Sankore Mosque became one of the world's great centers of learning. Scholars from across the Islamic world traveled to Timbuktu to study and teach. The University of Sankore rivaled universities in Cairo, Baghdad, and Cordoba. Students studied the Quran, Islamic law, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, history, and literature. Libraries house thousands of manuscripts, books on science, philosophy, poetry, and theology, many written by African scholars. One famous scholar was Ahmad Baba al-Masufi. Though he lived after Mansa Musa's time, he represents the intellectual tradition Musa established. These scholars wrote treatises
debated theology, and preserved knowledge. Islamic judges called Qadis administered justice based on Sharia law, while traditional African customs were respected in local disputes. This intellectual flourishing occurred in cities that Europeans would later dismiss as primitive. The irony is bitter. While European monks copied texts in called monasteries, African scholars debated philosophy under West African skies.
But what of the common people, the farmers, artisans, herders, and laborers who formed the backbone of Mali's society? Most Malians were farmers, growing millet, sorghum, rice, and vegetables along the Niger River. They raised cattle, goats, and chickens. They fished in rivers and lakes. Artisans crafted beautiful objects. Blacksmiths forged tools and weapons. Weavers created intricate textiles. Potters shaped clay vessels. Leather workers made bags and shoes. And goldsmiths created jewelry of stunning beauty. Women played vital roles, farming, trading in local markets, raising children, and maintaining households. Some women held significant influence, particularly in matrilineal societies where descent was traced through the mother. Enslaved people also existed in Mali, captured in warfare or born into servitude. However, slavery in medieval Mali differed from the brutal plantation slavery that would later devastate Africa. Enslaved people could own property, marry, and sometimes buy their freedom. Some rose to positions of authority. Life for common Malians was hard but not hopeless. The empire provided stability, protection from raiders, and opportunities for trade. Compared to the chaos of earlier periods, Mali offered peace. When Mansa Musa assumed power in 1312, he inherited a vast but complex empire. His first priority was consolidation. He strengthened administrative control over distant provinces. He appointed loyal governors. He ensured trade routes remained safe and profitable. Mali's wealth continued to grow. Gold flowed from the mines. Salt caravans traversed the Sahara. Timbuktu and Gao flourished as commercial hubs. But Mansa Musa wanted more than wealth. He wanted recognition. He wanted the Islamic world to acknowledge Mali as a great Muslim empire. And he wanted to fulfill his religious obligation, the Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca that every able Muslim should undertake once in their lifetime. In 1324, Mansa Musa made the decision that would immortalize his name. He would journey to Mecca. Preparing for such a journey required months of planning. Mansa Musa would not travel alone. He would bring thousands of people, soldiers for protection, officials to manage affairs, scholars for religious guidance, servants to handle logistics, and hundreds of enslaved people to carry supplies. He would bring gifts, vast quantities of gold to distribute as charity, as the Islamic tradition demanded. He would bring horses, camels, and provisions for the long journey across the Sahara, through Egypt and into Arabia. Across Mali, craftsmen prepared goods for the journey. Goldsmiths melted and shaped gold into bars and ingots. Weavers created fine garments. Leather workers made bags and saddles. Mansa Musa selected his entourage carefully. Trusted advisors, military commanders, religious leaders, and representatives from major provinces. This pilgrimage would showcase Mali's wealth and unity. By early 1324, the caravan was ready.
Picture the caravan as it departs from Niani in early 1324. At the front rides Mansa Musa, dressed in flowing robes of the finest fabric. His turban, wrapped expertly, is bearing, regal, and commanding. Behind him stretches a procession that defies imagination. 60,000 men, including soldiers, officials, merchants, and servants, with 12,000 enslaved people, each dressed in Persian silk and brocade, some carrying golden staffs. 80 camels, each bearing 300 pounds of gold dust in leather bags. Hundreds more camels carrying food, water,
tents and supplies, horses from North Africa prized for their speed and endurance, cattle and goats to be slaughtered for food along the way. This is not just a pilgrimage, this is a statement. The caravan moves north toward the Sahara. The journey will take months, crossing deserts, navigating by stars, stopping at oases, enduring sandstorms and scorching heat. Griots sing songs praising Mansa Musa. Drummers set the rhythm of the march. Soldiers scout ahead for bandits or hostile tribes. At each stop, Mansa Musa displays his wealth. He gives gold to local rulers, distributes arms to the poor, commissions the construction of mosques. The legend of the Golden King spreads ahead of him like wildfire.
In July 1324, Mansa Musa's caravan arrives in Cairo, the jewel of the Islamic world. Cairo is a city of minarets and markets, palaces and poverty. It is the capital of the Mamluk Sultanate, one of the most powerful Muslim states. Sultan Al-Nasir Muhammad rules Egypt, and he expects foreign rulers to show him respect. But Mansa Musa is no ordinary ruler. When officials invite him to meet the Sultan, protocol demands that Musa prostrate himself before Al-Nasir Muhammad. Mansa Musa refuses. He explains that he prostrates only before God, never before another man. This causes a diplomatic incident. The Egyptians are offended, but Mansa Musa's reputation precedes him. This man commands unimaginable wealth. The Sultan decides to overlook the insult. Mansa Musa stays in Cairo for 3 months. During this time, he purchases supplies, meets with scholars, and most famously, distributes gold with such extravagance that he crushes the Egyptian economy. He gives gold to officials, beggars, merchants, religious leaders, anyone he encounters. He commissions buildings. He buys goods at inflated prices, paying in gold without haggling. Contemporary historians record that so much gold flooded Cairo that its value plummeted. The price of goods skyrocketed. Inflation raged. The economy would not recover for over a decade. One historian writes that Mansa Musa left Cairo with the greatest respect and admiration, but also with a trail of economic chaos.
From Cairo, the caravan travels to the Hijaz, the region of Arabia containing Islam's holiest cities, Medina and Mecca. In Medina, Mansa Musa visits the Prophet Muhammad's mosque. He prays, he gives charity, he meets with religious scholars and discusses Islamic theology. Then the caravan moves toward Mecca for the Hajj rituals. Mecca sits in a valley surrounded by mountains. The Kaaba, the cube-shaped structure covered in black cloth, stands at the center of the Grand Mosque. This is the direction Muslims face when they pray, the spiritual heart of Islam. Mansa Musa performs the tawaf, circling the Kaaba 7 times. He walks between the hills of Safa and Marwa, retracing Hagar's desperate search for water. He stands on the plain of Arafat, praying and reflecting. He throws stones at pillars representing Satan. These rituals connect him to millions of Muslims across history, from the Prophet Muhammad to the poorest pilgrim. For Mansa Musa, this is the pinnacle of his life, a moment of spiritual fulfillment and connection to God. But even here, his generosity is legendary. He distributes gold to Meccan officials, funds repairs to infrastructure, and supports poor pilgrims. The return journey begins in 1325. Mansa Musa has spent so much gold that he now faces a problem. He needs money for the journey home. In a moment of irony, the richest man in the world takes out loans from Egyptian merchants at high interest rates. This is the only recorded instance of Mansa Musa borrowing money. The caravan retraces its steps through Egypt. In Cairo, Mansa Musa attempts to stabilize the economy by buying back gold at inflated prices, partially reversing the damage. The journey across the Sahara is slower now, as the caravan has fewer resources, but Mansa Musa brings treasures of a different kind. Scholars, architects, poets, and religious leaders whom he recruited from Egypt and Arabia. Among them is Abu Ishaq as-Sahili, a renowned architect and poet from Granada, Spain. Mansa Musa convinces as-Sahili to return to Mali and help build mosques and palaces. After months of travel, the caravan finally returns to Mali in 1325. The pilgrimage is complete. Mansa Musa returns to Mali changed. He has seen the great cities of the Islamic world, Cairo, Mecca, Medina. He has met scholars, architects, and thinkers. He wants Mali to match their splendor. With Abu Ishaq al-Sahili's guidance, Mansa Musa embarks on an ambitious building program. In Timbuktu, the Jingwereba Mosque rises, a masterpiece of Sudano-Sahelian architecture with thick mud brick walls, wooden support beams protruding like ribs, and a towering minaret. This mosque still stands today, over 700 years later. The Sankore Mosque and University expand. Libraries fill with manuscripts. Students from across West Africa travel to Timbuktu to study. In Gao, another great mosque is constructed, cementing the city's importance as a commercial and spiritual center. Mansa Musa builds palaces, administrative buildings, and caravanserais, inns where merchants can rest and trade safely. He encourages agriculture, ensuring food security. He maintains the trade routes, providing military protection for caravans. He establishes diplomatic relations with North African states, exchanging ambassadors and gifts. Under Mansa Musa, Timbuktu becomes synonymous with wealth and learning. European and Arab scholars write about this legendary city in the heart of Africa, a place of God and knowledge. As Mansa Musa ages, he focuses on ensuring Mali's stability after his death. He appoints his son, Maghan, as heir and trains him in governance. He maintains strong relationships with provincial governors, ensuring their loyalty. He continues to support Islamic scholarship and infrastructure. He mediates disputes. He prays daily, maintaining the deep faith that defined his reign. Contemporary accounts describe an empire at its zenith, prosperous, stable, and respected throughout the Islamic world. In 1337, after a reign of 25 years, Mansa Musa dies. The exact circumstances of his death are not recorded, but his legacy is undeniable. He transformed Mali from a powerful regional kingdom into an empire whose fame reached Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. His son Maghan inherits the throne, but the empire will never again reach the heights it achieved under Mansa Musa.
For centuries, European historians portrayed Africa as a backward, primitive, uncivilized place, a dark continent waiting for European enlightenment. This narrative is a lie. While Europe languished in the Middle Ages, African empires like Mali thrived. Timbuktu's libraries contained hundreds of thousands of manuscripts on mathematics, astronomy, medicine, law, and philosophy. The University of Sankore educated students when most Europeans were illiterate. Mali's administrative systems, legal codes, and economic structures were sophisticated and effective. The empire maintained peace over a vast territory for centuries. European scholars knew about Mali. The Catalan Atlas of 1375, a famous medieval map, depicts Mansa Musa sitting on a throne, holding a golden orb, with text describing him as the richest and most distinguished ruler of this region. But later, as Europe colonized Africa, these truths were buried. African achievements were erased from history textbooks. The narrative shifted to justify exploitation. Africans were painted as savages needing European civilization. Mansa Musa's story destroys this myth. His Mali was wealthy, educated, and organized, a beacon of civilization in its time.
One of Mali's greatest secrets was the silent barter system used by the Wangara merchants to trade gold. The gold fields of Bambouk and Bouré were hidden from outsiders. To protect these sources, the Wangara developed a system of trade that required no direct contact. Merchants from the north would arrive at designated trading spots.
They would display their goods, salt cloth, horses, and beat drums to signal their presence. Then they would withdraw out of sight. Wangara traders would emerge, examine the goods, and leave gold next to items they wanted. Then they would withdraw. The northern merchants would return. If satisfied with the amount of gold, they would take it and leave the goods. If not, they would withdraw again, and the Wangara would add more gold or remove it. This process continued until both parties were satisfied. No words were spoken, no locations revealed. The Wangara gold sources remained secret for centuries. This system demonstrates African innovation and economic sophistication, a peaceful, efficient method of trade that protected valuable resources while facilitating commerce.
History often forgets women, and Mali's history is no exception. But women played crucial roles in the Mali Empire. Queens and royal women wielded significant influence. Mansa Musa's senior wife managed the royal household and advised on important matters. In matrilineal societies within the empire, descent and inheritance passed through the mother's line. Women controlled property and had economic power. Women dominated local markets, trading food, cloth, pottery, and other goods. They were farmers, artisans, and entrepreneurs. Griot women, female griots, preserved oral traditions, sang at ceremonies, and advised leaders. Islamic education was not limited to men. While fewer in number, some women studied at madrasas and became scholars. The erasure of women from Mali's history is not because they were absent, it's because historians failed to record their contributions. Reconstructing their stories requires reading between the lines, listening to oral traditions, and acknowledging the biases of written sources. We cannot discuss Mali without addressing slavery, a painful and complex topic. Slavery existed in the Mali Empire. Enslaved people were captured in warfare, sold by other kingdoms, or born into servitude. Mansa Musa's caravan included 12,000 enslaved people. However, slavery in medieval Mali differed significantly from the transatlantic slave trade that would later devastate Africa. In Mali, enslaved people could own property, marry, and sometimes purchase freedom. They worked as domestic servants, agricultural laborers, soldiers, and even administrators. Some enslaved people rose to positions of power and influence. This does not excuse slavery. It was still an unjust system that stripped people of freedom. But understanding the differences matters. The transatlantic slave trade, which began in the 15th century, was fundamentally different, industrial in scale, racial in justification, and brutal beyond measure. Millions of Africans were captured, chained, shipped across the ocean, and worked to death on plantations. Mali's internal slavery was wrong, but it was not the racialized genocidal system that colonialism brought. This distinction is important for understanding African history without excusing injustice. Mansa Musa's death in 1337 marked the beginning of Mali's slow decline. His son Magan ruled briefly but lacked his father's strength and vision. He was succeeded by his uncle Suleiman, who maintained stability for a time. But internal conflicts arose. Provincial governors grew powerful and independent. The empire fragmented. External pressures mounted. The Mossi kingdom raided from the south. Tuareg Berbers attacked from the north, eventually capturing Timbuktu in 1433. The Songhai Empire, once a vassal state within Mali, grew powerful under leaders like Suni Ali Bey. In 1464, Suni Ali began conquering Mali's territories, establishing Songhai as the new dominant power in West Africa. By the 16th century, Mali had shrunk to a small kingdom, a shadow of its former glory. The reasons for decline were multiple: succession disputes, overextension, loss of control over trade routes, and the rise of rival powers. But Mali's legacy endured. the cities it built, the trade networks it established, and the intellectual traditions it fostered continued under Songhai and beyond. Mali's economic impact on the medieval world cannot be overstated. West African gold fueled the economies of Europe and the Islamic world. Without it, European kingdoms could not mint coins, pay armies, or conduct trade. The Italian city-states, Venice, Florence, Genoa, depended on gold that ultimately came from Mali's mines. The trans-Saharan trade routes that Mali controlled connected sub-Saharan Africa to the Mediterranean, creating a global economy centuries before European colonial expansion. When Mali declined, the disruption of gold supplies contributed to economic instability in Europe and North Africa. Songhai maintained the trade for a time, but by the 16th century, European maritime exploration sought new routes to African gold. Bypassing the Sahara, the slave trade that followed was in part driven by Europe's desire to control African resources directly, including gold, ivory, and human labor. Mali's wealth reshaped the world, but that wealth also made Africa a target for exploitation. Timbuktu became a symbol, a city of learning, wealth, and mystery. The manuscripts preserved in Timbuktu's libraries represent one of Africa's greatest intellectual treasures. These documents contain knowledge on medicine, mathematics, astronomy, law, history, and theology written by African scholars. In recent decades, efforts to preserve these manuscripts have revealed the depth of African scholarship. Families in Timbuktu hid manuscripts during wars and occupations, protecting them from destruction. These texts prove that Africa had rich intellectual traditions long before colonialism. African scholars wrote poetry, debated philosophy, and made scientific discoveries. Mansa Musa's investment in education created institutions that lasted centuries and influenced West African culture profoundly. Islam became deeply rooted in West Africa, blending with traditional beliefs to create unique cultural practices, Sufi brotherhoods, musical traditions, architectural styles, and social structures. The griots oral traditions, which preserved Mali's history, continue today. Songs about Sundiata and Mansa Musa are still sung in West Africa. Mali established a model of governance, centralized authority balanced with local autonomy, laws that protected trade and maintained order, and diplomacy that built alliances. Subsequent empires, Songhai, Kanem-Bornu, and others, learned from Mali's successes and failures. Modern West African nations inherited borders drawn by colonizers, but the memory of Mali remains powerful. The Republic of Mali, established in 1960, takes its name from the ancient empire, a conscious choice to honor that legacy. The national pride in Mansa Musa and Sundiata Keita is profound. Statues, currency, and national symbols reference the empire. Mali's model of multi-ethnic governance, bringing together Mandinka, Fulani, Songhai, Tuareg, and other groups, offers lessons for modern African nations struggling with ethnic conflicts and political instability. The principle that empires rise through trade, diplomacy, and education rather than just military conquest remains relevant today. Mansa Musa's pilgrimage had profound religious consequences. It announced to the Islamic world that West Africa was not peripheral but central to the Muslim community. African Muslims were not recent converts, but practitioners of a faith deeply rooted in their societies. The mosques Mansa Musa built became centers of Islamic practice that have endured for centuries. The Jingwe Reba Mosque in Timbuktu still holds prayers today. His patronage of Islamic scholarship established West Africa as a major center of Islamic learning. Scholars from Timbuktu traveled to Cairo, Mecca, and beyond, contributing to global Islamic intellectual discourse. The blending of Islam with African traditions created unique expressions of faith. Sufi practices infused with local customs, architectural styles adapted to West African materials and climate, and social structures that balanced Islamic law with traditional African values. Today, Mali, Senegal, Guinea, and neighboring countries remain predominantly Muslim, a legacy that traces back to empires like Mali that made Islam integral to West African identity. In recent decades, Mansa Musa has experienced a renaissance in popular consciousness. Articles declaring him the richest man in history circulate online. His story appears in history textbooks that once ignored African achievement. Documentaries, podcasts, and educational videos explore his life. This renewed interest reflects a broader movement to reclaim African history from colonial distortion. Young Africans and people of African descent worldwide take pride in Mansa Musa's story, proof that African civilizations achieved greatness long before European contact. Musicians reference Mansa Musa in lyrics, artists paint him in golden splendor, writers imagine his world in novels and stories. The legend of Timbuktu, once synonymous with the middle of nowhere, in Western imagination, is being reclaimed as a symbol of African intellectual achievement. This cultural reclamation matters because it challenges narratives that justified colonialism and slavery. It reminds the world that Africa has always been home to sophisticated civilizations, brilliant minds, and powerful empires. Mansa Musa's legacy is not just historical, it is political, cultural, and deeply personal for millions who see in his story a reflection of what Africa was and what it can be again. What can modern Africa learn from Mansa Musa and the Mali Empire? First, that Africa's wealth, gold, diamonds, oil, rare minerals should benefit Africans. Mali controlled its resources and used them to build infrastructure, support education, and create prosperity. Today, too often, African resources enrich foreign corporations while Africans remain poor. Second, that education and knowledge are foundations of power. Mansa Musa invested in libraries, universities, and scholars. He understood that economic power without intellectual development is hollow. Modern African nations must prioritize education, preserve indigenous knowledge, and support African scholars and innovators. Third, that unity brings strength. Mali brought together diverse ethnic groups under a common political structure while respecting local traditions. Modern African nations, often divided by ethnicity and religion, can learn from this model of unity in diversity. Fourth, that Africa must tell its own stories. For too long, others have defined African history. Mansa Musa's story was nearly lost because European historians dismissed or ignored it. Africans must reclaim their narratives, preserve their histories, and celebrate their achievements. Fifth, that faith and culture can coexist. Mali blended Islam with African traditions, creating a unique civilization. This balance remains relevant in debates about religion, tradition, and modernity in contemporary Africa. The Mali Empire was not perfect. It had slavery, warfare, and inequality, but it also had brilliance, wealth, learning, and power. It proved that African civilizations could rival any in the world. That lesson echoes through time.
So what is the ultimate lesson of Mansa Musa's story? It is this: Africa has always been a land of greatness. For centuries, the world has been told a lie, that Africa was backward, primitive, and uncivilized until Europeans arrived to save it. This narrative justified slavery, colonialism, and exploitation. It stripped Africans of their dignity and their history. Mansa Musa's story shatters that lie completely. He was a man who ruled an empire larger than Western Europe, a man whose wealth surpassed that of any European king, a man who built universities when most Europeans could not read,
a man whose pilgrimage was so grand that it entered the historical record across 3 continents. And he was not an anomaly. He was part of a tradition. Sundiata before him, the Songhai emperors after him, the scholars of Timbuktu, the merchants who connected continents, the artisans who created beauty, the farmers who fed millions. Africa has always had history. Africa has always had civilization. Africa has always had brilliance. The tragedy is not that these things didn't exist. It's that they were hidden, erased, and denied. When we study Mansa Musa, we are not discovering something new. We are uncovering something that was buried. We are reclaiming a truth that was stolen. This matters because history shapes identity. If you believe your ancestors were primitive, you see yourself as inferior. If you know your ancestors built empires, you see yourself as capable of greatness. For young Africans, Mansa Musa's story is empowering. It says your heritage is glorious, your history is rich, you come from excellence. For the world, his story is humbling. It says Africa was never the dark continent. It was a beacon of light that the world chose to ignore. The gold that Mansa Musa distributed in Cairo was not just wealth, it was a message. It said, we are here, we are powerful, we matter. That message echoes today. Africa is rising again, economically, culturally, politically. African music dominates global charts. African writers win Nobel Prizes. African innovators create technologies that change the world. African voices demand to be heard. This is not a new beginning, this is a return. The spirit of Mansa Musa, ambitious, generous, faithful, proud, lives on in every African who refuses to be defined by others, who claims their history, who builds their future. The Mali Empire fell, but its legacy endures. And perhaps that is the greatest lesson of all. Empires may crumble, but the truth of what they achieved cannot be destroyed. Mansa Musa walked across the Sahara with 60,000 men and 80 camels bearing gold. He prayed at the Kaaba. He built mosques that stand today. He transformed his empire into a legend. He did all this to fulfill a religious duty and to announce Mali's greatness to the world. He succeeded beyond measure. 700 years later, we still speak his name. 700 years later, his story still inspires. 700 years later, the legacy of the Mali Empire still reminds us that Africa has always been and will always be a land of greatness.
Thank you for joining us on this journey through the life of Mansa Musa and the golden age of the Mali Empire. This story is one of many hidden treasures in African history. Stories of kings and queens, warriors and scholars, innovators and artists who shaped the world but whose names have been forgotten or ignored. Here at Africa Hidden History, our mission is to uncover these stories, to bring them into the light, and to remind the world of Africa's incredible past. If you enjoyed this documentary, please subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode. Give us a thumbs up if you learned something new, and share this video with anyone who needs to hear this story. Leave a comment below telling us what surprised you most about Mansa Musa's story. What other African historical figures or events should we cover next? We love hearing from you, and your suggestions help us create content that matters to our community. In our next episode, we'll explore another hidden chapter of African history, one filled with drama, courage, and untold truths. You won't want to miss it. Recommended next episode, The Kingdom of Kush. When black pharaohs ruled Egypt, or Queen Nzinga of Ndongo, the warrior queen who defied Portugal for 40 years. Until next time, remember, Africa's history is humanity's history, and the truth cannot remain hidden forever. This is Africa Hidden History. Keep exploring, keep learning, keep sharing the truth.